You're trying to get these headphones on. Oh man. You're let's get it cracking. Let's get it cracking. I don't know why they are showing this. There we go. I do not want to see the chat replay yet of this live stream. Let me put myself up there. Here we go. I think we should be good now. Anywho, we might as well start where we left off. Rich Cooper. What did I put in the title? I hope I got the title right. We have Rich Cooper versus Andrew Wilson. Yeah, I was like, I hope I didn't put Richard Cooper. Yeah, Rich Cooper versus Andrew Wilson, part 2. Here we go. Right where we left off.
Well, I'm sure you know that grew up in a household where like mom and dad stay together, but they hated each other's guts and they were
the outcomes for the children in those instances are still better than the national average for when they split. And the reason is because of strange men coming into the home that leads to more abuse for the child. So even if mom and dad are home and they hate each other.
Oh yeah. So now I remember exactly where basically Rich Cooper actually had him on the ropes, except he allowed, because now Rich Cooper was basically trying to argue for co-parenting. So now you're basically working in Andrew's wheelhouse, because you already know what I think about co-parenting. I think co-parenting is not even parenting. That's just a term that we came up that Americans came up with because they're too selfish. But anyways,
they're usually not beating up little Johnny, but if they go apart from each other, then mommy might be bringing in somebody who does beat up little Johnny.
Right. So what's your plan to enforce Christian orthodoxy values on the world so that we can solve this problem?
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Oh, I'm supposed to solve the problem?
Well,
Oh, by the way, this thing is so slow. My bad. This is supposed to be sped up way more because these people are so slow. But anyways,
solution seems to be that if
you don't have any solution, hang on. Let's make this clear. You don't have any solution. None.
Bruh. He asked you a simple question. What's your plan to enforce whatever you're enforcing? You see what he tried to do right there? Hold on. Let me see if I can rewind that real quick for y'all.
The world so that we can solve this problem.
Oh, I'm supposed to solve the problem?
Well,
he said, just say, what's your plan? What's your plan? Since you're saying it's marriage worthwhile for men. And then on top of that, in the beginning, you even admitted, Andrew, that this is low-key an impossible situation to argue with. So I'm going to have to argue using this under a religious umbrella. So if this religious umbrella works so well, what is your plan for men, for the men that are like, for most men to succeed, in terms of what's your plan in getting men into this so-called ecclesiastical marriages? What is your plan to help them so they can they can have the best result to have a good marriage under this ecclesiastical structure? Because you're the one bringing it up.
Solution seems to be that if
you don't have any solution. Hang on. Let's just make this clear. You don't have any solution. None.
I've offered you a couple. We can talk about more if you'd like.
No, you haven't offered me any. You just said live like you're.
Well, he offered a solution. Is not a good one, but it was something. He's wondering, what's your solution, sir?
Divorce. That was the only thing you've offered.
And you remove the risk factor for losing half of your shit and alimony.
But that doesn't help you at all with children.
2/3 of the risk factors like that.
That doesn't help you with the primary thing we were after here, which is children.
You're eliminating 2/3 of the problems. If you,
Rich, you have to press him. What's your solution? That's what you needed. You said that I didn't have a solution. No, what's your solution? Since you're bashing me for not having a solution. What's your solution? That's what you need to press Andrew Wilson on. So that's, clear. That's how you know somebody's a novice at debating or just really pressing people for the truth.
Yeah, but if unless everything is gravitating towards the idea of procreation and having children, you just end up a genetic dead end. So the priority for most men ultimately is going to be to have offspring. It always has been historically throughout all of history.
Right.
Men have always gravitated towards this because that's how they live in immortality.
Okay, so
All you're doing is offering a
what's
solution
your
for how you
plan
can keep
to
more of your
get
stuff.
everybody to sign up for the Christian Orthodox Church and follow those rules so that we
Nobody's
can
asking them
follow the
to.
law?
How are you going to get a bunch of men to put women up in townhouses and knock them up, dude?
Let's go to your solution.
Dude, Andrew, answer his question.
I'm going to your solution. Well, your solution is no
offering you a
solution.
remedy.
All right, yes, we're getting more into the.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson's getting triggered for no reason. You know what's crazy? Andrew Wilson actually had him on the ropes because Rich Cooper actually offered him a terrible solution, which he could have actually pressed him on. But Andrew Wilson basically lost his shit for no reason. All he asked was, "What's a solution?" And he lost it.
Yeah,
prescriptive claims here. We've gone a little bit from the descriptive to the prescriptive.
Yeah,
here,
so let's talk about that solution.
let's just do it.
Let's
Both of you guys can give your solution.
I'll tell you what, I give one and you give one.
All
All
right,
right,
yeah, start with you, Andrew. Let's go.
Yeah. So prescriptively, I would say that the groundswell movement needs to be in adjusting states first. That's something we do have control over, and churches have a massive impact on states. So that would be a movement towards a solution. One state you brought up like this is Kentucky, but there's other ones that have pretty good marriage laws, and there's other ones that, and we can push in the idea of no fault in many of these states as well.
So I just want to jot these down. So pass legislation in alignment with Christian values.
Yeah, but you're asking me what ought we do now?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so pass legislation that's aligned with Christian values. Okay.
Mhm.
Why don't we deal with that first? So how do you do that?
The same way we did it with Roe v. Wade.
Well, Roe v. Wade. Okay, so there's one. But you got a lot of lines.
That's a big one.
I mean, you have a lot of lines in this.
Oh my God. Do conservatives conservatives really think that rolling back of the Roe v. Wade, do they really consider that a W? Because all they did, first of all, they never took away baby deletion. All they did was give it to the rights to the states. So now the people in the states have to vote for it, whether you can have it or not. So you didn't take it away. And then the only reason why that was introduced is because of the ever increasing decrease, or rather the increasing rates of infertility. Well, not necessarily infertility, but the decreasing fertility rates, particularly amongst Caucasians and Caucasian families. So that was just something that they try to put out there, but that didn't do anything. The amount of women that are in politics, the amount of liberal influence, you're never going to take away baby deletion. Because now if you do anything to threaten it, all they have to do is, look, vote for me, even though I'm going to do everything that's going to hurt you. Vote for me. At least I'll keep baby deletion around. And the woman will vote for whoever that person is in abundance. You're seeing it in New York City. People think, you have the conservatives thinking they won. They're a red wave. What they were talking about, a red wave. Meanwhile, you have the liberal females saying, "Shoo, you thought you won? Watch this. We're gonna vote in a legit socialist into the office, and whatever happens with that happens." Shout out to Pyro in the chat. What's up?
And you still have women screaming like harpies to this day over that.
Yeah, but guess what? They had an
That's like I said, that's not a win to me.
opportunity.
Still crying to murder babies for fun.
Women had an opportunity to give some sort of reform on that with the election of Donald Trump, and that was what Kamala Harris was running on, was that she was going to make sure that they had an enshrined right to choose, and that was a female who was running, and she still lost to Trump. So on the abortion front, clearly progress is being made by the social right and the various churches. My evidence of this is that we were able to get Roe v. Wade overturned, and instantly states were beginning, because of the Christian right, to pass legislation abolishing it. So don't tell me the lines can't be moved. I was told a few years ago by a bunch of red pillars on a panel that you could never get Roe v. Wade overturned, and they laughed at me when I said, well, it looks pretty good for us. They laughed at me. And guess what? I went back on the panel and I said, well, who's laughing now, bitch? Because I was right.
Okay, so what other legislation would you have to pass to get the country more aligned with Christianity?
Oh, well, there would have to be a lot.
The Roe v.
Yeah.
That's always a trap, because now all politicians have to do is, look, ladies, vote for me, so you can. That's not a W. because if I was because all these politicians are slimy. All they're gonna do now, like you think this was allowed to happen. But like I said, all I got to do if I'm a Democrat, all I have to do is look. They didn't want to release the Epstein's list. They didn't want to. They're trying to take away your baby deleting rights. That's all I have. That's all I would have to do to get some votes. And literally, all of my other policies could be anti American, and I could get away with it as long as I promise these broads baby deletion rights. And Orange Man has never been anti baby deletion. He said so himself. You know what I mean? Look, the ladies, they worked hard for that. You know, they worked hard to get to you know, to get their baby deleting rights. They're not just gonna let they're not gonna let just you know, Orange Man and some conservatives and some ecclesiastical Christian ethicists you know, stand in the way of getting what they want.
V. Wade, sure, I agree with you. Abortion is bad. Women about murdering babies, they seem
Yeah, the other thing that you could do is you could reinstitute that secular marriage is no longer dogmatically enforced by the state, but rather that marriage is enforced by the church.
That's a big ask, dude.
No, it's not a big ask.
You're going to steal a lot of power away from women. How do you think they're going to give that up?
Well, actually, feminists, interestingly enough, are the pathway to victory there.
Okay, explain.
Well, feminists operate under the mindset of I don't need no man. And under the various forms of consistency of fourth wave feminism, they have been actually pushing for the abolishment of state institutionalized marriage for some time. What they would prefer would be that the government was out of it altogether because they are anti-natalists through and through. And so they actually think that abolishing marriage, is the best way of getting rid of the patriarchal structure of men. And it,
Oh my God. Let me just read some of these chats. Let me just read some of these chats. Adam, a dude, said there isn't a legal solution here. Exactly. He said, yeah, New York is cooked. And by the way, Pyro said New York is cooked. By the way, like I said, I literally have a front row seat to what's happening with New York. Literally a front row seat. Because what women are doing now, this is what women think, right? They think they're in their mind, we are patriarchy. The average guy, we're patriarchy. We are the recipients of the advantages of patriarchy. So in their mind, all patriarchy must be overthrown, right? And if it means lying, if it means cheating, they're willing to do it. If it means being convenient feminists, if it means saying one thing and voting another way, aka white women when it came to the Kamala versus Orange Man. By the way, most white women voted for Orange Man. That doesn't mean they're conservatives. They're voting for their own interests. Andrew Wilson is working off the guise of, oh, these feminists are really finna follow through. No, they're gonna follow through whatever works best for women. Adam A. Dude said, no, they make too much money stealing via alimony and support. That's what I'm saying. They make, first of all, just the system in general. Thank you for making that point. I completely forgot about that. The lawyers, the courts, the judges, these people, the people that run these courthouses, they make way too much money off of women taking from men. They make way too much money. They're not gonna just get rid of that system. I don't know where, but anyways.
in many ways are actually correct. It's just that it doesn't work if you're still governing that through religiosity. And so that's the frame where they're going to end up failing, but they may fail or they may end up succeeding on the secular end.
I'm not hearing a way that you're going to convince women to give up their legal right to half of a man shit, free alimony.
By the way, women in Christian women, they're not, they don't want to give up that right either. So I don't know what the fuck is he talking about. Oh my God.
payments in some cases for the rest of their life, and child support payments that
You
are
don't need to convince them. We didn't convince them of Roe v.
Why
Wade.
would
We just
they-
passed the
Why
shit.
would they agree to that?
We don't need them to. They didn't have to agree to Roe v. Wade. We passed it anyway. What you
Okay,
do is you make federal law, right? When you use federal law and
Who
use the
passed the
Supreme
law? Who
Court
passed
for
the
the
law?
reinterpretation. Well, in this
That's
case, we would just
Parliament, right?
stop, bro. In this case, we would just need the Supreme Court to reinterpret a couple of amendments. That's it.
And isn't the Supreme Court obsessed with blocking everything that Trump does?
No, in fact, not at all. It's the opposite. The Supreme Court rules in his favor all the time, and they did in Roe v. Wade as well. So you wouldn't need. You can. There's
There-
legislative solutions here, and there always
Yeah,
has
but-
been.
I mean, clearly modifying the laws is the path to victory on this, but I don't see a environment next month, next year, in the years to come, where women in positions of power, which they hold to a significant degree in politics,
I guess somebody's got to give me that because I think it was on Rolo's channel. I could be wrong about it, but I would have sworn it was on one of these guys that I actually don't like, but it was on their channel. I have to give them credit. I think it was on Rolo's channel. They showed like a picture of all these, you know, the seats, all the people that are in politics, and it was like mostly women. It was like a lot of seats they're just completely, women have come. It's been slow, but it's been gradual. I don't know if that's the right. It's been a gradual increase in women in politics. So much so now, you see it's in certain cities, in certain towns, it's more women than men in these seats, in these political seats. We're talking about. I'm not talking about just in Washington D.C. I'm talking about locally, where most of these seats are being taken up by women. This is a slow burn. So you're basically asking those same women that are eventually is going to be just the majority. A majority of politicians are going to be women. I'm telling you right now, because I saw that chart. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, all right. So you're going to ask those same women that are in politics, I don't care if they're conservative or liberal, and you're going to ask them to basically give up their power. That's not going to happen. I mean, I'm just saying, good luck. I think it was on Rolo's channel. I don't remember who it was. I don't remember who it was. But when I saw that seat chart, and it showed it was either men or women in these seats of political power, I was like, oh shoot. I was like, this is something that because what the conservatives are going to do is like, well, they're mostly conservatives or liberals in these seats. No, I'm looking at the gender on this one. Because look, whatever you ride for politically, I really don't care. All right. I'll keep it a buck with you. Even when it comes to black people becoming liberals, what people don't understand is most black men vote liberally. It's not because they're liberal themselves. It's because if they see a black woman in politics, they're going to vote for her just out of loyalty. That's what black men do, believe it or not. I know they like to make it seem like that black men and black women are they try to make it that black men are black women's biggest enemies. That's been a lie that's been perpetrated for a while now. But when black men see a black woman in politics, or even another black man, but specifically black women, when they see black women doing what, it looks like they're doing well, or they're progressing, black men will vote for that black woman, whether she's Republican or Democrat, right? This is what black men do. So just off the guise of that, now let's take it to another level, right? People want to bring up these names, right? The women, the so-called based women. At the end of the day, they're not going to give up their rights to exercise their political power. They're not. because that's what you're asked. That's eventually what you're going to ask them to do. Ellis is here. Said Chris Mikes. He said some black men. Count me out, bro. I'll say most. I'm gonna be bold enough to say most black men will vote. First of all, you see it in the statistics. You see in the statistics on the national level. Even though most black men are conservative by nature, most black men still voted for Kamala over Orange Man. You look at the statistics. Out of all the demographics of men, black men voted the most for Kamala. Am I wrong? You know, so I'm telling you, this is what black men do. Because they in their mind they think, okay, I got to support, right? It's akin to, I always make the analogy where, you know, black men weren't really watching a whole bunch of tennis like that, right? But when Serena Williams be playing, right? Remember when like Serena Williams and Venus Williams first came on the scene? You'll be at the barbershop. You can literally be at the barbershop. They could be talking basketball. They don't even know nothing about tennis, a lot of them. But if Venus or Serena Williams goes on the TV, oh, let's put it on Serena Williams. that's black men they go out their way to support, even if their female counterparts are like going a whole other direction, you know? Ellis says, piggybacking on what you just said about white women voting their interest by voting for a white man and standing by him, why don't black women learn this lesson? Well, that's like I said. You know, Adam A. Dude said the only way is a swap, no alimony, and support for taxing churches. You know. Ellis is here, said baby deletion isn't a power, it is a mode of self-destruction. He said black men count me out. He said, yeah, count me out of that. Yeah, part 2. But they should already. Oh yeah, shout out to Zero G in the chat. But people should already know this by now. There's too many. Like somebody's got to find me that chart. Somebody's got to find me that chart when I saw it in passing. And I was just like, and then I noticed. I even looked in my, you know, even my own districts, you know, that I've frequented, and I'm like, it's a lot of women in these seats nowadays, right? I'm not expecting those women for them to give up their power. That's a big ask. To do something for women in total, to do something for the greater good. I don't know about that, but anyway,
they're all feminists, are going to agree to legislation that's going to remove all the gifts that women have been given.
I don't understand this idea. Is so bizarre to me. Politics is about power blocks. It's not about agreement. I don't give a fuck if they agree. I only give a fuck if we got a power block that can institute the legislation that I want, like they did with Roe v. Wade.
Okay, and who passes these laws? Human beings, yeah?
Of course.
And there's women and simps in politics. So
sure, but it doesn't matter if they don't have a big enough power block for enforcement. It doesn't matter. And what we've been seeing shift on the ground are conservative politics.
There's sufficient women in politics and policymaking that they are not going to allow this sort of thing to pass.
Bullshit. Women are voting how their husbands vote. And guess what? Yes, they do. Then why? Okay, yes, they do. Why?
No, they don't.
Why did Trump get more of the woman vote then? White woman vote. Why?
I mean, maybe.
God, it was Kamala or Orange Man. It's not even a matter of what their husbands thought. It's just white female. How about this? White women in general. They're the masters of saying the right things in public and then voting how they want to in private. You know, so that it's not even a matter of, oh, you see why? Nah, it's nothing special, because even in 2016, like if you ask the average female coworker, like if you're cool with your average female coworker, they will tell you. You don't have to ask them. You ask they'll tell you I'd rather have a male supervisor than a female supervisor. Now they're still liberals. They're still liberal as hell. They're still pro baby deletion, but at the end of the day, they rather have a male boss. They don't necessarily, they say they want an overthrow of quote unquote patriarchy, but what they want is a benevolent patriarch. That's what they want. They don't necessarily want the overthrow of patriarchy. They want a benevolent patriarch. To where the patriarch is still there and the patriarch is still providing all the things that they don't want to have to worry about. But when she says something, the patriarch listens and obeys. But the patriarch still does all the heavy lifting. That's what women want. That's really what the feminists want. The feminists don't even really want a complete overthrow of patriarchy. They just say that, right? But they still want to be quote unquote in charge. They still want the benefits of being in charge. They think by doing this and doing all of that men will still do all the heavy lifting. They'll still do, so that's the miscalculation on their end. That's all that is.
In Christian Orthodox households.
No. In the United States, they're voting how their husbands vote. That's why Trump got so much of the female vote, the white female vote.
And that's why social media was peppered with women divorcing their husbands and encouraging other women to leave their spouses over votes.
Sure, of course, yeah. That's the liberal mind virus, the progressive feminist mind virus.
So,
but the thing is like, that doesn't matter. If we have the necessary power block, we can pass whatever the fuck we want, and that's that.
Which isn't happening.
It has been happening. You just know.
No. But watch, what Rich Cooper brought up was an interesting point, because I know there are those same females, they did divorce their husbands and stuff for voting a certain way, and I bet you those women still voted for Orange Man in private. This is what women do. This is what they do.
Noted that Kentucky changed laws on the local level. You've noted that the Supreme Court has moved the laws over on Roe v. Wade.
Andrew, that's a very surface level change. That's like changing the speed limit from 110 to 111. That's a very minor change.
Oh, you're right. We'll just go ahead and
you're talking about a massive shift that's going to completely change the balance.
By the way, the Kentucky rule, that's just something, for that to be a victory for men shows how really behind we are, because Kentucky basically gave the rights. They gave something that men should have already had to begin with, which is 50-50. Like, that should have been bare minimum anyways. So that's the only, celebration. We basically celebrating what should have been there already in the first place. So that victory, I guess, is a victory in terms of, because when you look at the divorce rate, it decreased by 25%. That's crazy work when you think about it. That's a crazy decrease in divorce, right? But all they did was shift it back to what it should have been in the first place. In the beginning, man and woman, you get 50-50. You guys split, it's automatic 50-50. That's how it should be anyways. and we'll see how long that lasts. Because you already hearing women playing the abuse card. Now women are staying in abusive marriages and all that. So certain things men, they tend to brag a little bit too much when they get a little bit of a victory. And then you have New York, because unfortunately there's usually a massive liberal retaliation. So this is something we got to take into account as
everything
well.
in politics is a gradual shift,
and rob women of all the upper hand.
Okay, here, I'll tell you what. So I gave a legislative solution, showed that there's groundwork for it, prove that the right wing's been moving those goals. Your turn. What's your solution, Rich?
My solution is a little bit different. I'm more of a enjoy the decline guy and understand the rules and navigate your life accordingly. I mean, you operate in an ought to sort of mind. It's like the state ought to do this. And I agree with you. The state ought to do the right thing. Like, the state should apply reasonable legislation that isn't hostile towards father and men. The state ought to apply laws and legislation that encourage family formation and lots of children from the domestic population, rather than letting retards walk across the border and get free shit. I fucking agree with you. But it doesn't. So my stance is, let's take a look at the environment. Let's understand the rules. Let's plot a map. Here's all the landmines.
You're not giving me a solution.
Walk around them.
What's the solution?
That is a solution. What the fuck? Actually, if men understand what the laws are, maybe, and do what they're supposed to do in terms of not making deals with the enemy, maybe, just maybe, certain hoes will take the hint. That's been my observation in life. At work, when I'm at work, I don't talk to no females, right? For the most part. Especially at my old job. But and what's interesting is when you develop a pattern or a certain way of doing things, you get comfortable with it. And not only you get comfortable with it, you're like, oh, I can do it. I can do it like this. I'm good doing things like this. And then what's interesting is people will actually start to notice. Like you'll have other women actually defend you. That's happened to me in a couple of the jobs I've been at where I've developed a pattern of doing things. So now if they hear anything that's a little bit off, or somebody throws an allegation, or they'll say, doesn't Chris do this? And like, no, Chris does boom, 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 boom. And people will actually acquiesce to how you do things. I'm telling you, when your consistency pays off. I'm one of those type of people. Now, let me also address, Mr. Conservative here, Mr. Andrew right here. And I know I'm doing most of the arguing for Rich Coop, but he's letting Andrew dictate a little bit too much. But this is how I work, right? This is how I work. Exactly. Shout out. He said, those who adopt survive. Who cares what women thinks? Facts. Shout out to Tenacity 38. This is how I think. Because if people ask me what it is, because I've already developed that level of consistency and how I do things, people will be like, you know what? It might be a little bit off, but shout out to Chris. He's consistent in doing this, and this. I'm going to take his word for it. And I understand why he thinks this way. And most dudes are afraid to say what Chris said. So that's the respect I get. Watch this. I'm willing to talk about the hard shit, right? So you'll have these conservatives, they think they're being based and they're doing this. Look, this is what happens with these conservatives. They think we need to pass these laws, but then what happens is something will happen in the Middle East, like in Saudi Arabia, and then you'll have like a Saudi Arabian, they'll take another right away. I don't know if you notice, you got these Saudi Arabian countries, these Arabian countries, Middle Eastern countries, right? Specifically Saudi Arabia. They're just like gradually just taking a little bit of rights away from women, little by little. You know what I mean? And when they do certain changes, you know what I say? I'm like, look, it's their country. This is how they do things. I know this might seem inhumane, but at the end of the day, the men in that country, all they're doing is trying to stack the deck for it to work for men. I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but what happens is when you see these countries, they'll do that. You'll have conservatives all in the comment sections saying they're oppressing women. At least you look at the feminists over here should look and really look at these other countries and you see they're actually taking rights. I've been telling conservatives, stop doing that shit. Because now you're actually doing the feminist job. Nah, leave that shit alone. It's their country. Let them do what they want. What the men are doing in the Middle East is no different of what the women are doing over here. It's the same exact thing. They're stacking the deck and making it where they have most of the options to succeed. They're doing the exact same thing. But you'll have conservatives, they'll go out their way. Oh yeah, and then what they do, saving women's sports. and all this nonsense. You're doing all the work for the feminists. You really think the feminists want men to actually play with them? No, but the conservatives are doing their work. You're doing the work for them. So where they can still enjoy all these things, they don't have to worry. The feminists now, they don't even have to worry about men invading the sports. All they got to do is point it out, and the conservatives will do the job of the feminists. When the reality is men should really just step back and then just let women's sports self-destruct. But conservatives, they say they want men to run shit again, but they don't even really understand what it is to be a true, when you're talking about true patriarchy. They don't get it. It's like, so even I'll say what I say. I'll talk about Riley Gaines. I'll be like, good luck to you, Riley Gaines, but I'm not supporting you with this. You figure that shit out. And it's mostly men in my comment section talking about I'm a liberal. That's they don't understand the method to the madness, what I'm doing. They don't get it. Like if you're a man, say if you walk around with a woman and she likes to cause trouble, if you always continue to save her, what's the incentive for her to change? This is why when we say MGTOW is a solution, it is. When you step back, let them feel your absence. But most men, they don't walk in abundance. It's not just with women, just in life. They lowball themselves. They those bad deals. When you don't walk in abundance, it leaks out into every part of your life. I'm the type of person to say this, and this might be bold of me to say, I think when it comes to, these, how women have been trying to broaden the definition of SA and grape, I believe 16-year-olds or underage, I believe minors who carry around fake IDs, not only should they be charged as criminals if they get caught, I believe they should be charged with grape if they sleep with a man that is over the age of consent. So if they're a 16 or 15-year-old and then they enter an establishment with a fake ID and then they sleep with a 21 or 23-year-old and the 23-year-old doesn't know, I think the 23-year-old man should be well within his rights to accuse that girl and bring her to charges of grape. That's how my mind works. Now, what I just said here, all these so-called based in male conservatives, they would all form a wall against me, all of them. Hell, I might even lose some subscribers with this take because, people got daughters, people got sisters, but I'm using their logic. People don't understand the method to the madness. Let them create their little laws, their little Barbie doll law. Okay, according to this, all right. You say if a man sleeps with such and such, if they're drunk without consent, or if he lies about, you'll have women say, oh, if a man lies about his occupation and then he gets a woman to sleep with him, and it turns out he's not a lawyer, he's a sandwich artist at Subway, he should be charged with grape. Okay, all right. How about this? But it makes sense with that logic. But that's how far I'm willing to take it. And let's be honest, you'll have certain men, they'll probably take advantage of it. I'm not doubting that. But wouldn't that would stop certain things from happening. That would make women, even young women, think twice about entering certain establishments. It would force these young women to actually do something productive with their life instead of trying to go into places they're not supposed to be at. That's how I look at it. When you're always constantly there to save them, they're not going to respect your power. They're not going to respect your influence. Women don't respect men's influence because most men are not willing to walk away. But I'm about to push this, though. I'm about to push this. Shout out to you guys. I missed a lot. Shout out to Tenacity. Let me read some of these chats, though. Here we go. Let me push in. I don't know why I'm so far away from my laptop. Here we go. Adam Adu said, Andrew is an idiot here. Trump is a 90s Democrat. Women don't lose no matter who they voted for. That's, I remember, like, I don't know how many times I try to have this argument with people. Like, I'd be saying Orange Man is not no far right. Like, these guys are old school liberals. Right? Vivek Ramswamy, whatever that dude's name is. Charlie Kirk, right? Rest in peace. These guys are moderates at best. They're not conservatives. But you have people who are willing to, baby step ass solutions. Yeah, Andrew. Oh man. But yeah, those who adapt survive. Shout out to Tenacity 38. They don't, Tenacity 38 said conservatives are just commies going the speed limit. Facts. Tenacity 38 also says, not my country, not my problem. That's talking about the Middle East. But that's just how I think. I just believe if you actually do it the way that I said it, because I really think women that are underage and that they be outside, like, I think they should be charged as, as charged as criminals. The same way, like if a 13-year-old were to rob and shoot somebody and they get critically injured, they get like serious a boy would get serious, sentencing. It's man, this is actually really deep where I could take it, where you'll have certain cops, right? It'll be a young boy doing something like he's breaking the law, but because he looks like a man, the cop is already willing to shoot him, whether it be because of skin color, whether it be because of how built he is, whatever. But it seems like no matter how old the woman is, the cop is always treating that woman like a child. And it could be like an old lady too. And the cop is basically treating the woman with kid gloves. There's negative side effects to that in the long term, right? That, like, we could really go, really deep into that. But once you start being fair and being consistent across the board, where that young lady that you see or that young girl can actually be arrested for and be like, okay, we're going to start charging these young girls for being criminals out here. Or you got young girls being caught scamming. Anytime they catch these young girls out, the runaways, and they'll be doing whole crimes. They never get put in jail for anything. They never get put in prison. Eventually an entitlement creeps in. But now if you actually start punishing those young girls for being criminals, for being scammers, for stealing, shoplifting, actually putting the hammer down, which they're not going to do. But if you actually start doing that, then you're going to actually have a level of young women being like, okay, there is a chance for me when I go outside, I can get arrested. There's forget just the there's a chance for me that I won't make it back home. When women go out, they women have I don't think I've shown you videos of women in their 40s. They think they could just go out and then they think they're entitled to come back home. Like now people might think that's fucked up to say, but we as men, we already know there's even if we live in the safest commune, there is a chance that I could get clapped. And when we leave home, there's a chance we can get clapped, we can get robbed, we can get beat up. But women, especially in America, they take that they really think they could just go out and they're entitled to just come back home. I'm talking about without. They just think they could just do it without protection. You can do it, but there's certain steps you got to take. They think they should have to take no steps. They think they shouldn't have to carry mace. They don't think they don't think they have to carry guns. They don't. That's the mentality that they have. That's why they act the way they do. Pharma Swami. Oh man. But anyways, man, this is But that's just me going on a rant there. But that's why women are never going to change. Technically it's because of the conservatives and the PUAs. But anyways,
I just told you.
That's not telling me. Okay, well, my solution is.
I mean,
my solution is take a look at the legislative map.
Guys, I think it's the solution.
That's not a
Andrew,
prescription.
hold on a second. I think you're offering the solution, Rich, on the individual level, whereas Andrew,
Right.
you're more thinking on the societal level.
Well, okay,
Rich, you're not trying to
what's
offer
the
a solution
solution,
on the societal level.
so shout out to Jake Rattlesnake for trying to simplify it for Andrew Wilson, but Andrew Wilson's not getting the hint.
What is it? He didn't actually give us one.
Yeah, just
On the
offered-
individual level, rather
No,
than
he
the
said
on
societal
the
the
individual
environment
level.
do
The
stuff.
individual takes a sovereign approach to their life. They take ownership for their shit, and they structure their life in such a way that benefits their goals, values, and the direction that they want to head.
What does that look like though for the individual?
It really. So I don't know. Give me a scenario. Like
You're
what are we
23 years old. You want to have a family. What do you do?
If you're 23 years old and want to have a family, living where?
I don't know. You live in Michigan.
If you want to do it the conventional way, like the Andrew Wilson way, then my recommendation would be move to a state that doesn't hate fathers where there's default 50-50 custody. Beyond that,
Should they get married?
they're probably going to get married.
Should
They're probably
they?
going to get married.
Should they?
Should they? No. But she's probably
No.
going to force it on him, and he's probably going to go with it. So my recommendation, and I get this a lot, dude. Like I get this conversation at me a lot from guys.
Mhm.
I've done this many a times. I'm a professional, so follow me through on this. Okay. You move to a state that doesn't hate fathers, which most guys won't do from the get-go. You know how many people I've seen follow that, just that one step alone, and minimize the risk?
Almost none, probably.
Exactly. Thank you.
Mhm. Because people are used to legislative blocks, and that's how they usually affect change.
And I mean, like, one of
But the thing
problems
is,
I see as
it's like I have the same problem with people on the individual level. I talk to thousands of them too. I'm also a pro at what I do. But the thing is here, Rich, is like I'm looking at this.
I mean,
all
you
you're
have to
saying-
answer the question.
No,
I'm trying to
hang on.
answer
I'm
it.
just telling you, you're offering the same thing
Bruh, he's trying to answer the question and this nigga interrupted.
I'm offering. So I say to you, on an individual level, marriage can be good for you
Okay.
based on the
Let
group that you're. Hang on, based on the group
You
that
asked
you're
me
a
a
part of.
specific question. You didn't let me answer you.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I finish?
Sure.
Thank you. My recommendation would be move to a state that doesn't hate fathers. And that's a very small percentage of, let's say, the North American landmass. You'd have to move the fuck out of Canada. And in the United States, you'd have to move to a state that doesn't hate fathers. That's a goalpost that could potentially move later on down the line. 5 years, 10 years, legislative changes could be implemented that could make that place hostile again. Take note of it. You'd also want to find a check that's worth vetting, right? There's not a lot of marriageable type women. I think you would agree. I mean, you spend a lot of time talking to bimbos and OnlyFans whores on dating podcasts.
Spend some time doing it.
You've had a lot of conversations with women
Yeah.
out there. I think
I've had a
you
lot of
agree-
conversations with mostly the women I talk to are not those though.
Okay, but would you agree that the vast majority of women are not marriageable type of material?
No.
With all of these retards that you've talked to on whatever and all these shows that you've done.
The problem is that I talk to an equal amount of men who are fucking retards too.
I agree with you. But
So the problem is
why
like,
don't you feel with
you know what? When I think of equally yoked, like ugly people end up with ugly people and stupid people end up with stupid people.
right.
That's the way of the world, man.
You're right. So
Well, Andrew, that's actually wrong. Most men are more marriage minded. Even women will tell you this. Even Cardi B and Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, they've came out recently. These are some of the 304s of 304s. They've come out and said men respect marriage more than women. So just off that statement alone should already show you who's more marriage minded, who respects the sanctity of marriage. And I'll say this, these so-called conservative families or these so-called Republic families are doing a terrible job of modeling what a healthy marriage looks like. You're seeing it in the black YouTube sphere as we speak, with Anton Daniels and Mika, a so-called traditional married MAGA voter. Anton, a so-called MAGA voter, and apparently Anton Daniels is moving like this dude is. Oh, I got a fleet of hoes. And with Mika, we don't even know who her husband is, but her whole Instagram page is the only men that she shows on her Instagram page are pictures with her with celebrities. Yeah, so so just terrible role models to go around.
you do agree that there's a lot of retarded women that are not marriageable type of material.
Sure.
Yeah?
Sure.
Okay. And then you've also got an equal amount of retarded men that don't know how to manage women, right?
It's less equal there, the distribution. There's less retarded men than there are women, in my view.
Okay, let's go with that.
Mhm.
You find a guy that's not retarded that follows the advice to move to a state that doesn't hate fathers, and he finds a gal, then he starts vetting her, and, and she's not one of these retarded women. I ran a podcast for a year called Ladies Night, and we had thousands of chicks on this thing. I noticed a distinct pattern, and they were randoms. They weren't like, let's find bimbos and put them on the show and embarrass them. Like, they were complete randoms from all around the world.
Same as whatever.
Life. Pardon?
Same as whatever. All
No, it's not. Good Lord, Andrew.
random chicks from all different walks of life.
No, but they're from all over the world. Like the difference between
Same
the
with whatever.
table type of podcast, you get the girls in Santa Barbara, you get the girls that are in the Miami.
No. They were all from all over the world. They fly in from Russia and Cuba, South America, all over the fucking
Okay.
place.
They fall into 3 distinct categories, and the vast majority of them are useless. They're not marriageable type of material. They spend their entire time trying to justify why they've complicated their life and dismiss a lot of the bad choices they've made. And they try to make a reputation to hold out publicly that they're good people.
Yeah,
which
female accountability.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you can eliminate like 90% of the chicks that way. There's a very small contingent after you get to the older ones, which come to a realization. At some point, women hit the wall twice. They hit the wall in their early 20s when their looks go on the decline, and they hit it a second time, usually in their late 30s, early 40s, or something like that, where they come to the realization they have to accept that their value has declined and they have to start making concessions. But what man wants to marry a 43-year-old woman and have children with her? It's not an intelligent move. So you have to dismiss.
Well, Rich Cooper can speak from experience because I think he married a single mom as well, or he was going out with it. He was dating seriously a single mom. And then Andrew Wilson married a single mom. So he should be able to relate. There should be some kind of kinship there. But anyway,
those ones. There's a very small contingent, I would say less than 3 or 4% of the women out there in the sexual marketplace that would be worthy of wife stock. And this man would then have to vet her for 2 years straight, minimum, to see what she's made of. Spend some time with her, meet her family, see what she does when you get sick, travel. Does she freak out when the luggage gets lost and have a hissy fit and spaz out on the fucking airline attendant? Or does she, act in a calm, natural way and says, Andrew, let's just go get some bathing suits. It's hot. We don't need that luggage. They'll find it when they find it.
Okay.
Spending some time figuring out what she's made of. And then they can go through the process if they want to get married and then have their children, sort of thing. But the problem still exists that these women, if this guy doesn't maintain a good frame in the relationship, these women can change their opinion of them. The other thing that happens with time, and we saw this with Esther Perel's data.
So let me give a shout out to Greg Hoyt. I haven't seen Greg Hoyt in a while, man. Shout out to you. My fellow, we haven't done a gig together. I'm just saying he's a musician, just same as me. He goes, I'm in the safe rural area of New Hampshire and I'm still packing. Look, the people, like I know a couple people in Vermont, right? They, even in these safe suburbs, the people that live in those areas, they're not playing. They usually pack. They usually got something. They have something as well. we don't have to mention what that is. He goes, been a while, Chris. Good to tune into you again, man. Shout out to you, man. Ellis says women would change if corporal punishment per the biblical specs were still in place, not a beat down, just a tune up, slap back into reality. Then you don't get women like Brickface. The Brickface lady. Oh man. I Love Bread 2 says, what about men, though, is a classic tell that the person is a covert feminist, even though he might not be aware of it. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for peeping that. As soon as Rich started talking about retarded broads and all of a sudden, well, men could be retarded, bruh. It's a covert it's a covert feminist. But only a covert feminist would marry the women that he did. You know what I mean? So, at least with Rich, at least with Rich, he was a simp, but he's trying to change his ways. He fucked up. He's one of those people that, he suffers heavily, from it's like he did something, like he got rid of the cancer, right? In terms of dating single moms or taking single moms seriously, but sometimes it might come back from time to time. Oh yeah. Zero G says Rich is slightly off. It's not just vetting for 2 years, it's the whole time you with her. Yeah, especially nowadays, you're gonna need to hire you need to hire a private investigator that also knows how to, go, really research your digital footprint. You're going to have to start going through, I'm talking about medical records. If she's had a disease, and an STD, a STI, if she's been on Seeking, you really, because remember when they did the investigations on the internet did the investigations on Travis Hunter's girlfriend, and they found out that she had a OnlyFans that she deleted back in the day. That's low key. That's even worse than like being a current OnlyFans broad. Like you try to sell your punani and nobody wanted it, so you had to delete it. To me, that's low key kind of worse. That's low key kind of worse. Man, when they found out, I'm like, damn, how they find her? Like, how they find her old OnlyFans that she deleted? Tenacity 38 says, is it just me or just holding frame is stupid, cringe, and gay? Yeah, I agree. That I agree with all three. It's stupid, it's cringe, and I do. Yeah, it is gay. Basically, you're teaching men by holding frame is basically to accept abuse. And I no. By the way, let me tell you guys something. I had told recently, like the musicians I was playing with, I told them about, look, there's this girl that I met. I might bring her around one of my shows. The thing is, she's 18 years old, and everybody stopped in their tracks. Like I was like R. Kelly or something. And then lo and behold, this week I asked some of them, I'm like, wait, how old are y'all girlfriends? Dude, damn near all of them. Because all of these guys are in their 20s, they're in their mid 20s. Yeah, a lot of them are in their mid or late 20s. All of their girlfriends are older than them. I'm talking about significantly older than them. Like, I was talking to one person, his girlfriend was 4 years older than him, and he's 28. And I'm like, wait a minute, when did you meet her? Oh, I met her 3 years ago. Another dude, his girlfriend, 3 years older than him. Like, I'm like, what's going on? We've reversed, bro. We've reversed. I'm telling, like, it's a complete role reversal in real time that I'm witnessing. Because I said out loud by accident, I said I could never date a woman that is older than me. I don't like that dynamic, me personally. But it was really just me, because everybody in the group, their women or the ladies that they knocked up is either she's 1 year older or significantly older. Nobody in the group, everybody in the group, they're dating women that are, or primarily sleeping with women that are older than them. And I'm like, or they're getting consistent sex from women that are older than them. And now, as I see this, I'm like, bro, we might be like, I know I always say we're cooked, but we're definitely cooked. Like, what's the point of being with society in general cannot progress if you have a bunch of men thinking that they can work out long-term, family or relational solutions with older women or women that are older than them. You can't. How I grew up, right? Yeah, my dad, I think, yeah, my dad was what, like 28, and then my mom was 24, 23, right? So that's like that's a normal situation, right? My grandpa on my dad's side, right? He was like, I think he was like in his 40s, and I think the my grandma was like in her 20s or something crazy like that. Like, it was like a significant age gap. You know what I mean? So, but that's what I grew up seeing, or that's what I thought was normal. Like, it's just normal to see, or the parents that you saw, the dad was older, the woman was younger. Now it's completely reversed. So we're at a really interesting point in society. Like, because me, I can never, like, I've advised men in real life. I'm like, I already told you about the story about this Asian dude I gave a ride home. He paid me money to give him a ride home or whatever, and he overpaid me by like 40 or 50 bucks. But he was basically running away from a woman that was causing him trouble at the bar, at the restaurant that I was playing at. And he was what, 26? Yeah, he was 26. And the woman that he was dating was 28 years old. And I told him, I'm like, bro, just between me and you can't date a woman my age, right? I'm 27. I'm going to turn 28 this year. I'm like, you can't be dating a woman my age. You need to be dating a woman that's like 3 to 4 years younger than you. That's just me. Because I wouldn't even say around his age. You need to, you're because even if you're 28 and the woman's 21, that 21-year-old woman, just to let you guys know, her life experience far exceeds your experience. Believe it or not. Even with a 9-year age gap. Look at what happened with Akash. He was in his early 30s. He met the girl at 21, and her life experience was like night and day. So this is unfortunately, this is kind of like the conundrum that we're in right now. So you need to be in a situation where you have the leverage as the man. When you're in these so-called little, what they call, partnerships and all these things, it's one thing if you guys are long-term and she's already built things with you and you guys are the same age. But especially right now, women are not trying to, build anymore. They're not trying to do that. They're not trying to do that. Pyro says, Chris, I was 26 last month. Oh yeah, and by the way, like if you're married now, right? But like you guys, like the ideal situation is you guys are around the same age, right? That's the ideal situation. You guys are the same age. You're like in the same grade, right? You're in the same class. And then you guys meet and then you build together. That's the ideal situation for, what we would deem an average couple. But now I'm just saying nowadays they're not trying to do that. Exactly. Tenacity 38 says older women are only recreational use only, if even that. I'll say nowadays, I think older women are just too dangerous. They're on. I would say me personally, I would avoid me personally. I would avoid women that are around the ages 25. How about this? I'll be fair. I would avoid women from the ages 28 and up. Sorry, 27 and up, I would avoid. Right? And if you meet like a 35-year-old woman and she just want to have fun, fine. All right, I got you. But I would avoid 27 through 34 specifically. I'll say specifically 27 to 34, because around those ages is where she's going to pressure you to lock it in with her, meaning she's going to pressure you to marry her. She's going to pressure you to take it serious, because just during that time, especially if she's not had kids yet, her biology is going to be screaming at her that she needs to have kids. So she will do things. She will say things to trick you into locking it in with her. She will, she'll love bomb you. She'll do all types of things. Now, if you want to mess with an older chick, just for the beans of it, all right, I wouldn't do. Because I'm thinking about your self-esteem as man. It's almost like it's like smashing a fat woman. Like, yeah, that's easy, but you're not gonna feel good about yourself, afterwards. That's why I tell men not to do that. Because I used to do that in terms of women with weight on them. And then I remember there was this one chick, and I don't know. I didn't feel like a man afterwards, because it's low. Messing with fat women, no matter her age, she could be young, right? No matter the age, I just feel like it's low hanging fruit. He says older women equals recreational use. Zero G says it's funny how compromised men and aging women have problems with two legal adults getting together because of the gap. Yeah, and then on top of what's interesting is you have older women now targeting younger men, and there seems to be no problem. He goes, Tenacity says after 34. I'll say this because after 34, 35, I think women start to realize, look, nobody's really they're not gonna take me seriously. So I'm talking because I'm kind of taking Black women and Latino women out of the conversation. Specifically with Latino women, they can just get pregnant anytime they want to for a lot of them, right? So you got to be careful with that. And then what happens with Black women, a lot of them they don't age the same way as white women, so they still think they got it. So I'm kind of excluding them when it comes I'm talking about particularly with the dominant society of women. So that could be Caucasian, that could be European, right? All of that. Usually after that time, it starts to sink in somewhere around their late 30s that no man is really going to take me seriously. Only a complete simp is going to take me seriously. And then remember, after 34, or sorry, really technically after 30, so I forgot what the age is, but yeah, after 34 is basically it's considered a geriatric pregnancy. So you can maybe get away with just having fun with a older woman without, even if she wants to have something serious, you could be like, piss off, you can't get pregnant, right? So that's why I say after 30, because you still during that window of 27 and 34, if they get pregnant, they're gonna keep it. I'm telling you. Now after, I'll say after the age of 35, they're least likely to get pregnant. So you could get away with maybe a one night stand here and there with somebody like that, even though I wouldn't even recommend sleeping with a woman like that, but you could get away with it. You could get away with it because they're probably like they can't get pregnant at especially if she's white, and especially if she's never had kids before that. If you meet with a woman that's like 38, especially if she's white and she's never had kids before, she's not going to have a kid. Like for her to get pregnant is going to have to be very intentional, meaning IVF treatment. And they can't afford IVF treatments on their own. They're going to have to lock it down with the man and he's going to have to agree to help her pay for IVF treatment. And most men are not going to get far enough with her to get locked in on something that's stupid. That's why I say, for me, avoid women 27 to 34. That's just me. Just doing the maths, of it. Yep. Zero G said it best. Older women are simply practice. Shout out to Garrett Grant though in the chat. Shout out to Garrett Grant. Salute. Yeah, 35. Yes, 35 plus is considered a geriatric pregnancy. So that's why I say, yeah, from 27 to 34, avoid. She's gonna it's just it's not like they actually like the men that they're with. They need a baby. They need to lock. They got to lock in with somebody. So they'll quote unquote settle, and then once she pops out that kid, it's literally going to be 5 months in or a year in, and she's going to give you your parting papers because she got what she wanted. I'm telling you. I think I have a clip. He goes, sound advice. Dude, I'm telling you, avoid 20. Because me, I'm a little bit extreme. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I'm a little bit extreme, but I gotta get practical advice. But for me, no older than 23. I think you're risking it if you're doing over 23. I'll say, I'll say this: it depends by race. I'm not gonna lie, it does depend by race. So that's why I say like avoid single moms because because if she's gotten pregnant once, she'll get pregnant again. She knows what to do. Um, but yeah, when it comes to, I'll say specifically when I date white women, no more than 23. Anything over 23, that's risky. Um, Hispanic women, I tend to give them leeway. I'll keep it a buck with you. With Hispanic women, I tend to give them a little bit of leeway. So they'll be, I've dated a couple 25, 26. Like even when I was like 23, I've dated 24, 25, right? When I was 23. Or when I was, I remember when I was 22, I was dating a 26, right? But like I said, that wasn't even a serious situation. That was just, we was just fucking for a week, right? But when it comes to age, I try not to let it get past that 26 mark, the 25 mark. Yeah, you can have your one night stands, but these, I don't know, women that are 28, 28, that's risky because she's got baby rabies and she's sitting there, she mad at the world because men aren't taking her seriously. If she gets pregnant, she might just keep it. Because at least with a young girl, even though she's not supposed to do it, say if you fuck up and you knock her up, even though that's on purpose as well, you could probably convince her to not keep it. Right? But most of the time, most of the young girls that I've seen or have met, they're on some kind of birth control. They're on something. They're on something to where they can deter it. Or even if they do get knocked up, they'll just they'll delete it in secret. They'll just do what they have to do in secret, and then they won't tell nobody, right? But most of these chicks, they're on some kind of birth control. They're on something, right? Or they'll insist that you use a condom, right? Or some kind of protection, or they have some IUD, right? They have something. They have something to prevent these things. Yeah. Oh, okay. So let me see. Zero G Tactics says Kevin Samuels called 27 through 34 the danger zone. So that's what he was talking about. I thought when he was saying the danger zone, I thought it just meant 30 plus. I thought when he was saying danger zone, I thought he meant 30 plus. But okay, that's smart. Yeah, like I said, for me, because look, how old was Tommy Lauren when she made that All Men Are Trash video? She was like, what, 28, 27? I just know during that time, how about this? The countless videos I've showed you where you have women talking about, I want to settle down. They're always what, 26, 27, 28. It's always around that. It's always at the end of their 20s, in the later half of their 20s. Now they want to, but I think he said danger zone for, I don't know if I think Kevin Samuels was talking about danger zone meaning that at that point, she can't have the same, standards as she did when she was in her 20s, right? So I think that's what he meant by the danger zone. But like with me, when I talk about 27, 34, I'm just saying, just be careful with those women. Just be careful. Let me see. Zero G says, in the American server, I don't move seriously past 21, and even that's a stretch. I'd rather travel out if that's the case. Yeah, I'll because we might be seen as extreme, but me, no more than 23. That's what I prefer. No more than 23, right? And it's just it's not even necessarily just, oh, you just want something it's just for my protection, right? And it's just I want to put myself in the most advantageous situation. And as a man, you shouldn't be afraid to say that. I want to put myself in the best position to succeed when it comes to dating, because that's what women are doing. Women are just doing what's best for them. So what's wrong with you as a man doing what's best for you, and not really caring about what the outside, what they might say on the outside. Cope Approach says, I hate that IUD crap. Cope Approach says, yeah, 27 is like the beginning of the danger zone. Yeah, 27, like you're dealing with like a predator at that point. Now, I'll say this, what's interesting is they're catching a lot of these, 25, 26-year-old married females with kids and students and all this stuff. And they're always around that same age, 26, 27. I remember they caught this one girl I did a story on. Because a lot of these women coming up, they're just predators. You can't trust. You know how? So I'm going to show you a picture of a teacher that got caught last year that I did a story on. I still got her picture. I'm about to show you right now. So this is a picture. This picture I'm showing you right now. This was a teacher that got caught sleeping with her students. Like, I think of like with this picture that I'm showing you with her, this was with a middle school student. This wasn't with like a high school student. She was caught with a middle school student. And you have to wonder, she can get a guy. Like, this is like a regular 6 out of 10, 7 out, like, no, sorry, not this is a regular 6 out of 10 chick. 5 out of 10 or 6 out of 10. Like, she can find somebody. She can find somebody, like somebody. But she, like, for her to get caught out with a middle school student, that means she was going out her way. You know what I mean? Like, she could get somebody, but even still, she felt like her best option was to go after a kid. And this is a relatively attractive, I'll say relatively attractive, because here she doesn't have any makeup. She doesn't have any enhancers in her face. She looks like she's, I think in this picture, she's around 25 years old, 24 years old, 26 years old. I don't remember specifically the age. She was either 24, 25, or 26. But she got caught with a middle school student. So in the future, what you guys are going to have to realize, because, back in the day when they show these male predators, you kind of look at them and you're just like, ugh, where did they find this guy? In this new age of older predators, and now with females are now being, more and more females are getting exposed for being predators. Back in the day, you could just drop off your kid at like, a woman's house. You can just, you'll just trust, okay, I have a female babysitter. You just automatically, you get a female babysitter. I think we have to rethink how we do things in the future, because I'm seeing like relatively attractive women getting caught with kids. And I'm like, how is that even possible? I'm talking about women that could get a guy or already have a guy. They're already married and they're getting caught out with kids. So in the future, we really got to vet. We're going to have to really vet. You can't just drop off your kids at women's houses anymore. Just like, oh, I can just drop her off at Miss Johnson's house. She's single. She doesn't have any responsibility. Nope, you can't do that no more. Telling you, especially anybody that's parents in this chat or anybody that's listening, you need to look at your son. Even if your son doesn't have a whole bunch of girls, you got to be honest and be like, look, he might be in danger because of these predatory females out here. Okay. I remember I showed you the picture also of this mixed chick. There's this mixed chick I used to show you guys as an example. This mulatto chick. I remember it's this 26-year-old female light-skinned chick I used to show on here that she got caught out with a kid. I'm like, why? I'm like, you couldn't find nobody. You couldn't find a dude your age. You couldn't find an older dude. You had to go after an underage. Like that scares. I'm telling you, that scares me more. because she actually has options and she wants to be with kids. And especially what happens is when people see attractive people in general, they already assume the best from them just off of their looks. So as a female, and you're a relatively attractive female and you still getting caught up, that means you're really yo. But anyways, he said times have changed. Cope approach says, when I was an infant, my female babysitter burned me in the back with cigarettes. Ooh, sheesh. That's dark as hell, man. I'm sorry that happened to you. He said, I'm pretty sure she went to jail for it. Because you see, unfortunately, it takes young men like you, or when you were young. I'm not even trying to diss, but when you were younger, you know, when something like that happens to you, where you got to bring this story up just to remind people, like, look, women can do wrong, guys. Like, women can actually be very abusive, like very abusive. They said male predators always look like candy van owners or ice cream truck drivers. If you're a man working in a space like you're a babysitter or you're a teacher, or if you're working with kids in general, people are always going to have their eye on you. Even if you're good at what you're doing, they're always going to have your eye on you. So for these females to get caught, like I'm talking about they're getting caught now. I think that's the only difference between now and back then. And then, but especially now, you're getting caught. I mean, that just shows you how bad it is, because they're already assuming the best from you if you're a female and you're in these type of environments around kids. He says, she lucky my dad or aunt ain't put her underground. He says, for what it's worth, I don't remember the pain firsthand. I think I was less than a year old at the time. But yeah, that's awful. But women will do stuff like this. And they just don't think women are capable of doing that. And there's actually countless stories of this. And then you'll even say yourself, you'll be like you'll even have other women, they'll say, oh, but you know men are predatory. Would you rather have a female babysitter or a male babysitter? I'm like, well, whoever babysitter I hire, first of all, I don't want any babysitter, to be quite honest with you. I'm gonna call all my relatives first, and I gotta be careful. You gotta be careful about that as well. But if you're hiring a babysitter, you need to really make sure it's somebody that's well vetted and somebody that already has a good reputation. Whoever you got, you need to vet, whether male or female. And then you'll say, there are plenty of female babysitters that have been caught out, and they'll act like you're talking about a unicorn. I'm like, no, there's plenty of female babysitters that have done dastardly things and nothing happened to them. They didn't get no type of punishment for doing things that even the most violent of criminals wouldn't do. Oh man. Shout out to B Watkins in the chat. He says, yo, the dog is here. He says, where the hood at DMX. Shout out to B Watkins in the chat. He says, my aunt and my sister nieces are the only people I currently trust my kids with, if I had any. Yeah, like I said, there's very few females I would trust with my kids. Right? Very few. I would trust my sister. I would trust my specifically, I would only trust one of my two of my mom's sisters, right? I have my opinions on other people in the family that I can't talk about, right, for safety purposes. But I'm just saying, just personally, it's very few, because then you also got to take into account that sometimes you'll have a aunt or a sister in the family that are very good with kids, but their sister isn't trustworthy around kids, right? So you got to take that also into account, or their daughter isn't good around kids. So these are the other things you got to take, because people will be like, oh, she's good with kids, but they forget that her daughter or her sister hangs out with her. So that means her abusive sister or her abusive daughter will also be around your kids as well. So it's not just the individual, it's the environment. So in terms of like, okay, let me call a person. I will say this. I'll say this. I'm proud to say this. All of my uncles I can trust. So maybe that's a privileged position for me to say, but basically I'm saying all of the uncles that I know of, because I'm pretty sure, because I have plenty of other uncles that I don't, obviously I don't know, but all the uncles that I know, I can trust them around, kids. I could like, if I had a kid and say something bad, tragic would have happened to me, I want them to raise my kids, right? But that's maybe that's a position of privilege, you know. Um, but it is what it is. B. Watkins says, I'd rather my women take care of my kids, no Chads and Tyrones. Cope Approach says, also female suspect homicides seem like they are increasing. Yep. Or at least I see them in the news more. He said, mind you, you said you could trust your sister. Yeah, same here. Like, I'll say this, me personally, my sister is the only person I could trust. Female, really, I could be like, all right, because it's not necessarily just you being good with kids. It's like you as an adult. How do you take care of yourself? What's your character like? And there's some people that are good with kids, but they're terrible examples to be around your kids. So it's like when I start diving deep into that, you'll realize there's a lot of moms or single moms, they don't think that far ahead. They'll just give their kids to somebody that's good with kids, but they don't understand the person that's good with kids, that person's relatives is also at the house and they might not be good with kids. So I got to take that all into account. So when I say specifically my sister, or I'll say, my mom, right? They're going to do things. I'll say for my sister, my sister, she's going to do things where she's not going to let the kid out of her sight. You know what I mean? When I say that like they're going to make sure they're there. They're not going to leave it up to chance. They're going to make sure the kid is around to see. You know what I mean? He says, I don't even have any uncles. She says she's been happily married for 2 years. That's funny. Yeah. Psycho female babysitters eating Chad's kids to try and take him, and Chad then crashes out and eats the babysitter to mess. Yes, I've been seeing a lot of that. I gotta really think though. I would trust. My brother and my sister. Because right now my brother he's going out with a girlfriend, like he has a girlfriend right now, so I don't really know how she is, so I gotta watch out for that. But this whole thing, like, people think there's a face to abuse. You know what I mean? You never know. But at the same time, you got to just go off of what you heard. You got to go off actions, and it's interesting. Like you'll have like the feminists. They'll be like, you can't name me 3 or 4 of your friends that you trust your daughter or they'll trust your sister around. And I'm like, yes, I can. I literally can name like 5 dudes. Some of them you've actually seen in my chat. Ainsley, my guy, my college roommate, really technically most of my college all of my college roommates, really. 2 of my middle school friends I still talk to this day, I could trust. There's actually a lot of dudes. But I don't when feminists say things like that, like I don't do they feel like I don't know why when they say things like that, they think that men don't take that into account when we're talking about male friends or we're talking about our best male friends. I don't have many friends in general, but the ones that I do, I can trust. And it's not necessarily, oh, they're gonna because I know there's certain dudes I could trust them with my kids. I know they'll do a terrible job, but I can trust them with with the kids. But they really think that most of these dudes are out here just graping hoes. You know what I mean? But really, it's a lot of it is projection because when they were 14 and 15, they was out here running with drug dealers and predators. I'm talking about knowingly hanging out and having sex with predators. You know, so a lot of them got to be honest about how they were living back in the day. They, you know, but anyways, yeah, the isolated family units. Exactly. He says, personally, I would just trust my mom. That said, it sucks that American, the new, with the isolated family units. So now you have all these because the mom and dad are always at work. So you got to always entrust your baby, your kids to somebody else. And I just think, especially these female teachers now, they're too mentally unstable. They're mentally unstable. I don't think they're mentally stable enough to even teach. And I thought that when I was a kid. So I already know it's way worse now. And people are shocked. They got this. Man, why these kids, they can't read? What's going? Why? How come these kids can't read anymore? It's because it's the teachers. We got mostly female teachers that are not doing a good job. But anyways, yeah, the isolated families is just spreading over to America. But yeah, he says also a lot of predators are multiple time offenders. It's not like all these crimes are a different person. Yeah, exactly. A lot of these people are multiple, but somehow it gets depending on who it is, they'll sweep it under the rug. It says female and male teachers always favor the female students. I don't want to imagine how horrific it is now for dudes. Yeah, it's because I saw this when I was a kid. I'm like, yo, you be letting these hoes get off the hook. I used to complain about that when I was a kid. I'm like, yo. But people used to be mad because I would bring up, certain girls that were doing things. Because I used to say certain guys that were doing things that they were getting away with and whatnot. But I'm like, how about she's been talking to whole. I used to bring that up. And people used to think I was making excuses. But I really, especially I'll say middle school, I was like, yeah, these teachers are really, they always favor the female. They never get kicked out of class. I only knew like one girl that was getting kicked out of class. That's how you knew she was a troublemaker. I knew her personally, but that's like the only broad, like out of all the broads that I know, and I know plenty of them done dirt, I've only known of one girl that got kicked out of class. Exactly. Yep. He says you had to be either 6 feet tall, handsome, college-bound athlete to get favored like women do. Yep. These are facts. Just look at high school.
You know who she is?
No.
Yeah. No? Esther Perel?
Yeah.
Okay, you should look it up. She's got a really good TED Talk. With women, their interest in men, it drops like a hockey stick over time. Men, it's a lot slower. Okay, but with women, with proximity and familiarity and being around the guy a lot, their interest in him drops dramatically, which I think is why you run into a lot of these problems, with this data that shows that less than 12% of people are in a state of love after almost 9 years, and less than 3% are in a state of bliss. So you still have the management issue of that long-term relationship. There's a lot of environmental factors that are very, very difficult to manage. And that's why my approach is more along the lines of structure your life in an intelligent way and live it to your account the way that you want.
Yeah, well, I understand, but
you still have kids do all this. You can still have a woman.
You haven't actually explained how. Even if it's the case that they vet these women under your view, and you go move to a state where they're good to fathers.
Right. And that's why
hang on. Just let you go for a while, Rich.
Let Andrew
respond. Under your view, you have not eliminated the risk. And your whole attack of what it is that I propose, exactly, right. It manages risk. So your whole attack on my view was, but that doesn't eliminate all the risk. 9% still pretty high. It's like, well, wait a second. you're not eliminating the risk either. You're only doing the same thing I'm doing, which is risk management, except
Right.
when I look at it and
But I
show
mean, you're
people,
just
hang on,
saying
Rich,
what
I
you
didn't cut you off. I let you go. Give me a second.
Go.
Okay. Under your view, what you just outlined to them, even if they follow that to a letter, you've not eliminated the risk. And your criticism of me was, well, wait a second, Andrew, you haven't eliminated the risk. It's like, it's the same thing. You have the same view as me, except the distinction is the secularists who follow your view are almost always in that average. They're almost always next to that national average when it comes to divorce rates. But the people who follow my view are way under that average. They're only around 9, 10%. Hang on, Rich, let me finish my point. They're only around 9, 10% in many cases. In some cases, a little higher, 17, 18%. But that's still really low in comparison to the national average for these
Right.
things.
And what percentage of those people are happy still?
You have not, well, you haven't demonstrated any.
B. Watkins says, even if you're 6'5" and look like Bjorn Anderson, some old white women / hags will treat you badly since they see the Chad that got away, ghosted / didn't commit. That is true. That could be a double jeopardy. I'll say this. It's not a matter from what I've seen in school. It's not a matter of, I'm not saying looks don't play into a factor as a man. I'm just saying you can be the biggest troublemaker in the class as long as you feed into giving the female teacher attention, meaning you're always talking to her, you're making jokes with her, you make her feel like she's involved with your shenanigans, she will always give you a pass. That's what I've seen. Because the worst thing you can be for a female teacher is basically if you treat her like she doesn't exist, meaning the worst thing in class is not necessarily to be a troublemaker, is to be a guy that doesn't really care what the teacher says. Meaning if you're just a guy that's just like, okay, even if you do all of your homework, if you don't return back, if you don't participate in her shenanigans, if you're not giving her like that same attention, if you're just like, yeah, whatever. I'm talking about, you don't even have to be rude. I've seen this. Like, I knew this one dude. There was this one girl I went to high school with. I knew her boyfriend, and I would hear how the teachers would talk crazy about him. And the way the teachers were talking crazy about him, then I just happened to ask, I'm like, why do motherfuckers be talking bad about this one dude? His name was it was a Hispanic dude that I knew. And the way they were talking about, I'm thinking he's talking greasy in class. I'm thinking no, mad chill, mad cool. He's just like, the teachers would tell him, look, if you don't do this in terms of work, it would be certain work he just wouldn't do. You know what I mean? I'm like, all right, so then just give him the grade that he deserves and then just move on. No, because at the end of the day, they're not allowed to necessarily fail you, but he didn't care whether he failed or passed. He just did whatever he wanted. He didn't talk back to the teachers, but he never talked with them either. So they treated this ninja like he was a terrorist, but all he did was just not really talk. So basically, the teachers would like call on him, right? So say if the teachers want people to participate in the class, they'd be like, okay, so this is blah, 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 2x equals this. So x equals Hermando. I'm just making up his name, right? Hermando. And he'll just look at them like, I don't know. But what if I'm good? Those guys, they get treated the worst by female teachers. I'm telling you this. I can stand on that. It's not the troublemakers, trust me. Because as long as the troublemakers joke with the teachers, as long as they, be talking about, hey, Mrs. Whatever, you be looking pretty today. If he does one of those things, teacher's not gonna call him the teacher's not gonna treat him bad. I'm telling you. It's that guy where they call on the dude's name and he doesn't want to answer and he doesn't want to participate and he's just like, whatever. Those are the guys that get treated the worst. Like, guys like that, they've kind of already accepted their fate, even though it's kind of sad. But to treat, like, the way they talk about guys like that, like these guys are like, the way they talk about them, you think like they're doing the worst. These are the worst people on earth, but they're not. It's just, those are guys. They'll you never know what they're going through at home. Right. But it's, for some reason, it's like the actual troublemaker that's like making, sex noises in class. you, you know what I mean? The guy that's actually like real disrespectful as hell to the teacher. That guy gets treated way better than the guy that just doesn't want to participate. Yep. B. Watson says, well, Chris Mike says it's true. In fact, the troublemakers get treated even better. First black pill of seeing the bad boys get better treatment. Hey, I don't want to even get, too much in my personal life, but I'm telling you, I got treated way better in middle school than I did in high school. And I was way better behaved in high school. But I got way better treatment in middle school and elementary school. And you people can say, oh, you're an outsider. Oh, it's because you were black. No, it's not that. It might be part of it, but mostly it's because when I was in high school, as quiet as I was, I caused literally zero, never got kicked out of class, but I would never play into those female teachers' games. That's why, like, I remember there was even one female teacher that I had, I think junior year. She was like, oh my God, like, you're such a good student. I don't know what. It's almost like she was given information about how I was as a student by somebody else, but she just stopped short of saying that. I was like, the fuck? Who's saying I'm like, I don't talk to nobody. I don't bother. I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, where's this coming from? And then I was like, oh, I remember, because I just knew, like, freshman year, because I wasn't good at completing homework. And then if the teacher asks, okay, are you going to do anything to make up for it? And I'm just like, nah, I'm just accept this L, my bad. And I just moved on. That's what I would do, especially freshman and sophomore year. If I missed my homework, and if people and like teachers would like try to put me on blast for it, but I wouldn't make a big deal about it. I'll just be like, I'll just make up for it, whatever, And it was like, for me, like, shaming doesn't work for me. Like, when it comes to motivating me, shaming doesn't work. So because of that, I think that's kind of what got spread out about me. But it was just certain classes I would do well in, and in certain classes I would just be garbage at, and I was one of those dudes that I would just accept my L. But it was interesting when I saw that. And then specifically with this one dude that I knew, he was quiet. And all the kids were cool with him. Mad chill, a lot of broads wanted to be with that same dude, It's just mad chill dude. He was just one of those guys, like, if the teacher tried to put him on blast, he didn't care. And he never entertained it, never talked to the teachers. Same thing. I never talked to the teachers. Those are the guys that get treated worse. The bad dudes, the dudes that be causing all the chaos, the teachers actually like those guys, believe it or not. Yeah, the class clown / bad boy makes the women feel something. Exactly. It's the ones where the woman can't really feel empathy for the guy. That's the ones that the woman actually treats the worst. That is a black pill. It is a black pill. Oh man. Oh yeah, that's what they think. So he's a Cope approach says, I could be off, but I think some women feel safer around a bad boy than a good guy because the bad guys often are the better protector. But that's that's how the women feel, But that's why it's very important to grow up around fair people, around a fair, not necessarily a dad, but a fair dad and a fair mom, right? So they'll teach you that the good guy, it's better to be with the good guy because a good guy can protect you by making sure you're not in a certain position to, in the first place. Prevention is often better than protection. B. Watkins says it helps that the teachers, especially the white women, want to be seen as the savior of the underprivileged youth. They watch too much Freedom Riders or whatever that movie was called. Yeah, I think that was it with me. And that, yeah, I'll say that was I'll say that was with me. And I'll definitely say with the dude that I was talking about, he wasn't my friend or anything, but I was just astonished at how much shit teachers would talk about him. It was crazy. And I'm like, this dude is quiet. Like, I'm like, I don't see what you. I'm like, you talk about this guy like he's a terrorist. He did just enough to pass so he can move on with his life, and he was pretty unapologetic about it. Right now, I was kind of like that with certain classes. Certain, not all, just certain. Now, junior and senior year, my grades got significantly way better. Right, but freshman, sophomore year, I struggled. Right, and then I was just like, okay, let me just try to keep it simple for myself. Cope Approach says either because he can fight or he doesn't get tested much in the first place, so she assumes he's a better protector subconsciously. I agree. I can agree with that. Yeah, exactly. You need to have some kind of edge to you. Yes, I agree. Because women just I always make the Wolverine reference, the Logan/Wolverine reference. You need to have some kind of edge. So Jean she feels safe with Scott, but she feels something different with Logan. You know what I mean? It's a different energy. it's the perfect example. Oh man. B. Watson says the issue is that in the modern days, most good guys /simps / safe nice guys fail at both protecting and prevention. They're all too weak. Facts. Because I'm one of those guys. I'm more, most of us here, I will say we're more on prevention. We're heavy on the prevention part, and we don't care what backlash we get, from when we're we're pro prevention more than pro protection, and if you want to dismiss prevention, you on your own. That's how I work, right? Because protection is supposed to be last ditch effort in case of emergency. XVYJZ says basically guys like us who are a mix of the good guys and the bad boys and mind our own business. Exactly. The worst thing, like I said, the worst thing you can be for a woman is boring. The worst thing, or to put her in a position where she can't feel anything about you, whether she can't feel good or bad, nothing. And then Cope Approach did, or I think B. Watkins said it, the Freedom Riders thing. Yeah, if you don't, because a lot of these female teachers, they come in thinking they're here to save the world, and all that stuff, and they get a bitter dose of reality, and they just end up acting how they acted when they were in high school. Cope Approach says, I've seen another story about a guy setting himself on fire when the cops found him after unaliving his GF. Aura. Yeah, they don't know. Yeah, they don't know how to read us. But yeah, Logan, the Logan Wolverine method, that's something that I often mention on my channel. That's what they're always intrigued by people like that. So that's the dynamic that I always bring up. That's the like when you talk about bad boy, he seems he's untamable, right? He leaves Charles Xavier's mansion at will. Everybody complains about him leaving the Charles Xavier's mansion. He comes in with his motorcycle. All right, I'm back. It's the perfect, like the Logan Wolverine analogy is perfect. But anyways, man,
these people would be happy with this arrangement. Show me. You can't. You just assume it. You can't.
Show me. I'm not assuming it. Because,
then show me.
Well, when you follow the data around long-term relationships and living together, it's not very good. There's a lot of people that live together that might be Christian Orthodox that fall into your 9 or 10% category, whatever happens to be, that are living together. They're in shitty marriages.
Wait a second. Hang on. I want to clarify something.
The people that are paying for Sophia Rain's OnlyFans are Christian men.
Sure, but of course,
but these guys are jerking off to porn and the wives.
Of course, but so are secularists men. So what?
No, those are Christian men. Remember, 90% of male users on OnlyFans are men.
The thing
they
is,
stay married
though,
because that's
the
what
thing,
the rules say. But is
yeah,
that
but hang on.
Sorry. 90. I messed that up. 90% of male users of OnlyFans are married men.
I want the
That's still
delineation
married?
here. Are you saying that if you date the same woman and you're not cohabitating with her and you're not married to her, that somehow you're going to love her more?
Yes.
Okay, can you demonstrate that?
You have some distance.
Yeah, can you demonstrate that?
You have some distance between you and her. Yeah, because you're not.
Okay,
living
with
her. You're
what?
not living with her.
What date are you appealing to for that?
Sorry.
What date are you appealing to for that?
Well, I mean, you can use the data from the Aaron and Acevedo one.
Okay,
Because
and where in
we're talking
the
about couples that are living together?
yeah, but that doesn't hang on. That them demonstrating that couples living together may fall out of love doesn't demonstrate the couples who are dating long term don't also do so. I would need the actual data for that.
Well, look, Andrew. I mean, there's lots of data out there. Okay, and there's lots of data that's just bullshit data, like we talked about earlier. But from the perspective of
Hang on, I need a clarification here. Are you saying that there's no actual data that shows that just because you're dating a person long term, you don't fall out of love with them? You're just assuming that, right?
well, I don't think that we have data on this stuff.
Yeah. So the thing is
But
like you can't demonstrate for me that's even true.
Yes, I can, because
Okay, go ahead.
when men and women live together, the chances and the probabilities of them actually having a good experience living together is lower than when you live separately. Again, you can love a woman and not.
Now, that doesn't necessarily mean living separately is because there's no data for, living separately is better for, in terms of keeping the spark alive per se. But there is definitely data and there's definitely evidence for long-term cohabitation, situations, and the results are what they are. So that doesn't mean the opposite is true, but we've seen the effects of long-term cohabitation in people with that's even been, that's cohabitated with a woman for over a year. They should already they know what he's talking about. You know what I mean? Even that. Just like over like you live with a woman for over 2 years, it's not going to be the same. So that's just common sense.
Not live with her, believe it or not, Andrew.
Of course, and nobody said that you couldn't. But what you failed to demonstrate is whether or not if you're dating the same woman for the same amount of time, that you're less likely to fall out of love with her because you don't live with her. That's not the data doesn't support that. You're assuming it. Hang on, baking it into your worldview as an assumption that this is somehow better as a risk mitigation factor. When I'm showing a risk mitigation factor that is working descriptively right this second that has data to support it, how's that not better?
Well, that's not true. Both that doesn't work. So the orthodox whatever style, the ecclesiastical marriage, that doesn't work. Because women still have the advantage in that situation, and then Rich Cooper with his co-parenting. That's not something I agree with either. Co-parenting doesn't work. You need to be in a situation as a man. You need to have full custody, right? So if you can find a way to finesse it, like what I'll say this: what I'm seeing, shout out to the Caucasian men. I've been noticing something that Caucasian men have been doing. Let me give them some their propers real quick. What I'm seeing Caucasian men are doing, a lot of them are, marrying or cohabitating with black women, right? Particularly black women that are more in love with them more than that they're in love with that black woman. And then the white dudes are divorcing them first. Like as soon as they possibly can, they're beating them to the punch. Like when the black woman least expected, and then they're getting like primary custody. I've been noticing that. It's like especially like the more famous black women that you see that married white dudes, and then they complain about them having to pay the white dude alimony, them having to pay um child support to the white dude, and he has primary custody. Now those guys, they can say that, okay, I'm winning. I'm getting something out of this because they're beating their women to the punch. So really, what men should kind of take note of this. They should what men should be doing is this. Okay, I gotta be with a bitch. It's kind of fucked up when you think about it. I gotta be with a bitch that wants to be with me more than I want to be with her, and then I have to beat her to the punch when it comes to separation, right? And then on top of that, you have to be willing to date a woman that's making more than you, right? And sorry, to have her agree to marry you without a prenup, and she's making more than you. So that's already going to be a hard ask. Now, Exactly. I was about to say, so that's already a hard rest. Now, like so B Watson says Brad is historically good out outplaying Keisha. So you're gonna have to, yeah, that's like I said. So that there's a lane, particularly for I'll say for Caucasian dudes, there's a lane for you. It's just as a Caucasian man, you're gonna have to beat Keisha or the Asian women to the punch. Or I'll say it's gonna be hard for Latino women because Latino women they're crazy. So they'll stalk you, they'll start doing, Santeria. The black woman, she's just gonna be in a state of shock. Black women, they're just gonna be like, I can't believe I thought he. So it's basically like the average earning white dude that are dating black women that are making a little bit more than them. Those guys are winning because they divorce the woman first and then they get child support and they get alimony. So that's smart. Like that's smart. Now, everybody else, I don't know if they can pull that off. Yeah, the reverse Uno. Because I've been noticing that. I'm like, you know what? That's smart. Because now they can say, oh, we're co-parenting, but they have primary custody. The black woman has to watch herself because at the end of the day, if it's a white man, black woman in court, it's actually equal. You're actually looking at an equal situation. The white dude knows which lawyer to get. Black woman gonna be stupid and represent herself and then make herself look bad. So it's fair. It's completely fair. And then as the man, you get to have primary custody of your kids. Your philosophy ranks supreme. BWs historically are gonna look crazy. It's a win-win. So that's called, but that's like, as a man, that's you learning the laws, thinking strategically and plotting. This is something that you've already plotted, beforehand. That's smart. XVYJZ says if he gets the bag off of her child support or half her money, that's a W. Exactly. That because what black girls will do, they'll be like, damn, being white, being pro-white didn't work, and then she will do the reach back. You know what I mean? So this is says the black girl will do the reach back for Pookie or a simp who will take the used goods. Because her post game plan, like her game plan post breakup with her white dude or her white Chad or her white Brad is usually not a good strategy. Yep, it says, or she will blame black men for her failure in dating anyways. Exactly. Yeah, black men are still going to take the blame if she gets, if the white dude plays her. Yeah, Halle Berry. Exactly. So that's the move that I'm seeing a lot of white dudes make. But here's the thing. Most white dudes I know, they don't want to date a they don't want to date a black woman. So basically, you're gonna as a man, it's basically forcing you to date somebody that you really don't want to be with, or in terms of you're willing to marry somebody that you're already thinking about replacing in general. So that's kind of like the downside of that strategy. You know what I mean? So it's just like I say, but like I say, if you want primary custody of your kids, if you want the final say on your kids, you're gonna have to do things a little bit unorthodox. It is what it is. There's no perfect solutions out here. What? Wait, Cope Approach said Halle got that good. I know Brad was having a good old time. No, I've heard opposite. I've heard Halle Berry Punani is trash. That's why she keeps going hopping from man to man to man. He says White Chad and Brad enjoyed Halle Berry. Maybe in her younger years, yes. So Penny Proud used to be my crush when I was a kid. One of the few black characters I've had as a crush. when it comes to female actresses slash entertainers that I had a crush on, it wasn't a whole lot. All of my female crushes were like in real life. Because I don't really trust. I have always had a trust for female entertainers anyways, so it just kind of like female entertainers already kind of turn me off. But I'll say I liked I've always wanted like I'll say this, I had a respect for like certain girls in entertainment, right? But they were never real. So like for example, like my favorite, you know who my favorite character was on Avatar and the Last Airbender? You know who my favorite character was outside of Uncle Iroh? Guess who it was. I want you guys to guess who was my favorite character in the Last Airbender in the comments. I want to see if somebody gets it. I'm gonna give you guys 60 seconds. He goes, nope, nobody got it yet. Nobody's got it yet. Somebody said the Cabbage Man. Nope. Qatar, nope. I haven't seen it yet. Somebody's getting close. Somebody's getting close. Somebody's getting close. I'm not gonna say who. Somebody's getting close. Nope, it's not Toph. Pyro, nope, it's not Toph. It's not Toph. You know who? Nope, it's not Toph. Let me see something real quick. Where's my chat? Oh, okay. Let me see. Tenacity. Thank you. May. Yeah, that's my favorite character in Avatar Last Airbender, man. That's my favorite character. Not only my favorite character, but my favorite female character in that whole thing. But you know, man, my favorite line in that whole one of my favorite lines in the Avatar Last Airbender. Remember when even when May and Zuko was broke up when they broke up, and she still saved him, right? Remember when Azula was like, "Why would you disobey me?" And she says, "I love Zuko more than I fear you." I was like, "Oh." And she was about to square up with Azula. I was like, my respect for her. And then like even like her character, like her moodiness throughout the whole series. I found her funny. That was my favorite character now. Like, yeah, her. Now, obviously, Iroh is everybody's favorite character. Obviously, like he's the best. He's the best character in Avatar history. It's not even close. But outside of Iroh, it's May, then Zuko, then everybody else. You know, then it's everybody else. It's May first, then Zuko, because May was duking it out with people that could bend. Hama is a sleeper. Hama's a gangster. People might forget who Hama is the bloodbender, if I'm not mistaken. I could be that was the bloodbender you're talking about, right? She's a sleeper. She freed herself. I got respect for that. That was one of my favorite characters. Yeah, people. I know people are gonna see this. They're gonna be like, "Yo, Chris, you sick as hell." Look, those are my favorite. Yeah, Hama's a sleeper. That was one of my favorite ones. I'll say this: I had respect for. I like how scared everybody was of Ty Lee, because her style, she was able to hit people's pressure points and then they couldn't bend. And people didn't even want to fight. Like people like actually had bending abilities and they did not want to fight Ty Lee. and I'll say Azula was terrifying. Yeah, Azula was terrifying. Zuko, I'll say Zuko had massive respect for his story arc. But yeah, I had massive respect for May. May was my favorite character. she had balls. She had balls. I know people were like, I remember like Azula was saying that, oh, you need to speak out more. But she was her own person. She was literally her own person. I had respect for May. And then Hama, I have massive respect for Hama. Hama's one of my favorites. Because she was a bloodbender. And then I'll say in the and then like my favorite character in the Legend of Korra. My favorite character in the Legend of Korra. Okay, so now that I told you that the May was my favorite in the Last Airbender, who do you think was my favorite in the Legend of Korra? If you guys watched the Legend of Korra, who do you think was my favorite character in the Legend of Korra? And I'll give you a hint. It might be a pair. It might be a pair. I'll give you a hint. It might be a pair. It's an obvious hint right there for the Legend of Korra. Let me see, because also Pyro said he didn't watch the Legend of Korra. So let me I might have to exactly. Yeah, the twins. The twins were my favorite character, particularly the female twin. I forgot what their names were. Those are my favorite characters. I thought she was the funniest. I thought those were the funniest people in that whole series. She was straight up abusing, what's his name? The Earthbender, Bolin. She was just straight up abusing this ninja the whole series. He said, weren't both the twins female? I think I would have sworn one was male and one was female. Let me see something. Let me search up something. I thought one was male, one was female. I could be wrong. Twins from Korra. Those are my favorite characters. Yeah, Desna and Eska. I think it was the daughter and sons. Yeah, the twin son and daughter of Chief Unalaq. Yep. Desna and Eska. Those were my favorite characters. Those were my favorite characters in the Legend of Korra. Easily. It was not even a debate. It was not even a debate. You just gotta, like, if you guys get the chance, just watch them. The stuff that first of all, the stuff that she was saying to Bolin. Somebody said, who was your favorite villain in Korra? Oh yeah, Zahir. Zahir was my second favorite character in the whole thing. Yeah, Zahir. Zahir was awesome, bro. What? Man, in terms of character, one of my favorite characters in that series, I'll say like, yeah, the twins, Zahir, and then if I were to do a top 5, what's her name? I think is her name Zumi? The daughter of the disgraced CEO. The daughter of the disgraced. I liked her a little bit. But Zahir was freaking awesome. Yo, Zahir had them quotes, man. Zahir had them quotes. Yo, Zahir, yeah, Asumi. That was her name. Asumi. I liked Asumi. And then because I didn't like me personally. I didn't like Mako. I didn't like Bolin. I like, you know who I liked? I liked the kids. The kids I'm talking about. All the kids from what's Aang's son's name? I don't know why I'm blanking on his name. Aang's son's kids. I forgot what their names are. Those I liked them. I didn't like I didn't like I didn't like Team Avatar. Yeah, Tenzin. I like Tenzin's kids because all of Tenzin's kids were assets. They weren't just regular kids. Like these were kids that actually had skills. The son, um, the son could literally fart bend, right? But he was really good at what he was doing. One of the daughters could already go into the spirit world at such a young age. And then the other daughter is also very skilled as well. Like these were skilled beings. Like they actually were assets to the show, in my opinion, right? I really liked also, I had respect for Toph's daughter, who was like, I felt like she low-key had a very tragic story, and she was still one of the heroes. So I had respect for that. The one that actually went out with Tenzin first before he met his wife. I actually felt bad for her. Like for her to go through all of that, and then like, her mom basically distancing herself from her, and she still was one of the heroes. I had respect for her story arc. Who else I got to think of? But yeah, I'd have to do a deep dive with with Korra and these people, because the Korra series was a bit interesting because I didn't like the heroes. Like I know, like it's just like I was looking at these guys. I'm like, these guys are kind of weak, because at least with the last Airbender, Toph was a strong bender. Katara became a master. Zuko had a crazy arc, right? And Aang, to me, might be the most powerful. Aang was the most powerful bender out of all of them. So even if Aang wasn't the Avatar, I still think he's the best bender in the whole series. I think he's the best bender ever. Like I'm just talking about just with his what he was able to do. It wasn't even close. Like even if he wasn't the Avatar, he was clearly he was way better than everybody else, including the people in the second show, in the Legend of Korra. But yeah, Zahir was my second favorite character in the Legend of Korra. It wasn't even close. He's one of the best. He's one of the most convincing villains that I've ever seen on screen. I know people, talk about the Legend of Korra. They might say it's not that good series, but I think Zahir had an interesting arc. Zahir was like, because you got to take into account they had Zahir locked up, like away from like everything and everybody, and this was before he gained the ability to airbend. This was so before harmonic convergence, they had him locked up just away from everything because he was just so good at what he did. And so then now you give him airbending, he was damn near unstoppable. He was basically unstoppable, right? So Zahir had those quotes, man. Zahir Zahir had them quotes. Anytime you ask him a Zahir question, you'll be like, okay, Zahir, what's 2 + 2? And he'll be like, have you ever heard the wise words of Guru Lahima? Like, nigga, I'm just telling you what the weather is. Like, the fuck. Zahir had the best quotes. Oh man, I gotta really think about, because I haven't watched Korra in a while. I might have to rewatch it. Because I only watched it twice. Meaning I watched it the original time and when it was on TV, and then I rewatched it again when it was on when I was in college. But yeah, I haven't watched that show in a minute. I gotta rewatch Korra because I'm trying to remember one of his quotes, but I just remember being just so convinced. I'm like, this guy's fucking awesome. And then the in the last, the villain in the last chapter for Avatar, Zuhira, I forgot what her name is. I feel like she was such a weak villain, like, because like Toph basically came out of nowhere, and basically if Toph wanted to, she could have easily beaten Zuhira, whatever that she wanted to unite. Yeah, the great uniter, right? The only thing dangerous about her was she was able to harvest, like, some plants and make it a nuclear weapon, which is dangerous. But her as a Kuvira, what's her name? Yeah, Kuvira. I think her name was Kuvira. Like, that was the only thing. Like, her danger was she was able to make a nuclear power out of the spirit vines. That's what made her dangerous. So she was willing to use spirit energy to get to gain power. So that was what's scary. But her bending, it was weak sauce. It was weak sauce. Zahir single-handedly proved why airbenders had to be taught to be masochists, why they were vegetarians, why they were very peaceful people. Like, Zahir single-handedly showed you just a little bit of airbending power. An airbender with ill attempt could do some serious damage. Like, I'm talking about, like, he was literally taking the breaths away from people with his bending. Like, that's, how do you stop that? How do you stop? You can't even stop that. It's not no blood bending. It's just it's something he could just do. This guy was dangerous, bro. But yeah, Zahir, I liked what he stood for. I like his voice. If you based life on things on what you see, you limit yourself. You limit yourself on the possibilities. I forgot how that quote goes, but it was a gangster ass quote. But anyways, it says airbenders keep getting wiped out like the last airbender, but they're the most powerful ones. But they live as, they have to be peaceful, because if oh yeah, Ming Ho was dope. She was the waterbender with no arms. She was sick. No. So here's the thing. XVY Jay-Z, he says, I thought Amon was going to be a problem. Amon was such a big disappointment to me, because it turned out he was a bender. He's everything that Amon, I hated him so much by the end. When I found out he was a waterbender, I was like, oh, he's basically everything that I stand against. Everything, like, it's almost like Amon is basically like Andrew Wilson. everything that I say, you're thinking he's actually doing the right thing, but he's part of the problem. He just wanted to see the world burn because he had a terrible childhood, but at the same time, he's not the only person that had a terrible childhood. You know what I mean? This dude was just a psychopath that was just trying to take out his childhood trauma onto everybody else. This dude was talking about benders this, bender, and he's a whole blood bender. He's everything that I hate in some, no. At first, I thought Amon was like some kind of freaking, I'm like, yo, this guy's a problem. But when I found out, once his story came out, and then what's it, the tribal water chief, the water bending, the water kingdom politician guy, and he said, nah, that's actually my brother. And I was like, what? I was like, all this drama, all this chaos, and he's a bender. I was like, oh hell no. I remember at the time, people thought. I remember people might not remember this. Remember when people thought Amon was Avatar Aang? Remember, like I remember when Korra first came out, and specifically when his brother tried to waterbend him and it didn't work. People thought Amon was actually really Avatar Aang, and I was like, what? And then I started thinking about it. I was like, huh. But I'm like, maybe this guy is a bender of some sort, because if blood bending doesn't work on him, he has to have some kind of natural advantage that he's not showing to the world. So that's when people started coming to the conclusion that he was a bender of some sort. He had to be, right? B. Waskin says Amon should have just gone full Uncle Ruckus, 102% waterbender with 2% margin of error. Yeah, Amon really disappointed me when they did the reveal and he's just a waterbender. I was like, shame, absolute shame. But yeah, favorite villain Zahir. Look at Zahir's quotes in the Legend of Korra. He's low key. There's a little bit of Zahir in me. I'm not even gonna hold you. In terms of like the quotes, like anytime somebody asks me a quote, I'll be like, "Have you ever heard the wise words of the great Corey Holcomb?" Somebody will ask me a simple question, I'll be like, "Have you ever heard the wise words of Chris Rock? Have you ever heard the wise words of George Carlin?" He'd be like, "Chris, here you go again, quoting these ninjas." Oh man. Zahir's watch it, man. Zahir's fight scenes were sick. He's like, it just shows you why airbenders had to live the way that they did. They had to be monks. If they weren't monks, they would have been serious villains on Earth, because what can't an airbender do? What can't he do? So this is why they were always very peaceful. This is why they didn't have a military. That's why they got wiped out. They didn't have no military. They were all monks. They all had to be, secluded, and they had to be taught peace. And that's why I remember Aang was very serious about, look, I don't want to kill the Fire Lord. It's not the monks told me that I can't, you know what I mean? He says George Carlin was a cynic and basically making fun of America, rather cynical fool who was part of the same club he complained about. This is true, but he wasn't wrong. that's that you know what I mean? So two things can be true. Yes, he was cynical. Yes, he low-key was part of the problem, because at the end of the day, where are you getting your money from? But the people wanted to see George Carlin talk shit. That's what the people requested. That's why he was always working, And then at the same time, he wasn't wrong. He was not like he wasn't wrong about most of these things. Like I even got to give it to somebody who I really didn't like. Sinead O'Connor. As miserable as she was, as much as a miserable feminist hag that she became, which she did not have to be, she was 100% right about what the Catholic Church was doing behind closed doors. And she was one of the few people that spoke out in a time where you weren't really allowed to speak out against that regime. When you talked about the Vatican, like the real gangsters, I had to give her props, but she was a miserable hag. So two things can be true. Two things can be true. But anyways. Exactly. Airbenders would have been worse than the Fire Nation. What can't they do? Look what Zahir was. He didn't even master airbending. Some can even say that airbending kind of held him back in a way, but that's an argument I had with somebody else. So B. Watkins says he wasn't wrong in the sense of what he was saying. The way he framed it was ultimately boomers and Gen X were self-loathing. FAGGOTS, and Carline was no different than the same demographic. I can't disagree with that. I can't disagree with that. But he was not wrong about the politics, right? It's always for the politics, it's always the same game being played on us. They had I remember they interviewed this one, this grandmother. She was 102 years old. She said, everything has changed so much as I lived. She said everything has changed but the politics. It's just the same old stuff. So, anyways, my bad, guys.
Better.
When you live with a woman, you're exposed to family law. When you live in a way that looks like marriage with a woman, you're exposed to family law. One of the other downsides to that is it has an effect on romantic love. We've seen the data on that. It has a negative consequence. There's a direct negative consequence in living together in a way that looks like marriage.
Yeah, but that doesn't demonstrate that you not living together, but just dating the same woman for years actually doesn't have the same negative connotation. You can't demonstrate that. You just assume it.
Okay, so we'll just agree to disagree on that one. Yeah?
No, we can't agree to disagree. I need to know, is that an assumption or do you have data to back it up?
You've got the data from the Aaron Acevedo study.
Can you show me that data where it shows that dating long-term makes you love a person more?
Let me finish, because you have a habit of running people over, man.
I just want to make sure we get to the actual point.
I'd like to, but you keep interrupting me.
Go ahead.
When you live together, there's a clear negative effect on romance. There's also the application of family law when you live in a way that looks like marriage to the government. Smart men don't get married. They don't live that way.
That is not a demonstration at all by any scientific means whatsoever that you dating a woman long-term and not cohabitating with her leads to more love. That does not demonstrate that. It only demonstrates that if it's the case that you do live with a woman, it leads to less love. That's it. That's the only demonstration you've made. That's not an agree to disagree. That's not an agree to disagree.
That's the argument that I'm making, Andrew.
Yeah.
The argument that I'm making is when you live in a way that looks like marriage.
Well, all Rich Cooper has to say that basically any other way of living is better than being cohabitated with a woman that you thought you was going to be, happy with. Any other way of living is better than being trapped with a woman that you're not in love with anymore. That's basically Rich's point, but he's kind of, saying it the long way. And you don't necessarily need data for that. That's just facts. Now, like I said, Rich Cooper is dying on a bad hill in terms of the co-parenting argument, but I'll let him get away with that.
The government, family law is going to apply to your life in most cases, with some rare exceptions.
The second you add children to the plate, family law is going to apply anyway. And so the thing is, what's so funny about this is my question is it good for Western men who want to have kids?
With respects to child support, not with alimony, not with division of assets.
But that's material me again. What about kids? You're a prodigy.
It solves 2/3 of men's problem. That's what
it doesn't. It doesn't solve 2/3. How does it help the kids, which is the primary edict of the man?
Can we just agree that it resolves 2/3 of the problem?
No, because it doesn't. What you're doing.
If you don't live in a way that looks like marriage to the government, you don't have to pay alimony, and you don't fucking lose.
Well, first of all, how many men get taken to court for alimony? How many men get taken to court for alimony?
How many men get taken? Anybody that gets divorced that's living in a way that looks like marriage to the government will probably pay alimony.
That's nonsense. Demonstrate it.
What do you, bruh? If you get divorced, especially depending on and it really depends from state to state, you are at risk. It depends on the woman if she wants to, if she wants to get alimony or not. Which most women, if given the opportunity, they will get alimony. They will get alimony. Even though I think even certain places are automatic. Because there's certain things that I've seen women say, no, I don't want to put him on charge. I don't want to put him on file for this. And they'll literally tell the woman, you don't know what you're talking about. Put him on file for this. So it all depends on what the woman wants to do. Because really, once that woman has you in family court, she can get you up on anything. It all depends on how she's feeling. Exactly. XVYJZ says when Andrew is losing, he moves the goalposts.
I'm sorry?
Show me the numbers of men who actually are ordered
97% of alimony flows from men to women.
That's not what I asked. I asked how.
That's what you just. Oh my God.
How many men actually end up having to pay alimony out of the percentage of men who are divorced?
By law, where
that's not what I asked. What I asked is how many men of the percentage of divorced men have to pay alimony.
You want me to look it up and give you the number?
And then after this, guys, we're getting a bit short on time. So
If most when it happens, it's 90, he said 97% when it happens. Now, the total number, we don't know. But if given the opportunity, they will take it. And you could use, and then he doesn't even have to use the alimony statistics. He could just show you with the because it would kind of ruin his own argument, though. But just showing that when women are given the opportunity to take money from men, you see it with child support, you see it with government when it comes to government assistance, right? Single moms and all that stuff, they're willing to take it if given the opportunity. So the goal is the goal is to make it where, as a man, you're not put in a situation where you're at the women's mercy. So that's the goal.
I would actually enjoy it if you guys could steel man each other's positions to the best of your ability as to why it is worthy or unworthy for men to get married, and then to just level your biggest critique at that position. Just so everybody understands that.
What's the? Hang on, I want to get the percentage though of how many men.
But yeah, shout out to XVYJZ. Andrew Wilson moved the goalpost at least 3 to 4 times in a span of like 30 seconds.
I have to do this.
Yep.
What percentage of men pay alimony to their wives is the prompt here?
No, how many?
Alimony is awarded to 10% of divorces, down from 25% in 1960. This figure comes from resources like Reuters. Among those who receive alimony, 3% are men, 97% are women.
So it's not. It's when you say it's one of the biggest problems. It's not really one of the biggest problems.
So roughly 9 to 10% of all divorces result in a man paying alimony to his ex-wife. I would argue that exists today because more women are making more money than at any other time in history. But I think in the past, men were compelled to pay alimony a lot more than they do today.
That's because of coverture laws.
What's that?
That's because of coverture laws. Approximately 3% of alimony recipients in the United States are men. Agree with that. The thing is, though, is that when you say that this is a large problem, an overbearing problem in divorce, it's actually not. It's one of the lesser problems men have to deal with.
So here he does, moving the goalpost again.
In divorce.
No,
it's actually the primary
still a
problem they have to
serious
deal
problem.
with is the two, which
It's
would
still a
be
serious
it would be the division of assets and then child support. Those are the two
So,
major
division
issues
of
that most
assets-
men are going to have to deal with.
Okay, so let's just say that you're right. Okay, it's whatever. It's a small percentage of men that have to pay alimony.
Mhm.
You
Still
eliminate
have
half of your problems instead of 2/3 of your problems by living that way.
But you're not.
You agree
Again,
that that's better.
no. Well, here, let me explain.
Eliminating half your problems is not
It's
better
not
than-
eliminating half of your problems. And let me
Sure,
explain
because you don't
why.
have to divide your assets.
You're only living in the material me. For one, even if I granted your case, it would only be.
Andrew,
hang
I'll
on.
give you the alimony argument, even though there's
Hang on,
women that
Dude,
plan
can I
to get
respond?
alimony.
And I
Yeah,
can
let him respond.
Then on top of that, since marriage rates are down, of course, alimony is going to be down. Divorces are going to be down, right? So that's the classic, trick that a lot of conservatives like to play. Well, divorce rates are down. That's because people aren't getting married as often anymore. So I would hope, but I think in the black community it's crazy though. I think it's like black women are the least married and then the most divorced. I don't even know how that's even possible, but so when I saw that statistic, I was like, how does that doesn't even make sense? How are you the least married and then the most divorced? That's crazy. That's wild work. B. Watson says, if Wilson can make mad Richard Pooper Scooper look calm and suave, I really can't say that he is a smart/wise one, but he sucks. But I've never seen the hype behind Andrew Wilson, respectfully to the people that think highly of him. But I've never gotten the hype. B. Watkins says Hammerhand did make a point. He says, I don't watch him as much since he simped for Erica Kirk. Like I said, Hammerhand isn't perfect. He isn't perfect, but like the same thing with CGA. Even though that's a whole other story, but I gotta respect them for the information that they gave me in my early 20s that I would have never known had I not found their content. Right? Hammerhand, he says Hammerhand didn't make a point. He says, I don't watch him as much since he simped for Erica Kirk. Is that since marriages are getting lower, it might be that we'll just be left with the marriages that do put in the work to continue functioning. Yeah, it's just because at that point they're just saving face. And then Like you're even seeing it with the Anton Daniels Mika situation, and now it's basically being put out there that it's a so-called open marriage or something. That's what basically people are now. They're trying to move the goalposts with that situation. So it's just like traditional marriage. It's a thing of the past, right? Cope approach says Andrew Wilson just struck me as a semantic debate, bro. He says, and he's not even a good debater. He says, personally, I have always had distrust for Wilson. It's just like with me, I wasn't impressed to begin with. And then when people was trying to tell me that this guy was this, and I'm watching him and I'm like, I don't see it, you know? Now me, it's hard to impress me just in general, you know? But you know, usually people can you can win me over with consistency. And as I seen Andrew Wilson more, like the more and more I see him, I'm like, but at the same, we got to understand, like a lot of these personalities on YouTube, they're just personalities, right? You're seeing it with Anton Daniels, you're seeing it with Andrew Wilson. These guys are just personalities. These guys buy their subscribers. These guys buy bots to make to inflate their numbers. Okay, they're no different from Fresh and Fit and all these people. I'll give credit to Fresh and Fit. They're like open grifters, meaning I remember they said that, we buy subscribers. It is what it is. We got to do what we got to do. I was just like, what the fuck? Shit to say. And I can't even respect it. But at least they were honest about it. But Andrew Wilson, he's doing the same thing. A lot of these people, they're doing the same thing. They're buying subscribers. They're being handled. They have handlers. They have whole agents and shit. Like these people are like, they have like agents. I'm like, how are you a YouTuber and you got an agent to how you move? Like, it's crazy. But I want to look, even like a lot of the Instagram models they got agents that tell them, okay, you got to post this, you got to post this. They got whole managers and stuff, like they're musicians, like they're artists or something. I'm like, what the fuck you need a manager for? But these guys, it's a well carefully crafted character that they make online, and a lot of the times they believe their own hype. They really think they're that character that was created for them. Yeah, they got publicists, YouTubers with publicists. I'm like, these guys are straight clowns. And it's like the more that I like, there's people I used to give a pass to, but I'm like, I can't overlook the nonsense anymore. And especially if you're a guy like an Andrew, you're a guy like an Anton Daniels, these people, an angry man, right? No disrespect. Well, yeah, just it is what it is. Angry man too, right? Because the more I'm looking at angry man and his stuff, I look past a lot of things, and it's sad that it took the Corey Holcomb situation for me to actually look at angry man in a certain manner. But as you're looking at these things, you're like, so this is what this nigga's about the whole time, and I just overlooked him because he said a couple things that I like. I'm like, I was disappointed with myself that I gave angry man a pass for so long, right? It's hypocritical of me for me. Yeah, it's hypocritical of me for me to give angry man a pass for so long, yet I'm sitting here, I'm making fun of Rollo Tomasi and others, but Rollo Tomasi and angry man, there's no difference, right? Yeah. Cobra Pro says YouTuber signing to Rock Nation. Oh man, I'll be like, these guys, they're getting signed to YouTubers kids. Like I said, yeah, nobody's perfect. XVY Jay-Z says I unfollowed Angry Man a while ago. It's crazy. It's crazy how we come to the same conclusions eventually. You know, I would have never thought I seen myself, you know, looking at him at such a in a you know, I guess, you know, it is what it is. B. Watkins says, while I try to give people passes, be forgiving since no one is perfect and we can have lapses in judgment, put the trust in wrong people. But unfortunately, in the times we live in, yeah. Same here. Same here. You know, the older I get, I can't be giving people passes no more. Like right now, I always say this, my crime to humanity right now is that I'm broke. And even if I get a lot of money one day, I'm gonna say the same thing. I'm broke. You guys will never know. I will put it out there. I'll be like, look, I am broke. I don't care. I could be making 200K. I will always tell you guys, I am broke. I will always say that. that's my what you call it? That's my alibi. You know, you're never going to see me perpetrate a lifestyle over here. My job is to put information out there that people are afraid to say. Right? Now there's consequences to that. That's why I stopped putting my face on here. So when certain opportunities have been arriving for me, then I gotta, but at the same time, I understand I still got to put the content out there. I can't just stop making the content. That would just be, how do I say that? There will be some moral backlash, there will be some karma that would come my way if I would just stop doing this. You know what I mean? Pyro says, what's the dude's name again? I think he called out Angry Man and MTR and Fresh and Fit and Abba and Preach. Who called out all of these people? Who's brave enough to do that? Like, MTR, these are some of the most fence sitting, you know, Abba and Preach. These are some fence sitting MFers. You know what I mean? When I say that, like, they got no balls. And, you know, I expected more from mediocre tutorial and reviews, because Corey Holcomb, he put him on his show recently, this I think 2 months ago or 3 months ago. So I thought he was going to defend the stuff that was happening to Corey Holcomb, but he's not brave enough to defend him. He's not brave enough to defend him because he knows Anton Daniels, and then he knows all these other people, but these people are being paid. What people don't understand, every bad press that you see, it was always a negotiation in the back rooms, right? So remember when I showed you the Harvey Levin email with Epstein, Harvey Levin, and the publicist? What's his name? Mark Shitterick, whatever his name is. That's how it goes. That's how life goes. Any negative press that you see about certain people, there were negotiations in the background that you guys have no idea about. They kind of show you in certain shows that this is what happens in the backgrounds, but I think people don't really believe it. You got to see it, because I think you have to see it at the before you see it at the macro level, you got to see it at the micro level. So I already see this stuff in the micro level. Like you'll see with the politicians, when they get, you know, it's time for, you know, interview time comes, and then they're negotiating. I want you to get this guy. I want you to get this. Like, it's the reason why certain people get interviewed. I don't know why people never put two and two together. Like, why certain people get all the interviews, certain females get all the interviews, certain guys get all the interviews, certain people get talked about negatively in the press more than others. It's all about agents, PR directors, it's all the negotiations in the background. And you can, like I said, most people can't tell. most people can't tell a witch hunt from an actual, you know, seeking of justice. They can't tell. And I saw with the Corey Holcomb situation, this is how I know. It's only certain. I'm talking like this is how you know people actually know what a witch hunt is. With the Corey Holcomb situation happened, I'm seeing certain people that were reporting on certain things like it was fact, and that's how I knew they got paid. That's how I know, because certain people, they don't have agents. Certain people, they're not connected with the right people. So anybody could just put something out there and then they can just run with it. And most people ran with the PDF allegations. I'm talking about with no women coming out, no young women coming out. I don't know, people haven't known. Usually when these guys have allegations, usually you have certain women coming out from 1920 this, 1940 this. Nobody came out with Corey Holcomb. Not one woman came out and said, oh, he did this to me. But they were using jokes of his. I'm like, and a smart person should be able to see, wow, so they were only able to use jokes. So now they want him to apologize for jokes. And then CGA did 2 shows. He did a show criticizing Corey Holcomb, and then he did a show criticizing Anton Daniels. Guess where he got most of the detractors with when he criticized Anton Daniels? And I was like, yep, that's all I need to see right there. I was like, that's all I need to see. All the Manosphere people were mad that CGA said something about Anton and what his situation was, and people were making excuses. I'm like, yep, I know exactly what this is. A lot of these people are paid off. A lot of these people are trying to buddy up with certain people that are plugged. So they might not necessarily be paid off, but they know Anton is connected with certain people, so they try to buddy up with him. So once you start connecting the dots, you're like, okay, all right. Sorry, my brother's making tea. But anyways, T says, B. Watkins says, to be fair, the only pass, well, I understand, is if a person made an oath of alliance to someone or is forced, but that's about it. Look, that Corey Holcomb situation, that opened my eyes. I was like, oh, a lot of these people in the manosphere, it's not even like I'm like, the black manosphere can't even be, I can't even respect it no more. I was like, I can't even respect that shit. It's people like, I'm talking about, it was people that I saw that was criticizing Corey Holcomb, and then the next day it would be a woman related reel, one of those reels where it shows a woman saying something stupid and then all the men react to it. And then those same people were using Corey Holcomb's jokes in the comment section. I saw 2 of those dudes using Corey Holcomb's jokes in the comment section, and they didn't credit his name. I was like, oh shit, this is crazy, right? But anyways, these are the like little things. Yeah, Manosphere is cliquish. Is like high school. I don't want to just listen to the people that I completely agree with. That's just not, I don't roll like that. I've seen too many people fall victim to that when I was a kid, right? So, for example, I can tell the type of person somebody is. And I say this respectfully. You don't have to completely agree with me. I'm saying particularly black men in general. When I see them start criticizing Cam Newton, meaning they talk about how Cam Newton's not allowed to mess with multiple, when Cam Newton is open about him being with multiple women and all this stuff, and they act like he's evil for that. That's how I know. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have my eyes on you, because those same people that will critique him, the Anton Daniels of the world, they'll call him he's a degenerate. But then once these guys get a little bit of money, they start acting the same way. Just a little bit of money. Just a little. Look at Anton Daniels, Mr. Conservative himself. He gets a little bit of money. Now he's flying out beaches. Now he's himself. I got a fleet of hoes. I got a fleet of. I'm like, oh, so you basically rolling like you basically rolling like CGA in them. CGA had a challenge for people to say, am I wrong about my way of thinking? Anton Daniels calls in to try to prove CGA wrong. And now 2 years later, Anton Daniels is moving the same exact way as CGA. This is what most of these conservatives are, bro. Most of these wannabe, righteous people. They get these dudes, they come in here trying to be on panels with 304s. That's also a red flag for me. If I see you always want to be on a panel, meaning you want to I'm talking about debate. I'm not talking about us men together and we're on a panel and we're talking about like-minded things. I'm talking about these guys like want to always be around women debating about this stuff. That's also a red flag to me when it comes to manosphere content or people in the male space. They always want to debate women. That's a massive red flag to me, because anybody with common sense knows that's a losing battle. You're not gaining anything. You gotta upfront and just say, look, this is what the numbers say. Men like to watch this. This is why I'm doing this. You have to be upfront and say, this is just for entertainment. But otherwise, in terms of you're doing this to, we got to put them, you can put the message out here without the broads, without debating broads. Like, bro. Oh, yeah, I heard that too. XBYJZ says, CGA said Anton is living the free agent lifestyle, but married. So basically, I was right all along. I saw that. I was like, because, dude, that's why I don't really trust Anton. It's because when I saw him call up to the show, and I'm like, to debate what? You have no. Well, it's different in my situation. Meanwhile, like I said, 2 years later, Anton gets a little bit of clout. I'm talking about a little bit more clout. Now, I always got a bad beach around me. This ninja really, like, Anton thinks he's a pimp, bro. People been like digging up like all these like clips on him now. And I'm talking about it's night and day on what the stuff that when he first came on YouTube, and then what he talks about now is night and day. Like I said, you give the average dude a little bit of money, and they'll show you what they really wanted the whole time. It's not that they hate hoes; they love hoes. They just couldn't afford them, so they gained a resentment towards hoes. They get a little bit of money, and now you're around the same 304s that you resent. That's very interesting. Because the smart ones know the more money you make, the more you're actually supposed to kind of distance yourself from the women in general. I'm not saying you can't have a program, but you kind of have to distance yourself more from women. So you might have to have it where you'll be like, okay, look, I'll have a concubine here and there, but I can't be just be walking around with hoes just like that, like I'm pimp, like I'm a pimp. Like I'm Bishop Don, Bishop Don Magic, whatever that guy's name is. Oh man!
Let me respond to what it is that you just said.
Even though that happens routinely,
not going to.
And chicks do that.
Rich, we have to let Andrew respond as to why it's not.
Let me respond here, man. Let me explain to you. Okay, even under your
exactly. So yeah, it says most conservatives just want to get near the money that allowed them to indulge in their behaviors. I agree, and most of these like it's no different from a pastor.
view, if we eliminate the alimony, right? You say, oh, it eliminates half of your problem. It's like, no, it doesn't. You're still at the mercy of child support, which is what? That's the other half, right? Nope. So it only eliminate 1/3 of the problems. That's one. But two, even under your view. But two, the second issue that you have here is, what about for Western man kid, get good outcome, How does this
Yeah, I know
help?
your whole
It
thing
doesn't
about
help
the
any
good
of those
outcome the
problems.
kids. I got it. But let's just agree that if you don't live in a way that looks like marriage to the government, you don't have to deal with dividing your assets.
Yeah, but that's
Okay. Shout out to Pyro the Flame King. Do I have a new? No, I don't have a new soundbite. I don't have a new soundbite. But shout out to you.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
I actually do have another soundbite, but it's not related to this. Obviously, it's the gargoyles one. This one right here.
What sorcery is this?
You know that. Oh man, that's gonna be one of my new favorite ones. But anyways, Pyro with the $2 super chat. He says Chris was watching Anton because he's acting tough. Yeah, like that's when I first saw Anton. I'm like, the fuck he called on the show for? I just happened to be watching just that portion of the show, and he called on, and I'm like, why does he feel the need to even call on if he feels like his marriage is so, and he's just so different than others? But no, he's the same. He's just like the others. Give him a little bit of money. Just give him a little bit of money. All that self-righteous ish goes out the window now. Oh, I can have multiple hoes, and now that you now they get. I used to tell you guys. I used to tell you guys all the time. I said, look, I'm always pro men having the advantage. The average, it needs to be where the average man has the advantage. But I got to be honest too. You give the average male a little bit of money, they're gonna put themselves in a situation where they are around multiple women, or they're putting themselves in a situation where they could be sleeping with multiple women, right? So you'll see even if they're not sleeping with multiple women, they'll be in a situation where they hire somebody because they got big tits, or they hire somebody and then they get themselves caught up. I'm talking about easily caught up. And it's like, damn, that's all it took. A measly $5 raise, and you're a supervisor now. Now all of a sudden it's you're just like, bro. And I'm not talking about like a restaurant either. I'm talking about like an establishment where you don't, certain people that like you can, like, I'm like, you can hire, first of all, you can hire a bitch with some big tits, but actually can do the job. Like, I'm like, why don't you, they'll hire a bitch with big tits that can't do the job. Why don't you hire a bitch with big tits and can do the job? Anyways, it's just, that goes over people's head. I didn't like, there's certain girls that I cut off because they wanted to work with me musically, but they were not good. And I had to be honest. I'm like, look, can we just be in a relationship? Oh, but I wanted to do some, I don't think that's going to work out. Try to be as nice as possible about it, but it's just musically, it's not. What sorcery is this? Oh man. Cope approach says I'll hire Taylor Rooks. I mean, because she has connects, so I can see why. But the average man will hire Taylor Rooks and be giddy with them the whole time. So let me give you an example. You'll have, it's kind of popular for, black male conservatives to say this now, even though I've been saying this for a while. Like, they'll talk about how, white female liberals are the problem. But when those same black men are around white female liberal women, they be cheesing. They be cheesing. Anytime they, especially you'll have a pro-black that talks crazy about what white people are doing, but when they're around some white people with money, they be grinning from ear to ear, doing what they, I'm talking about around the small hats too, grinning from ear to ear, doing the whole shuffle, doing all of that. shucking and jiving, doing all of that. Everything that they said they wouldn't do. And the guy's not even making that much money for them to do that. So this is what people do. It is what it is. But yeah, people will hire Taylor Rooks and then they will try to see if they can let me get a look, ass niggas. This is what people are not going to be honest. I'm hiring Taylor Rooks because she looks good, and then she has some connects, but mostly because she looks good, right? Pyro says men need to stop thinking with their smaller. But like I said, those same people, those same dudes, they will have shit. They will talk about when Corey Holcomb was honest about himself, and he said, "Look, I can't be with." I remember one day he said on the show, I can't be with just women, with one woman. It's impossible. It's impossible. Oh, you don't have no discipline. You don't have this. Cam Newton says what he says about, look, I can only, if I'm around a female, I got to smash. And he's just being honest. Just being honest. I wouldn't say that out loud. He's just being honest. What is Kim talking about? I would never do that. These guys get one promotion. One promotion. It goes out the window. I'm telling you, man.
It's not the way you're framing this. You're framing issues as being individual.
Answer the question.
I am. No. The answer is no. That's not the case, because what you're doing is you're leaving a frame up that says the only thing that matters. The only thing. Hang on, bro. Right? No, the frame's wrong. The only thing you're saying here, dude. You gotta let me
respond. You say it's wrong doesn't mean it's wrong, dude.
Okay, well, if I can't give an explanation, then that's the case.
All right, guys. It's hard when you're both speaking. So, Andrew, you just give the frame and as to why it's wrong, and then Rich, you respond straight after.
It's really simple, right? Everything here is from the materialistic me. It doesn't answer to the children, which is the primary edict from his. See what I mean? You won't even let me explain.
Rich, wait. Just let me explain.
I could easily argue this and just say, well, everybody wins when the dad is winning. You know what I mean? So this has been like, this is actually shown throughout society. When men are making the most money, when the men are the winners, everybody wins, and people take that for granted. You know what I mean? So that's another thing. So I would actually argue the dad winning in life is actually better for the kid to see that, instead of just the dad being in a miserable situation. You know what I mean? So that would be my argument, actually. Back to Andrew.
So I'm going to try this again, right? If it's all from the issuance
and
of
this,
the
and
material,
this might be what Rich Cooper is trying to say, but he's taken a very long time to say it.
realistic me, right? Oh, what do I get? My shit, my stuff, my things, right? I think that it leaves out the most critical aspect of this conversation, which is that the thing that the Western man values above all other things is their children. And so the question is, how does this solve the issues for their children?
Yeah, Andrew sounds like a covert feminist right here. Really, like just what he just said. Because anybody with common sense know, if the man is winning, everybody around him wins, including his kids. And people might just think it's financially, no, but he sees a structure. Because when men are getting their money, they're like, they earned it, and they had to do something right. If you're seeing a broad with some money, she siphoned it off from somebody and laying on her back, behind closed doors, but she's not going to tell that part of the story. So this is why the average man's happiness should be prioritized. This is why I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. This is why me and Chronic connect, because he understands that main premise. The average man must be prioritized if you want things to keep running the way they are. That's how I would run things. Then literally everybody wins. You could actually keep things status quo, but everything's falling apart when you don't prioritize the man.
It does not. All you're doing is saying it solves certain material issues. Well, here's the thing. You could just be a Coomer degenerate, and that would solve half of your issues on this front too. You could just be a Coomer degenerate, and it would do the exact same thing. Like, what's the difference? Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll speak now that you're done. Your whole thing relies on, but the children. The children have nothing to do with division of assets. Child support is separate. If you do not live in a way that looks like marriage to the government, you don't lose half your shit.
How does that help with the outcomes of your children?
The child support still goes to the kids.
That's
support
it.
is a lot more than what the needs of the children are.
You paying child support to the children is already a failure of the relationship, Rich.
Okay.
That's already a failure, which leads to worse outcomes for the kids.
You're not as good as you say you are, man. Like, you're good, but you're not as.
Well, all Rich has to say is, look, if I have primary custody, the child's already winning. That's where Andrew Wilson needs, because if it's just the kids, that's usually women's premise. They kind of use the kids as a shield. What about the kids? This is something usually women say, but men already know. If I'm making the money, I'm doing this, and I got the kid's gonna be winning when he's with me. Right now, obviously, I don't agree with the whole co-parenting. Rich Cooper needs to be more aggressive. He needs to be like, no, I will have primary custody. You know what I mean? He needs to argue off of that stance.
Like, I can't believe that we're at this point, man.
Your
The
incredulity.
child support looks after the children. It's far more than what children need. She doesn't need half your shit.
They need their daddy and their mommy in the
If a
house.
man's worth $10 million,
No, they need their dad.
she should take $5 million for the children when she's
Of
already.
course
getting
not.
child
Who made
support.
that claim?
That's what you're saying.
No, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. This is the total red herring nonsense burger. What I'm saying to you is that the outcome for the children.
It's a total red herring. Well, yeah. Well, I remember when Reaper was with me. It was either Reaper or Zero G, where we were talking about the things. Ever since these dudes they start listening to Andrew Wilson, they start talking about red herring this for everything that you say, and they try to act like whatever point you made. It's just nothing. Just because I called it a red herring.
Children is based on mommy. It's based on mommy and daddy. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Every time I try to give an explanation to the descriptor, you just cut in. You just cut in. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. But anyway, here's the thing is like, you're not even contending with the argument that I'm making. The argument that I'm making is that men have.
I agree the children are important.
Yes. So then their
Andrew, you made like 7 different arguments.
best outcomes is when they have a mommy daddy home. If they don't have mommy daddy home and it's a split home, that's when you get the worst outcomes. The child.
No. See, this is where the covert feminism is. No. When the kid is not with the dad, that's when bad things happen.
support is not what's relevant here.
You're running around in circles. She doesn't deserve half of a man's shit. Guys,
Who said she did?
Why did she deserve $5
Oh
million?
my God, who the fuck said
All
she
right,
did?
all right, let's move this
Why
on,
do you
guys. Let's
go
move this
back
on.
to the children? What
Am I
about
speaking
the children?
Spanish here?
The outcomes of the children.
Yeah, they're basically speaking past each other at this point. I would say I don't agree with the co-parenting part because I don't think co-parenting is a thing. Right? But I will agree with Rich Cooper in this round that he's talking about, where I think the man, this might be a little bit controversial. I don't think the kid should be prioritized. I think the man should be prioritized. Women say that the kid should be prioritized, but when they're in the family court, they're making sure they are prioritized. But when the man is prioritized, the kid is going to win by default. When the woman is prioritized, the kid is going to lose. So when you're actually looking at, okay, what's the best outcome for the kid? The best outcome for the kid is when the dad is prioritized.
The outcomes of the children are better when the mommy and daddy stay together. Not that if they get divorced, she gets half your shit.
Are you pro father? Like, are you pro men? Like, what's your angle here, dude?
I'm explaining and expressing that if men want to have families and children, they want the best outcomes for their children.
Yeah.
The best outcomes that you're going to have for your children are going to.
That.
All right,
See
all
what I
right.
mean? Don't even let me explain.
We can't do it if every time you speak there's an interruption. It's hard to get points
All right,
across.
let's go to the next point because we're.
Yeah, well, let's do the steel man then because we're running out of time. So why don't you guys just do
I
that?
can
All right,
steel man it first.
all right, sweet. So Andrew, you can steel man and then level the critique at the steel man.
Yeah, so the steel man's pretty simple from Rich's perspective. What he's saying is that, and I agree with a lot of this, right? He's saying, look, if you enter into a covenant with the state under state marriage, right, it puts you at legal binding risk with the state. And the outcomes for you as a man are probably going to be bad if you're part of this 40% who gets divorced. And so he's offering a mitigating solution for where you can try to mitigate those issues by solving some of these material problems for men. That's his position. Am I wrong about that, Rich?
You're correct.
Okay, then I've steel manned your position. Can you actually steel man mine?
You would like people to become Christian Orthodox, and
No.
you'd like to see legislation passed.
Nope.
I'm not
You
finished.
already got it wrong.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
You think? Sorry. Let me rephrase it for you. You think Christian Orthodoxy is a solution
Nope.
to the prompt: is marriage worthwhile for men? You can bang your head on the microphone, but that's a prompt.
That's literally what you said. So this is what Andrew will. He does this thing where he'll bang his head on the mic. He does this every time he feels like you're making a bad point. I guess that's like a signal to his audience that his opponent is making a bad point, but that's literally what you stood on. Your Christian orthodoxy, your ecclesiastical marriage, that's the solution. because outside of your imaginary, your cults, let's keep it a buck. It's your cult. Outside of your cult in the real world, there's no argument for marriage for men in the West.
Is marriage worthwhile for men? You think that Christian orthodoxy offers a better solution than secular solutions? I understand your point.
That's not my point.
I understand your point. No, I do.
But that's not the point.
Would you like to carry on with your point?
Yeah, the point is to say what are the things within the groupings.
No, your point can't be a question, you hoe ass nigga. Oh my God.
Of religiosity, which is leading to the mitigation and divorce. And what those things are is structure around marriage for support systems. That seems to be what mitigates all these various different.
No, it's not, because if you're just going off of just religion, your Christian orthodoxy doesn't even have better numbers than the atheists or even the pagans. We did the research last live stream. I remember we saw that the pagans have a better percentage than the Christians, than the Catholics and the ecclesiastical, whatever. The atheists have better numbers. And we can't just go off the numbers off that. So this is why we're like, bro, that's a now he doesn't want to stand on his religious standpoint.
The divorce statistics between groups, and that those should be emulated. And if you emulate those, it's going to lead to less divorce, thus leading to the thing that Western men, I think, care about the most, which is the outcomes of their children. We want the best outcomes for the children, and the best outcomes for the children is going to be mommy, daddy, loving relationship, married, creates best outcome for kids. That's the whole position.
No, it's not. Now he completely changed. What? I can't. Are people still calling him this so-called master debater after this? He completely changed. He started from everything needs to be religion, ecclesiastical, whatever. Then Rich Cooper actually shut that down when he brought up the atheist, which I didn't even know about. And now he's changing it into they need to emulate things in the religious. Well, if you're going to emulate something, it wouldn't be with that Christian sect, because the atheists, the Muslims, everybody else has better numbers than the Christians. Right? The Christians have a better number overall than the so-called so-called secularists. But when you look at compared to the other religions, the Christians are actually amongst the worst. So even when it comes to emulating certain things that you can put into the forefront, to the mainstream, you can't emulate those things, because they're not even the most successful religion when it comes to marriages and divorces. So now he completely changed. This is my whole point. It was not. Come on, man.
And had I said all of that, you would have said something else.
No, I wouldn't have. That's why I'm so meticulous about taking notes about everything you said, so that when I steel manned it, you would have to agree that I understood your position.
Keep in mind here, Andrew, I'm up against the champ, and this is my first time doing a debate.
I'm not upset with you, man. I don't take any of this personally. Debates are designed for us to clash in worldviews. Sometimes it's gonna get gritty. We're gonna have a heated argument. Men can do that and walk away friends. I don't hold any bad will against you at all.
I'm not suggesting that you do.
Yeah, my job is here to represent my worldview the best way I possibly can. That's your job as well.
Yeah, and it's a wrong worldview.
I think the same thing in the opposite direction.
Dude, I wish.
Yeah, because now Andrew Wilson's talking about everything needs to be what's best for the kids, and that is mom and daddy. That's a completely different thing that he was talking about. At first, it was everything needs to be under this religion. Now he completely changed it by the end of the debate. This is, the problem with Rich is he's trying to, push co-parenting, in terms of, women live in a separate house, dude, you live in a separate house, and then the kid, nah, I don't believe in all that. The kid needs to stay in one place, right? And that would be preferably be the partner that is the most financially responsible, not necessarily the partner, the person with the most money, but the person who's more financially or fiscally responsible, the one who most likely has their life together, and that's most likely going to be the man, because women they're not trying to be with a guy that's making less than the person, and even then, that guy that's probably making less than the woman is probably still in a financially better situation than the broad. Because this broads that's making six figures and they're still living, paycheck to paycheck,
was right. Like, I wish that your solution would potentially solve things, but
I wish you had a
relies
solution.
too much on an ought to set of sequences and events to happen, which, in my opinion, Andrew, isn't the way that men should navigate their life. And I think the vast majority of people that watch this and know these facts recognize that the shit is way too hostile for men. And if
So just
anything's
live
gonna
like you're
change-
divorced.
if anything's going to change, we need to start saying no to women a fuck ton more and start to see some forward movement.
I think
If
you guys
only,
agree on that
if
point.
only we had institutional organizations that are part of the very fabric of America that have been saying no to women since we founded the nation. Oh, wait.
And
That's not your argument. You said that wasn't your argument anymore, bro.
how do we
do
end up
have
in
those
the fucked up
institutions.
situation that we're in today? Because since they founded the nation, the fabric of society has been tearing itself apart.
Yeah,
It's
there's been a bunch of
immigration
communist
that started fucking
infiltration and
levels.
feminist and
You guys
progressive values.
Right, and often themselves after the divorce process, being alienated from their own children.
Mhm.
And stepdads are spending more time with the kids than these guys are.
I agree. Look,
Why
I
do
think
we
that all
have
these
to
are
share?
issues. I think
Yeah, Andrew Wilson, you spending more time with kids that are not yours than like you can't even say that's a shot because he was a stepdad once himself. So you can't, Andrew Wilson, you can't even say that's a personal shot.
all of these are serious problems. But
They're
when we talk about the
very serious
descriptive,
problems.
when we talk about the descriptive is though,
And I
I'm
realize
talking
that
about
my
what
solution,
is the
Andrew,
case.
and
There's
I
no
realize that
solution.
my solution doesn't get us any closer to improving the population problems that you often talk about. But
Well,
it's
no,
the
yes, I don't
only
even think the
thing-
solution
the
helps
only
men right now.
rational thing, the only real thing that guys can do to navigate the slippery slope. Because until the churches start ought to doing the things that you recommended and the government passes legislation that follows your recommendations, which I fully agree with and fully support, and I really wish you the utmost success in that, nothing's going to change, dude.
But they're-
You
hey,
have to
listen,
recognize the landscape.
Can you just
and
answer me a
navigate
question?
accordingly.
Answer me one question. If
Sure.
churches aren't currently doing that right now, then why is the divorce rate of the people who are inside of them so fucking low, dude? Why?
You're talking about a difference that doesn't cut it for me. It
Yeah,
doesn't
a
cut it for me.
difference of
And I
25
have-
or
I
30%
have
doesn't cut
enough
it for you.
stories, Andrew. I have
Well, most people in general aren't getting married. So to talk about divorce rates at this time, especially since divorce rates are actually measured in the wrong way, it's kind of pointless to talk about divorce rates at this point because people are not even getting married.
have enough stories of men in Christian, Catholic, Orthodox, Jewish, whatever fucking religion you want to pick, that have been destroyed by women because family law has fucked them over. And I don't like hearing these stories. I don't
Listen,
like seeing men
I
offing
hate it.
themselves
Look,
over.
I hate it too. I
Religion
don't
is
like
not
listening
the
to it.
solution. It doesn't resolve it. It
The
doesn't
problem-
resolve
the problem is you
problem
can't-
family law. The
What's
problem
the
is
accounting
legislation.
for why the divorce rates are so much lower in these traditional churches if it's the case that they've all been infiltrated, destroyed by feminism? What is the case
Because
for
they're
that?
better, Andrew. Is that what you want me to say?
I want to know what you actually think. What?
Because they're better. That's what you want me to say. You want me to say
I just
the
want you to
Christian
give an
Orthodox
accounting
Church is
for
the
it.
best. You win.
I just
And then
want you
after this, we're going to get into
give an
super chats,
I
guys.
mean,
Last
if you
bit,
want
then
to
we'll
get
get
into a
into
religion that wins, you're talking about Hindus because they have the lowest divorce rate. So why aren't we arguing for people to all become Hindus? Then?
That's
Exactly. But shout out to Rich putting me on to the atheist thing. I had no idea. So and now Andrew, we got Andrew still arguing for his religion, even though he just said that wasn't his argument, but whatever.
That's my whole point. I'm not arguing for you to become an Orthodox or a Catholic. I'm arguing that the structures which allow for Hindus to have such a lower divorce rate is something that which we should begin adopting for everybody.
Yeah, now
That's the
you're
argument.
No, that's now he's moving the goalposts again. Now he's saying he's trying to include the Hindus because he brought it up. He has no ideas what the structures are in these other religions, which allows them to have an alleged low divorce rate.
Now you're talking about adopting cultural values on top of religious values.
No, just the structure of the support
Rich, you gotta call him out on it. He's moving the goalpost. That's what he's doing. You gotta call him out for moving the goalpost.
network. People used to have that.
I am with you, man. Like I am in agreement. It is a better structure.
Yeah.
But it's not a perfect structure, and it doesn't work as a perfect structure. It's like Swiss cheese. You know what I'm saying? It's got too many holes.
Well, let me ask you this. This is a great saying. I want to ask you what you think about it.
Sure.
Don't let perfect be the enemy of good.
But is it good? Is it really good?
11% is real good. 11% is real good.
1 in 10 is real bad.
No. See what I mean? It's like, wait a second.
You're basically
9 out of
saying
10.
roll the dice
hang
and
on.
play the
If
lottery.
I came to you, if I
But
came
there's
to
too
you
many
with a
problems
stock,
with the
All right, we got to say why it's not
if I
bad.
came to you with a
Andrew,
stock and 9 out of 10 times it's going to make you money, wouldn't you invest in it?
The conversations we had about marital happiness, we can go back to them if you'd like to rewind and talk about that data. The number of people that live together and they're not happy, they're not having sex, they're not in love. They just stay together because it's enforced on them by the religion.
But they have children, and they want
They
good
have
outcomes for
children.
them.
Oh my God, they have children. So that
Yeah.
solves everything.
They want to have good outcomes for the kids, bro.
Do they have?
Maybe am I missing? Did he bring up a lottery or stocks? He brought up stocks as an example. That's a terrible analogy, and I really hope people are not taking that into account when it comes to picking a partner or not a partner, a wife, or you're thinking about having kids. Just understand when it comes to starting a family, when you're a man, you're not getting a return of investment ever. That's not, you don't start a family for that. That's not, you already start a family knowing you're not going to see any return. You're not going to see any ROI. It's all for the benefit of the structure or the people within your structure. You're not necessarily, it's not, that's a terrible example.
Have good out.
Yes, according to every statistical data point that I can cite, the heavily religious who get married have the best overall outcomes, least amount of mental illness, least amount of homelessness, least amount of everything.
So now he's moving the goalposts again by saying whoever's the most religious. How many times is he going to move the goalposts?
Than any other demographic in the U.S.
Here's where I will concede victory to you, Andrew. If you can produce, so let's do this. Why don't we go to the Forbes list of billionaires and find out what their religion is, how they grew up in a two-parent household or not? Why don't we take a look at it from that angle?
What would that have to do with anything?
Well, if you want to talk about success, that's the ultimate measurement of success.
No, money is not the ultimate measurement of success.
No, the creation of wealth is a store of value. That's what it is.
But that's not,
the more
success is an arbitrary metric, which is dependent upon goals.
Okay, so how would you define success?
As a person who is steadily moving towards a worthy goal.
A worthy goal could be.
Okay, Andrew. Okay.
You're playing video games for 18 hours straight.
It's a subjective metric for what we consider success to be. There's no way for you to hang on. There's no way for you to frame that any other way. There are men who are heavily successful who are very poor, but they're very successful in what they do. I'll give you a great example of this. Have you ever heard of Nikola? Have you ever heard of Tesla? Nikola Tesla?
Yes.
Yeah. Did he die very poor man? And was he poor the entire time in his life?
A lot of people stole shit from him.
Yeah. So the thing is like, I guess he wasn't a success then because he was poor.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. He was one of the greatest success stories of ever.
How is Nikolai Tesla a success story?
He said that he was moving
of his ideas and he didn't get credit for that.
Because he did get credit for them. He did eventually get credit for them. The thing is he was moving towards a worthy goal. Okay, and for him, that worthy goal,
an individual perspective for Nikolai.
Yeah, it can only be individualized.
And the legacy as well, I guess.
You'd agree with
the
that?
Legacy.
What?
He failed.
No, he didn't fail.
He did.
How?
All these people stole his ideas and made the money off it. They got the recognition.
So if you make $1 million and somebody steals it, you're a failure.
Oh.
That's the entailment of your logic. It's silly.
Do you ever agree with anybody that you debate?
No, I do all the time. I conceded tons of things in my opening statement to your worldview. I conceded
They're just arguing semantics at this point.
almost everything in your worldview, except a couple of core issues, which we've been arguing over.
Okay, so let's go to the super chats, Jake, and all the other wrap-up stuff, the final questions.
Yeah, let's do it. Yep, that'll be good. All right, Rachel Wilson says, how would Rich address data collected by USDHHS?
So his wife super chatted to the show. Oh, Lord have mercy. So let's read Rachel Wilson's super chat. So she goes, how would a Rich address data collected by the USDHHS over the last 50 years showing that children in a separated living situation, he described her. Rachel, look, she should be the last person talking. Literally three out of the 5 kids you kept are literally living in that situation. Why is she even making this? Do you guys see her super chat to the show, to the debate? Do you guys see this? Let me read this out loud. This is laughable. She goes, how would Rich address data collected by the USDHHS over the last 50 years showing that children in the separated living situation he described her at the same risk for all negative outcomes, depression, abuse, addiction, etc., as children of divorce? Well, that's a question you need to ask yourself. How often do you have critique of Rich's solution, but 3 of your kids are in the situation that Rich just described? Oh my God. I don't know if I don't know, like, but this is the thing. This is why when people talk about, like, when Andrew Wilson is in these debates and you can't take personal shots, this is why. Because I can easily shut that down. How do you have critique for Rich's situation, even though I got critique for it, I have critique for it, but you of all people, when 3 of the kids that you kept are living in that same exact scenario? The only difference is it looks like you have primary custody. It looks like you have primary custody of the kids, and they have to, visit you, and then those kids have to visit your other two baby fathers. What the fuck? What is going on, man? Oh my God. Let me see. This is wild work. I'm trying to look for the chat that I saw. Yeah, exactly. He says when Andrew used that OMG, you're so stupid, hit his head on the mic tactic on CGA, he called Andrew a Neanderthal. Yeah. Yeah, the stock analogy, that's terrible. Like stock and family, those are like that's not that's a terrible analogy. But I'm learning something new about Andrew Wilson too. Like he's pro everything must be good for equally for the man and woman, for the kids to succeed. And actually the stats is showing that's not true. Because these are the arguments that feminists use so they can take custody away from the man. You know what I mean? But oh man. Oh shit, I gotta make a text. But anyways, let me let this play out. My bad.
Over the last 50 years, showing that children in the separated living situation, he described her at the same risk for all negative outcomes, depression, abuse, addiction, as children of divorce.
Okay, so I'm not sure I understand. Like Rachel Wilson's got multiple kids from multiple men, and she would put them in the same environment. What is that supposed to mean?
Let me ask you a question. What does that do for her argument?
That's what she brought up. She brought it up. She should have kept her mouth closed. So now she's talking about data about how this is not a good environment, but she literally has 3 kids that are living proof. Oh my God. She has 3 kids that have to live out in suitcases as we speak. And she is the one with the most critique of Rich's positions. Bruh. Rachel, you need to be quiet. You need to keep silent. Bruh.
What is the
Well,
argument?
how does
I
that?
don't know what the data is
let
from
me- yeah, yeah.
USHSS.
What was that other than just a refusal to engage with the argument? So the argument that she's
I don't
making
know what
is
the argument is.
well,
because
here I'll explain it.
Data collected is.
Yeah, the argument that she's
Can you
making
tell me
is
what the data is, Andrew? Can you tell me?
yeah. Well, she's just told you it's collected by the USDHHS. It says
Okay.
over the last 50 years, it's showing that children who are living in separated.
A tweet line.
All right, let's you asked the
I mean,
question.
I
You asked the
guess I
question.
just
So
wanna
Andrew,
engage
you
with
can
it.
explain. Yeah.
I mean, what's the data? Like, what are the details of the data? I haven't seen the
He-
study.
He's going to explain it, so go for it,
Sure,
Andrew.
go ahead.
Yeah, what she's claiming is, at least according to this, that, and I think you actually would see that people who are in living situations where they're cohabitating, that it's way worse for children, especially when it's women who are cohabitating with their own children, right? That's way worse for children. She's saying that the USDHHS is showing that if you're in a living situation where it's the case that you're splitting custody, just like you would be in a divorce, and you're in this case, the living situation you explained, where you buy her a condo and you just share the custody of the kids, leads to the same exact outcomes of depression, abuse, addiction, which follows if you're divorced and it leads to those outcomes because of the separation of family. Why wouldn't it lead to those outcomes if you just purposely separate the family?
Well, you don't purposely separate the families. Like getting divorced and having family law apply these rules to your life creates these outcomes, doesn't it? You don't live in a way that looks like marriage to the government, so that you have at least some control over the situation and a bargaining chip.
Well, I don't.
I'm in agreement.
She's living separate from you.
Good access to the children with both parents.
Yeah, but she's living separate from you, right?
Well, you're still the head of the household. You're still paying for everything.
Well, I don't. The thing is, though, is that if you're in a
Parenting
distinct,
the children, you still have access.
Richard, I'm gonna start calling Richard. You need to follow through. You need to follow through that. Like, look, Rachel Wilson shouldn't be talking about how bad my proposal is when 3 of the kids that she kept is living in the exact scenario that you described. So she's the wrong person to bring this stuff up.
Access to the children, you still make decisions. Like when women get divorced, they often unilaterally make their own decisions. They'll make decisions for medical procedures, where to live, what school zone to put the kids in, whether or not to change the kids' names and shit like that. You don't have that happen when you're parenting those children.
you do. When you're divorced,
separate households.
hang on. When you're
not
divorced
in
and
a way
you're
that looks like marriage to the government.
when you're divorced and awarded joint custody, right? You're also at the head of your household.
No, you're not.
How are you not?
Yeah, exactly. I agree, Cobra. She needs to argue from the full custody perspective. Rich needs to be like, he needs to take it a step further and be like, nah, if I'm doing it, or if I'm proposing this, I'm gonna have full custody. But Rachel should have just been quiet because you kept you 3 of the kids that you have are living in suitcases as we speak, traveling back and forth between your residence and Chad, her first baby. By the way, Rachel Wilson's first baby dad, his name is Chad. You couldn't make this stuff up if you tried. Chad and the other guy, Brian, right? So Brian and Chad. The kids are living out of suitcases, going to Brian and Chad's house. And she has critique for Rich's co-parenting, situation. And she's a co-parent herself. Her 3 of her kids are the negative, they're the negative statistic that you're trying to argue against your own kids. So really, Rachel, but like I said, she has zero. Yeah, Rachel has zero self-awareness. Shout out to Cope Approach. Zero self-awareness. As soon as I saw the super chat, I'm like, is she serious? Oh my God. Anyways.
You know that because Rachel has been divorced a couple times. You know the difficulties that are involved with co-parenting children. And
oh, so he did start going in. Shout out to Rich. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Let me rewind it a little bit.
They'll make decisions for medical procedures, where to live, what school zone to put the kids in, whether or not to change the kids' names and shit like that. You don't have that happen when you're parenting those children.
You do. When you're divorced,
hang on.
When you're divorced,
in a way that looks like marriage to the government.
When you're divorced and awarded joint custody, right? You're also at the head of your household.
No, you're not.
How are you not?
I just realized Andrew Wilson said something crazy. Hold on for a sec. I'm gonna have to rewind it a little bit more now.
How are you not?
You know that
comes if you just purposely separate the family.
Well, you don't purposely separate the family.
Let me see this.
Yeah, but she's living. How are you not? You're not.
Don't have that happen when you're parenting those children.
You do. When you're divorced,
hang
on. When you're divorced, in a way
that looks like marriage to the government.
When you're divorced and awarded joint custody, right? You're also at the head of your household.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. I was about to say. Now, technically, that kind of. Well, no. Actually, that works kind of works in his view because he's already saying take the loss already. That you're already gonna be half a parent anyways. Just pay off the loss, and then you can still win 2/3. I still disagree with that, but at least he's willing to take that L there, which I still don't agree with. But oh well. But right here, in a divorce, in a joint custody situation, you are not the head of your household. So Andrew Wilson is wrong there. So yeah, that's something. I don't know if he got that from church or something. No, in a divorce in a joint custody situation, you are not the head. You need to just hope that the women that you're with don't get mad. And then on top of that, if she finds out that you have a girlfriend or you move on, she will be fighting you. Because first of all, 50-50 custody, she's going to see that as a loss. So she's always going to be fighting you, even though you guys have equal custody. So no, you will not be the head of your household if you have a woman that's constantly fighting you just because you have joint custody.
How are you not?
You know that because Rachel has been divorced a couple times. You know the difficulties that are involved with co-parenting children. And
yeah, but if you didn't have stepchildren, why would
Facts. Andrew Wilson, you should know better. You should know better, buddy. You have a living proof living at your house.
With co-parenting children. And
yeah, but if you didn't have stepchildren, why wouldn't you be? And they're all your biological children. How would that be the case that you're not in charge of your own household?
No, you don't have the same authority.
No, it doesn't matter. Even if it's all your biological children, no, you will not be the head of the household. Even if you're married, you're technically still not the head of the household.
In a separated environment as you do when you lead.
I don't understand. Help me out here so I can understand this. So you're a guy. All your children are yours. They're all
divorced, right? Like you don't have
every one of them is biologically yours.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah, Andrew Wilson is lost here. So he's like, help me out. I'm lost here. No, you're lost. You're lost.
Additional of whatever my personal life has nothing to do with the argument.
No, so I'm asking you.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. I'm asking you. It's irrelevant. I'm asking you this question.
No, it is relevant because if you haven't been divorced, you don't know. These are the things you need to know. Like before you're even telling dues to enter this ecclesiastical whatever. You need to be honest about what it is and what may happen to you if this doesn't work out. Come on, Andrew. Technically, like, he should be winning the argument, but Rachel Wilson, his wife basically ruined the easy argument for him to win.
Of them is biologically yours. The conditional of whatever my personal life has nothing to do with the argument.
No,
So
but I'm asking you.
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. I'm asking you. It's irrelevant. I'm asking you this question
because I'm asking you if you've lived through it. So if you know
why, that's totally irrelevant. The question becomes this: if it is the case that you have joint custody of your children with, I don't know, woman B, they're all your children, right? You're splitting custody. In this case, what would the distinction there be between you're still doing the same exact arrangement and splitting custody? The difference is the state's compelling you to pay child support in one, but not compelling you in the other, but could compel you to pay child support in the other if the woman so chose. I don't understand where the big advantage is.
We're going to move on after this, guys.
when you're living together or living in a way where you're in control as the head of the household, you influence the upbringing of the children. You influence the decision making. You talk to any guy that's been divorced, that is living separately and has even shared custody.
Jack Rattlesnakes, let's move on, because Rachel Wilson actually she basically ruined her whole husband's argument. Oh my God. I'm trying to come up with an analogy for what Rachel Wilson just did. That would be like me. I don't even, well, I don't know. I don't know. Was Rachel Wilson actually listening to the debate? Why would she bring that up when she has she literally brought 3 outside kids to the situation where she should already know firsthand what's Rich Cooper saying. Now, if she came up and said, look, 3 of the kids that I kept, their life is tougher than the 2 kids that I have with Andrew Wilson, that I can respect an answer like that. That's a chaotic ass answer. That sounds like an answer that a black woman would say, but at least it would be honest. At least it would be honest. She out here trying to act like there's nothing to what Rich Cooper is saying. Meanwhile, 3 of her kids is living basically living the reality, or close to the reality, that Rich Cooper is trying to put up front. Cope Approach says, I did hear a lot of atheists abide by Jesus' moral code better than the Christians. Well, the atheists, they tend to be more Bible read than the Christians, which is kind of one of the biggest ironies out here. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna let it be known. A lot of the atheists, even a lot of the Muslims that I've come across, are way more Bible read than the Christians that tend to claim it. So it doesn't surprise me if atheists will they won't admit it, but the atheists probably use certain things in the Bible, or they'll use certain things in the Quran to help their marriage. They won't admit it, but they do, because they be reading up on this stuff. They do, so they can try to make religious people look bad. But they have to admit themselves that they use some things. Oh man, he says, like, when you survey them on a morality, they are genuinely better people than Christians and actually follow the commandments more than the Christians do. I'll take it even a step further. A lot of the Christians don't understand the Satanists that they argue against. The Satanists, they're just atheists trolling the Christians, right? That's what a lot of, like, the ones that you see on the streets that are just like, oh, I'm a Satanist. They're not Satanists. They're atheists. But they just love their goal in life is to troll Christians. That's their, they take glee off of that. Like the true Satanists, they're hidden. They're not out there talking about their whatever. They're doing their things in private, and then doing whatever they do in private. But those guys that claim that like those public Satanists, they're atheists. that's another thing that a lot of the Christians, they don't know this. they don't really know this. But anyways, so Christians are the kings of doing something immoral and then saying God forbids. Facts. Forgives. He says, I used to watch the Atheist Experience. The hosts were super well read on the Bible. Yeah, exactly. Like they're first of all, a lot of them they had a Catholic upbringing or they had a Christian upbringing, and then they kind of like, because they read a little bit too much of the Bible, they're like, I don't think I can. Because really, the atheists that had a Christian upbringing, they basically stopped being in the faith. People think it's because their mom got cancer or something, or their dad got cancer, and then they stopped believing. It's not just that. It's like a lot of them, they read a little bit too much, and they just couldn't stand behind what they read. And a lot of the Christians, they'll atheists will bring up certain things, and the Christians are like, when did this happen in the Bible? And they're like, yeah. They're like, you don't know, this actually happened in the Bible. And the Christians that stand on it, that supposedly stand on the Bible as their thing, they won't even know the story that the atheists are talking about. Pyro says the non-believers are smart, man. They do read the Bible because it has some truth bombs in there. But smart people tend to read up on everything. Not just, smart people don't just get their truths or the truth from one source. Right? The people in, the Nation of Islam, they're taught to, study from the cradle to the grave, right? They're taught, like the Muslims are taught to study from literally everything. So you'll see a lot of your more famous black Muslims. They know the Bible, they know the Quran, they know the Talmud, they even know they even know the Scientologists, right? They're atheists and I'll say black Muslims tend to be very well studied. From what I've seen, I'm talking about American black Muslims, right? Very, very well studied. Anyway,
grant you shared custody, which happens 20% of the time, 80% of the time. She's the primary caregiver, right? So she has custody, so she makes the decisions. So in the 20% of the cases where you share custody, men still find it very, very difficult to co-parent with the ex because she has all this authority in the separated environment. It's not good. I agree. It's not good.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Point goes to Rich Cooper, even though his situation is a little bit impossible that he's talking about his co-parenting agreement. If he's going to do that, he needs to advocate for primary custody for the father. That's if he wants to die on that hill.
I understand how she doesn't still have authority in the separated environment here. If she can still pursue,
you have less authority when you're separated versus the model that I generated.
A lot more questions to come, guys. Mighty Maximus over on the stream.
This is true. Andrew Wilson just lost that one.
The Stream Elements side. If you don't want to give any money to YouTube, guys, the Stream Elements side over there sent 50 and said just showing support. Thank you very much, Mighty Maximus. Sniper Mike sent 20 on YouTube for the grift. Thank you, sir. Just Gerald said back.
Somebody gave him $20 and it says for the grift. Oh man. Okay. I might have to look at their super chats to see if anybody was like pro Rich Cooper. So that let me look at his live replay. Top chat replay. Are they gonna show it? Oh, he doesn't show the replay. Oh man, that's crazy.
Back taxes.
Okay.
Terribly sorry.
K499. Honestly expecting. Somebody said, oh yeah, somebody $4.99. Honestly expected better from Rich, just not dealing with any arguments at all. Let me look at all the super chats. So basically, there was only one super chat. Let me see. Yeah, it seems like there was only one super chat that was anti-Rich. Now, the one with the Rachel Wilson, the $49.99 super chat that was supposed to be pro her husband, it ended up backfiring on her. So that's a bit interesting. So let's look at this top super chats live. Yeah. I'm going to say, man, even though this was what's it, Rich's first debate, this is not looking good for Andrew Wilson, dog.
The label, can we talk about 35% interest? Nate Tripp sent 5 memberships. Mighty Maximus sent a whole bunch. Smash the like button, he says. Thank
Damn,
you.
he probably sent that by accident. It looks like his credit card was messing up on him, so he kept on hitting 1999 3 or 4 times. He's gonna ask for a refund.
Sir,
Maximus is very generous.
Nah, he probably he did that by accident. It shows him sending 1999 like 4 or 5 times with no message. That clearly his credit card was declining, and he was trying to make sure it went through, but it probably did go through. He didn't know.
a very generous man indeed. I can also see if anybody sends super chats to Rich, by the way, guys. That's going to show up for me. So if you guys want to, then send them through. Zombie, kind of a gay question, but it says, Rich, who hurt you?
Apparently, Andrew Wilson.
That's probably a troll super chat. Rich, who hurt you? That's a troll super chat.
Mighty Maximus again. Now,
That's
this
all you
kind
got is who hurt me. Not you're a homosexual. You got a small pee. Come on, you got to
That's probably somebody he knows on his channel.
do better than that.
Well, usually when
Okay, so you see, this is why. All right, here we have a $10 super chat from Rosatron. So right here, we have Rose Atron 45, and her argument is going to be pro Andrew Wilson. But I want you guys to look at her super chat. She says, I see the single men die alone every single day in my nursing homes. Definitely worth getting married and having family at your deathbed, period. So now she's trying to say that men need to get married so they don't die alone. You see, so this is the pro Andrew Wilson argument. So you don't die alone at your deathbed. So you see why I try to tell people be careful about this whole dying alone and all this stuff, because now people are going to start flipping it on the man that, oh man, you're afraid to die alone, so you need to get married. So you see how they're flipping it back now. And so now it's basically, if you're a man that says, well, I think the custody rules shouldn't be applied to what's best for the kid, it should be what's best for the father, right? So that's Rich's argument in terms of we need to start looking more of laws that are pro father. Sorry, yeah, more pro dad, less pro kid, because at the end of the day, the kid is actually going to win more when the dad is winning. So now Rich comes in with his pro dad advocacy, and now Rose Atron, who's probably a trad conservative woman, now she's trying to say that Rich is going to die alone. So men need to get married. You see how the flip has happened?
we'll dive into that if the first one doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's usually always about the dude's meeting.
It's definitely worth getting married and having family on your deathbed. Sure. I mean, children are wonderful. Absolutely. I totally agree. And I think that you should have children if you want to have them, but do it in an intelligent way that minimizes the risk.
Mighty Maximus
become heavily religious. No, I'm kidding. That mitigates the risk.
Sure.
So interesting. Andrew Wilson didn't even want to address that chat because it's basically anti-man, even though she thinks she's defending Andrew Wilson. It's an anti-male tweet.
All right, World Radio, a little bit lower, but it was a good question. Rich you keep touting bliss in marriage, so problematic, choosing to ignore joy and the choice of love, last romance commitments. What do you value?
I mean, that's what they were collecting data on, is do people still love each other after 8.94 years or whatever it was, and less than 13% do. The rest of them are living in a state that isn't love. Disagreement, contempt, I don't know. I mean, but living together generally doesn't facilitate long-term romance and love in relationships. There are exceptions. Clearly, Andrew and Rachel have a great relationship. Good for them. But that's the exception from what generally happens for most people.
But remember here, ladies and gentlemen, that there wasn't actually any demonstration that living apart over a sequence of many years is going to do anything to increase love from a scientific perspective, just from an anecdotal.
All we know is what happens when you live together in close proximity and are very familiar with one
another. But that
another.
doesn't mean that you prescribe not to do that, because that's better without any scientific proof. That's insane to me.
Okay, well, maybe they'll study that one day for you and we can have that conversation.
Well, I mean,
All right,
Okay, so Rachel Wilson sent another chat. Oh God. So let's read her chat. It says the state of Utah had granted women suffrage in 1980. That right was rescinded in 1887 by the Edmunds-Tucker Act until it was reinstated in 1920 under the 19th Amendment. We can giveth and taketh away. So you think that women are going to just give away their political rights, their political power, because things are way different from 1870. And she's talking about a certain state, a singular state, mind you. Things are way different from 1870 to 2026. Oh my God. Hey, yo, Andrew, you need to keep your chick in pocket, bro. You got to keep your chick in pocket. She's making you look bad. Oh my God. This is not good. This is not good. But anyways, let's see how they address this super chat from Rachel.
Have the conversation studied before the prescription's in place?
Well, I can tell you from experience that it works a lot better than married people.
All right, a couple coming in from Rachel here said the state of Utah had granted women suffrage in 1870. The right was rescinded in 1887 by the Edmunds-Tucker Act until it was reinstated in 1920 under the 19th Amendment. We can giveth and taketh away.
Like
And
it was Roe v. Wade.
also says it sounds like
All right. So Rachel Wilson also had another one. She says it sounds like Rich is the same as the women who want to shift these burdens onto children so that he can have what he wants. How is this different from the women who divorce so they can be happy and have what they want? Like I said, Rachel Wilson is the last. She should be the last person talking about that because she has 3 kids that's in the reality that she's complaining about. But you know, whatever.
Rich is the same as women who want to shift these burdens onto children so that he can have what he wants. How is this different from the women who divorce so they can be happy and have what they want?
I don't understand the question. What's that supposed to mean?
Well, she's saying women are often the number one reason that they're getting divorced for, can't reconcile or whatever.
Is support them, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's because, they want stuff. It's some material condition they're not happy with, or some feeling that they're not happy with. And she's just saying, if they're willing to put their children through all that hell because they're not happy with their situation, isn't your prescription essentially doing the same thing there?
No, because you're still leading the relationship. She's still following your lead. You're paying the bills. You're still parenting the children. You have the authority in the household. I don't know why that's confusing.
Because there doesn't seem to be any mitigation of the risk of her just pursuing child support anyway.
Why would she pursue just child support when she can have everything else?
Yeah, why do wives do that when they could just have everything else? You know what I mean?
Right, exactly. Why would she? So listen, why would she pursue child support, which might amount to a small fraction of the value that she's getting right now, living in a way where she's under his authority, he's paying for everything, he's parenting the children, he loves the woman, he loves the children. It's just he doesn't live in a way that looks like marriage to the government. He's still following his lead. He's still
I don't
authority in the household,
understand
right?
how this is
Following that.
beneficial to the man or the child still, honestly.
Sorry, man, say that again. Just back up 5 seconds.
I don't actually understand how this is overly beneficial to the children or the man. It seems like he's still at the mercy of this.
Father.
If a man can afford, for instance, to put his woman up in some other house and pay for that and his own and this type of thing, then I don't understand why she wouldn't just pursue child support if she's still going to get a big windfall there.
Why would she pursue child support if she's happy and in love with a man?
Yeah, but that would be the same case for marriage, though. So this is the thing. I don't understand what's the mitigating factor here.
The chances of, you eliminate most of the risk factors with family law from the get-go. We've talked about that. I don't know why we have to establish that again. But
because you aren't. You're just saying that
pretty
they
much
can still pursue it.
agree that it's been established. And then the second part to that is you're not living in a way that's not conducive to a productive, healthy relationship. Most people that live together don't like each other.
That doesn't demonstrate that people who don't
actually like each other.
That doesn't demonstrate that people who don't live together for many years, raising children together, do like each other. That there's no demonstration of that. It's just anecdote again.
Well, you have the data from the study we talked about earlier.
That data doesn't prove that people who aren't living together in long-term relationships become happier over time. That's not what that shows.
That live together are not in love.
That doesn't prove that people who don't live together are.
Being married and having children is being in love.
We don't have too much time. I know, Rich, you probably might have to bail soon. You did say you had to be out 20 minutes ago, so just let me know if you do have to bail at any point. On Rich's side here, Agent.
Okay, so we have one person saying Rich equals W. So we have, let me see. So one super chatter. I'm trying to keep tally because Rachel Wilson, she don't count. And then on top of that, even in her pro stance, her first super chat, she made herself look bad because her kids, she's literally a living contradiction of her super chat. I'm trying to do some tally. So we have one super chatter that said Rachel got a W, and I know another one said that Andrew Wilson got the W. So let me take a look at this again. Back taxes. I'm trying to look at these super chats.
Biologically yours.
Decision making
is
definitely worth getting married and having family.
Yeah, that got debunked. So like I said, let me see. One.
That's what they were collecting.
So this guy just asked a question. Yeah, apparently it's close. Apparently it's close. It was close. It's a lot closer. The audience is making it. It's a lot closer. Andrew Wilson. He's tied to a Canadian that's never debated before. Wow.
Sure, would agree that it's been established. And then the second part to that is you're not living in a way that's not conducive.
Rich, you probably might have to bail soon. You did say you had to be out 20 minutes ago, so just let me know if you do have to bail at any point.
I
On
appreciate
Rich's
the
side
comment.
here, Agent Neptune for 10 said Rich W. Michael
So we had thousands of years of strong families under multiple religions, patriarchies. Liberalism is a short-term failed experiment. So he's just talking about liberalism. Yeah,
Darling, whatever that says, for 20 says we had thousands of years of historical strong families under multiple religion and
exactly. So we can talk about patriarchy. We've had that across countries, nations, religions. At the baseline was always patriarchy with all of these religions.
religious patriarchies. Liberalism's a short-term failed experiment. I think we would all kind of agree with liberalism being a failed experiment.
Well, it hasn't failed yet, but it's
Okay, so World Radio 332, he says Rich chose to start his focus on bliss when contemplating marriage. He's ignoring the choice of love. Oh, so he's one of those what about love ninjas? So it says lust, romance, and commitment, choosing solely myself over not living with my kid and their mother. Avoidance is no solution. So he's pro kid must live with together. Even though the stats show it's just the constant, the variable that must be there, right, has to be the dad for a successful kid, right? So we can also debunk that.
going to fail, yes.
Yeah. So this, I guess, the sort of crux of this one is avoidance not being the solution. So why would you want to live with yourself over your child and your mother?
It's not avoidance. You can love a woman and not live with her or live in a way that looks like marriage. It's not avoidance. You still have a relationship and you can still be a father. It's avoidance of Andrew's prescription.
Exactly.
Blaine,
It's a solution that they just don't like. Right? Somebody sent $20 for Rich's sippy cup fund. Okay, that's not a W. That's just
said for Rich's Sippy Cup Fund.
Thank you. Make sure you send that $20.
So I'm looking at it still looks like 1-1 from my vantage point. 1-1.
To me, Jake, wouldn't mind having a nice sippy cup.
Get your Rattlesnake TV mug. Eh?
Sippy cups are underrated.
Yeah, absolutely. Edward said, what's the point of life if you're not trying to raise kids and give
not
them the
saying
best
don't raise
start?
kids. When
Your
did I say
bloodline
don't
and
raise kids?
values are gone. I don't see how you give kids real stability without marriage.
I just explained it to you.
This is, man, like I said, these conservatives, they're feminists, bro. Conservatives are feminists. Look at this language right here. This is feminism. Let's read his chat. He says, what's the point of life if you're not trying to raise kids and give them the best start? Your bloodline and values are what live on after you've gone. And I don't see how you give kids real stability without marriage. Like I said, this is feminism. Like I remember in the beginning, I said like the roles have flipped. Now it's the men trying to use religion to shame, men and women, right? To shame men back to the plantation and shaming women to doing what they're supposed to do, but they're not going to do it. This is a feminist tweet.
I don't know why that's confusing.
Because there's no
You have
scientific
children,
evidence.
You love the woman, you parent the children, you just don't live in a way that looks like marriage.
The only thing is, though, I don't agree with co-parenting. But like I said, Rich, you need to be honest. You want co-parenting, but what you want primary custody. He's not willing to take that next step because he's Canadian. No disrespect to Rich, but he's Canadian. That's why he doesn't want to take that next step.
Marriage to the government, where it's hostile towards men.
That's just cohabitation then.
No,
And
you're
those
not
lead to terrible
actually-
outcomes.
You're actually not cohabitating.
No, well, then I don't.
Residences, so you don't live in a way that looks like marriage.
Yeah, right. But and this is going to require some serious wealth too, right?
So make some money, be successful.
Yeah, right.
Get
So I mean,
do
this is
work.
completely unachievable for the normal person. Totally unachievable. What you're talking about, like the average
No, I mean,
20-something-year-old cannot
that-
achieve the
like-
you live in another residence and
Like that
then
was
I
the
pay for
problem
everything.
with Christianity and monogamy from the get-go. Is it's lowered the standard considerably, right? Like the society's.
Wow. Actually, let me listen to him right here. I low key like what he's saying. Believe it or not, I like what he's saying right here, real quick. Let me actually give Rich a chance right here. I like what he's saying.
of Christianity and monogamy from the get-go is it's lowered the standard considerably, right? Like the society's outcomes have been reduced by let's make sure everybody has children. Let's make sure everybody has one woman, right?
Oh yeah, you mean leading to like one of the most stable societal structures which has ever existed in all of mankind?
I'm guessing you're not familiar with the construction methods of the pyramids of Giza. They cannot reproduce today. That was an ancient society that was not monogamous, didn't follow Christianity, and far superior to what we deal with.
That
today.
doesn't mean that the society itself was stable because they had a feat of magnificence. That's ridiculous. That's not even a correlate to a good society.
You should have a look at some of these ancient megalithic structures, and you'll understand that today's society is retarded in comparison to what they built and how they built.
Wait a second. That's absurd on its face. The thing is that you can.
What people don't understand, this whole monogamy thing, where one man, one wife, and this is new. Well, not necessarily new, but like this is a new thing that we've been doing, if that makes sense. In the past, it wasn't really like that. People like traditional monogamy isn't the norm for most of society in terms of how most of societies have been ran in terms of like naturally hasn't been monogamy, right? For monogamy to work, everybody must buy in generation after generation after generation. And unfortunately now people are not buying in, specifically women, because when they were given the opportunity to opt out of the so-called, the social contract, whatever whatever you want to call it, in the 70s with no fault divorce, the so-called most stable, thing ever, it just fell apart. Everything just fell apart when that was introduced. So we really have to call into question what was really keeping these marriages together in the 50s, 60s, 40s. Now, society works better when the average man feels like he can have a family, he can make money and he can have a family. He has something to die for. He has something to look forward to, right? And then we have to really we really got to start asking this tough questions. Why did we stop catering to the man? Why stop? Why, when we had a good thing going, why stop? Why then we start offering these things where women can have an out if everything was going so well? If everything was really so pro-patriarchy, we would keep it pro-patriarchy, and we would be very selective in how we advance certain things in society. We really got to start asking why, because we could have kept it status quo. We could have kept it like this, and things would have just been like how it was. It's a very interesting, it's a very interesting thing that we one day we might have to dive into that. But that is an interesting perspective that Rich Cooper is coming from that I'll definitely consider in the future.
Take a look at feats of Roman engineering as well, including their aqueducts.
Which
we can't do gold plating the same way that they did either. We don't even understand, nor can we do underwater fire, which they had access to.
You want to talk about the Temple of Jupiter
their societies
that
themselves
the Romans built on top of something that already existed that they couldn't produce themselves.
Yeah, I got it.
Roman architecture.
You're not demonstrating those societies were stable.
Ancient architecture from lost civilizations. You can't say today's world is far better than what existed before.
No, I'm saying that the society
today is clearly superior to what we can produce today.
So you're saying that polygamy leads to monolithic structures?
Maybe, I don't know. We don't have all the answers to that, but Christianity.
Fuck, if only I had 5 wives, then we'd start building fucking pyramids. It's like, what? If I had 5 wives, pyramids are coming. I got 4 more wives.
Andrew, you must listen. You must listen.
They build a Lego pyramid. It's like, that's just silly, right? That one doesn't lead to the other. That's illogical.
That's far superior structures to this day.
It's illogical to state that because people lived in a more degenerate way, at least from my view, that somehow is going to mean that they build megalithic, monolithic structures. I don't.
Andrew Wilson needs to chill with the degenerate stuff because, bruh, what you did.
You know how you leap logically from one to the next.
All right, boys. I don't know how we got into megalithic structures. I wasn't expecting that today. So Chaw says, I'm so confused. Is the solution here to be a guna and bury our head in the sand and hope the religious people fix the problem for you? That's pretty feminine.
Just to be a gooner and bury your... Oh, Lord. So we have another conservative. He says, I'm so confused. Is the proposed solution here to just be a gooner and bury your head in the sand and hope the religious people fix the problem for you? That's pretty feminine. No, that's good Lord. People don't listen. But I guess that is pro Andrew. So I gotta give him so that's 2-1. Let me look at this chat. Because you see, shout out to Cope Approach. I agree. He says, I do support the average man having things to hope for. That's how it should have stayed that way. So we gotta be honest. We gotta be like, why did they change it? Why was the man not being catered to? Why was the man being catered to? That wasn't enough. Because let's keep it, but no matter what structure you put the women in, they're always going to think they get the raw end of the deal. Societies before us already knew this, so this is why they always made things to make sure everything was catered towards the man, because no matter what freedoms you give the woman, they're going to say, I still got taken advantage of, and blah blah blah. The people, the civilizations before us knew this. So this is why they always kept things a certain way. So we really got to start asking, why was things changed? Why was things changed? Especially under this so-called patriarchy. Why did things change? And like I think we got to really look at these, these Christians, these conservatives. Because no matter what they want to say, this happened under their watch. Oh man. So also, I think some of Andrew Wilson's good debate W's came from debating other red pillars or silly pickup artists. Oh yeah, Oh man. Yeah. He says, I disagree with some things, but I liked when Kevin Samuels made it a point to salute men doing hard infrastructure jobs or tough jobs that keep society going. But we're seeing people don't see it. I'm seeing it though. All these fancy things we have, but we're losing all the important things. Like, dude, there was a city in my state. I'm not going to say the name of the city. Recently, the town was without running water for about a week because they had like a 100-year-old pipe that needed to be fixed. They didn't know how to fix it. So that specific town, they had no running water for a week. So all these fancy things we got, all these amenities and all, a pipe breaks. Who's going to fix it? And we've taken for granted taken for granted for years, the plumber, the electrician, the road workers, the maintenance workers. We take for granted these people for so long. But the women, they don't see that. Especially we're talking about today's women. This is why, like I said, if I had a society, I would do it where I cater around those guys, because those people will do the providing, they will do the protecting, just off GP. Cope Approach says women will hoard $1,000 for shopping. A man's family will eat good for months off of that same $1,000. Facts. Exactly. Fathers winning means the economy wins. But this is where Rich, he needs to take that next step. He needs to be like, look, it needs to be men get primary custody. He needs to take that next step. Or else he's going to get obliterated by anybody else when he's talking about a co-parenting situation. Yeah, man. Yeah, a town without running water. I'm not gonna say the town's name in my state. It was you guys probably could look it up. It was like I think like a week. Yeah, it was about a week without running water because it's a 100-year-old pipe burst or it broke, and the town went without running water for a week. So all those fancy churches or fancy this, oh, I got this nice office with this building, no running water. The hospitals, they had to call like they had to call like the trucks or the tanks to give them water. The fire stations, they had to these people, oh man, we're so modern, we're so advanced. No running water. Oh yeah, I can't date a plumber or an electrician. They don't make enough for me. Okay, keep playing. I've been warning people for years about that. I've been worried people for years. All right, you don't want to make them the priority, because the conservatives, they don't make them the priority. What they do is they say, no, these guys, okay, yes, you're good for society, but you're also good, so you can take this single mother that's struggling and that you can take. No. How about we prioritize these guys because they're important, not because you want them to raise a family. No, because their job is important. They bring value, not so you can clean up, other people's mess. Let's not use the average man as the stepping stool, but let's prioritize that. But conservatives, they don't do that. Everything's about family, and then and especially now with this whole Epstein's list. Now, you know what hoes are gonna take. You know what hoes are saying about the Epstein's list. Just to let you know, and I'm not giving hoes an out, but I'm just telling you what I'm hearing from hoes. You know what hoes are saying now? They're saying, so that's why they're so concerned about the fertility rate, because now you have in the Epstein's list, kids are being taken, they're being eaten, they're being sacrificed, and all these things. And now women are gonna be, but now women are saying, so that's why you guys are so concerned about the fertility. That's their excuse now. This is why I don't even trip over about the whole fertility thing. Because I said, like, guys, if it's that bad, like, look, who gives a fuck? And if there are women that are not doing their job, why don't you just import a bitch, or you can move to a place where you as a man are being prioritized. If family and children are so important to you, why don't you move to a place where it's prioritized? No, I don't want to move to another country. No, I don't want to move to this state. Oh, I don't want to. Okay. Then it's not that important to you. Or you could just drop out, which is nothing wrong with that. But yeah, like somebody said they'd rather date a struggling lawyer than a wealthy tradesman. Literally, it could be like the guy could be wealthy too. He could have his own business. They just don't want to say. They just don't want to come to the high school reunion, or they don't want to be in the group chat, their family group chat, saying that they date a plumber. They just don't want to say it. Or an electrician. Because they want to have a guy that stands out in their little den of demons. They're friends that they call friends. That's one of the main reasons also why when you talk about, women want taller men, they want something that they could brag about. Exactly. So Copa Pro says, yeah, if the macro societal trend is declining, fertility rates is a lost cause. That's what I'm saying. I think men need to we could change things about other things. Men have a lot more power than we think, but for some reason, especially these conservatives, they think our power is, we need to make sure the women are on board. Bro, that ship is long gone, bro. Like but those are because those guys, they just want an excuse to make a love child. I know CGA has kind of talked about this, but that's Because when you give the alternatives, it's always, why don't you want a family and why don't you want everything? I'm like, well, you could do this, you could do that. These are actually decent alternatives. It's not perfect, but they're alternatives. But their solution is always where the woman is always involved and she's right up under you. And you have to take care of the broad. That's their solution, always includes a woman. So it's the excuse that men use so they can have in-house pussy, right? It is what it is. They won't admit it. But if, like I said, if you told that woman, look, that same broad, she can't give you no pussy, then they'll start looking for solutions. So it's all an excuse for these dudes to make a love child. They want to, they want to feel love. They want to, they want that. Yeah, they want to be animals, but I digress. I digress. We're not like, we as a society, we're not as advanced as we think we are. He says, LMAO, they value status over substance. Facts.
Is that what I said? Like, that's what you took from it? You cannot be that slow.
Gravios sent.
And he was talking to the super chat. And Andrew Wilson couldn't even argue that because that was a very lazy super chat that guy gave. What about a loving wife right under you? Huh? I thought this was about the kids. Huh? Nah.
50 Rattlesnake TV memberships. Thank you very much. That's extremely generous of you, Gravios. Much appreciated. Bass said, I want Rich to actually contend with the children's well-being. To speak frankly, what father would want their children to have a harder life apart from them when they can be together and influence them constantly?
This is wild, bro. The conservatives are feminists, bro. I want you to look at this chat. He says, this is from a man, mind you. He says, to speak frankly, what father would want their children to have a harder life apart from them when they can be together and influence them constantly? No, that's not what he said. And at the end, when you look at the stats, if you're actually talking about the kid's well-being, the father is the constant. He has to be there. So now, yeah, like I said, man, the conservatives, bro. So they said Base FCZ has a YouTube channel. That super chatter, let's look up his YouTube channel. And like I said, no bullying. I don't want people up in the comments bullying, but I'm just saying we got to start. This is crazy. This is wild. Let me see this. Base. He's a liberal, actually, I think. and he's on Andrew Wilson's side. So here he is saying, now he's trying to flip it. He's trying to say that the dads are the bitter co-parents in this situation. This is crazy. This is crazy. Let me see. Base FCZ. Look, because like I said, Rich Cooper, he needs to. Let me see. Base FCZ. Oh, he's an Andrew Wilson fan. That makes sense. Because I'm looking at his videos. I'm like, that low-key sounds like some stuff that, I'm looking at his videos. It sounds like a lot of these things I would agree with, but I'm looking at this video and it says the one time Andrew Wilson canceled. Let me see that. The one time Andrew Wilson canceled Coach Greg Adams. I'm like, oh, so he's an Andrew Wilson fan. So I'll give him a pass, but it looks like he's more of an Andrew Wilson guy. So I'll give him a pass. He's a conservative. He's more right. He looks like he's more right leaning. I'm looking at his channel. He looks more right leaning. He said he might be a big spec. He's more right leaning. It looks like for me. I'm looking at his channel. He's more right leaning. You see why women can't be leaders and blah blah blah. He's talking about all the conservative thoughts. White shame versus black culture. Because a lot of the stuff he's saying, I would actually agree with on his channel. I think he's more. I'm gonna give him a pass. It looks like he's more of an Andrew Wilson guy. He's more of an Andrew Wilson guy. Which there's nothing wrong with that, but you know, I definitely don't agree with that stance with what he's saying. Because he's saying that I guess he's more pro family, pro, husband, wife, cookie cutter happy family if possible, but a lot of men they yeah, they want to be slaves. Or he could be married. I don't know if he's married, so maybe that's another thing too. He could be married. Pyro said, yeah, he is, Chris. Stop giving MFers pass. You haven't learned from Angry Man. This is low-key true. But the reason why I also give him, he looks younger. He doesn't look like he's like set in his ways. You know what I mean? So there still might be times for a change. One day he'll come to the realization. Hell, dude, there's a lot of people on this channel. Yeah, he's pro family. He's pro relationship. You know what I mean? Me, I'm pro patriarchy. You know what I mean? The older I get, the more I'm pro patriarchy. Right? That's just me, He probably wouldn't even agree with what I'm saying, because he might say, patriarchy is rooted with white supremacy, or well, nah. I don't agree with that, but I'll give him a pass because there's a lot of people on this channel. They still don't know that Andrew Wilson is, he took on a single mom. There's a lot of people that even, they follow this channel. They support me. And when I put that out there, even though I've been saying this for years now, they said, damn, this is the first time I didn't know that Andrew Wilson married a single mom. So he probably doesn't even know. So I'm gonna give him a pass. You'll be surprised. There was people in CGA's chat. They were like, what? I didn't know Andrew Wilson was married a single mom. Just I'm like, how do y'all not know this? But anyways,
Did I recommend that that's an ideal outcome? I'm in agreement with Andrew Wilson that it's good for both parents to have good access to the children and parent them simultaneously. I'm just saying, don't do it in a way that looks like marriage to the government. You can love a woman, you can have children, and not live in a way that looks like marriage to the government, and be a part of their lives and raise them and influence them.
If I'm gonna do it that way, though, what he's saying, I can't do it in America. I just can't. When you have, yeah, and I know no fault divorce goes by state, and then there's certain laws for certain states, but it would basically take me moving to like Tennessee or Kentucky or one of these spots. And I don't mind, but you're going to have to find a woman that's like that agrees with that. And she's cool with that. And that still doesn't stop. When you talk about gray divorces later on, alimony, future child support, bruh. It's a lot that has to go right for you, man. It's a lot. And as I look at my track history with women, and then I'm looking at me later on down the line, I'm 27 right now. I'm looking at my track history with women. I'm like, who am I to say, oh, I'm going to find the right one and prove everybody wrong? What? And then with the laws that they have, and then the friends and the hyenas and the baboons that they'd be listening to at their job, bruh. The gorillas, literally, man, stop. It's just too much. I got to be in a country where the laws are in the man's favor. It has to be that way. Because the only way for me to make it work is basically I'm just going to have to accept that my wife is going to step out. I'm going to basically have to accept that my wife might father a kid outside of the marriage. I'm going to have to accept the fact that she can go on girls' trips. She can do ladies' night and all. It's going to be a lot of things I'm just going to have to concede. And then at that point, what's the point of the marriage, of the union? You know what I mean? And the only reason why you have marriage is for kids, is for the structure, right? So there's no point.
Send them upon the world as winners. You can absolutely do all of that.
Are they going to be living apart from you some of the time here?
Some of the time, yes.
Half the time?
Depends on how you want to schedule your week. You might.
I mean,
you
I don't know.
might
So
have
what
to
he's
be
saying is
together.
like they can be together with their children constantly. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but
Dad's
even
at home all the time.
when you live together, you're not together with your children constantly. Like I'm sure when you were raising your kids, Andrew,
You are
were not
daily.
with kids constantly. You were at work. You were away from time.
But I was with them daily.
You could
I
do
was
the
with them
same thing
daily.
if you wanted, living in a way that doesn't look like marriage. You could go, you could buy a house next door and walk over next door and parent those kids and have dinner with them every day and tuck them into bed and come back to your own house and not live in a way that looks like marriage to the government. But this is the bullshit that you have to cook up so that you can avoid family law and the
Do you
nonsense.
think? Do you think that if somebody investigated that in a serious way because a woman made a claim that they do fall under common law marriage because they're over at your house X amount of time and you split it, that the government wouldn't just come in and be like, okay, so you were just trying to bullshit us?
I think that the potential exists, but I also think that you can structure it in such a way that you minimize it significantly more than just living like a pleb marriage where you got a whore wife that's been run through and a dork that doesn't know how to run the relationship and they get divorced and lose half their shit because
There's no guarantee that because you do an arrangement this way, you're not going to get a whore girlfriend who's run
At
through.
least I'm offering a reasonable prescription to solve the problem today, Andrew.
No, I don't think it does. I don't think it does. But I don't
understand.
understand. I don't actually understand the last thing you said. Why is you getting married guarantee that you're going to get a whore wife who's been run through versus if you just date them and put them in a different house, that somehow guarantees they're not a whore girlfriend that's been run through?
Okay, let's keep going now.
Normal America with Rob Knorr says, can you read my last yellow super chat I sent as a favor to me, the trivia champion? That is just complete and utter bullshit. He's calling himself the trivia champion.
He was the trivia champion.
No, he wasn't. He's won one. I've won one. It's best out of three. But Rob says, says his experience is non-marriage and putting women up in...
Which says his experience is non-marriage and putting women up in houses would lead to more love. Is this working for him now? Is he currently in bliss or love, or is he just doing hookups?
houses would lead to more love. Is this working for him now? Is he currently in bliss or love, or is he just doing hookups?
I do what I want to do and I don't describe my lifestyle or the people that I talk to. But what I'm doing works for me, and I promise you if I showed it to you privately, Andrew, or compared notes, you'd be very impressed.
Do you do dishes?
Do I do dishes?
Yeah.
Rarely.
I don't want to do dishes ever.
I don't cook. I rarely cook. I rarely
Yeah, but
cook.
I don't want to take out
I don't wanna
trash.
Okay, these guys, bro. Oh my God. Anyways,
You know, the cleaner
Or do
comes over
dishes.
and does everything.
I don't want to do any
laundry.
chores. Like I don't ever want to do any chores ever. I just
So you and
want
I
the-
are in
I just want
agreement.
my wife to
I'm
do
not
all of that
opposed
shit.
to the risks of family law, the way that I've structured things.
I don't know. I think a prenup sounds like it's just as reasonable as what you're asking.
it says all relationships with everyone are annoying. The idea of being happy or happy is par for the course. Using that as an excuse to avoid creating a family is a weak argument. Oh no. As a man, you're allowed to put things in your favor. You know what I mean? You're allowed to put yourself in an advantageous situation as a man. You're allowed to do that.
We're only good, 70-80% of the time. And the more time that you apply to a prenup, the less valuable that it is. The longer she stays home and doesn't work, the less valuable the prenup.
The law of the land in the United States that women could at will kill men's fucking children without their consent. Yeah, that's a men's rights issue, dude, and
They
a
can
pretty
still do
major
it.
one
And they can still do it.
in some states.
They still routinely do it.
In some
All
states,
they'll do is they'll go to the next state, Andrew. The problem hasn't been solved.
it's mitigated it greatly, and it's at least done something.
Back then, even when it was illegal, women were still doing it. I remember they even showed, like, back in the day in the when you talk about, the Romans, there was actually a plant that women would like chew on, right? Like the day after sex, and they could, or whatever. And if they chewed that plant, it basically does the job of an abortion pill. You gotta look that one up. Somebody put me onto that recently.
Okay, let's do the
The
next one.
cynic for 20 over here says all relationships with everyone are annoying. The idea of being happy or unhappy is par for the course. Using that as an excuse to abandon or avoid creating a family is a weak argument.
I never said don't have kids. I don't know why this is confusing to people.
Because they're confused about the outcomes metric. How you're going to create the same outcomes that married couples are going to create for their
Rich, you need to, like I said, Rich, You got to be brave. You got to be like, nah, it needs to be Namekian style. It's just got to be me with the primary custody. You need to take that next step, Rich. I know he's Canadian, but
Kids in the situation you described,
outcomes if you're parenting the children and you have the authority in the household.
even though they live apart from you.
Next door. Let's use next door as an example, Andrew.
And you think that the government's not going to be able to figure out your dastardly plan of your girlfriend who you have kids with, who lives right next door to you? Oh, we're not actually cohabitating, though, Your Honor, even though she's suing me for child support right now. That seems silly to me, man, honestly.
the irony to his argument to Rich is that's the same argument that CJ was making to to Andrew Wilson, where he was saying Andrew Wilson's ecclesiastical arrangement, not under the law, wasn't going to work. So that's one of the biggest ironies to that. Well, that's because Andrew Wilson changed his argument like 5 times. But anyways,
It does.
So your solution is just go get married, bro, and love God more.
Hardly. I gave a huge mitigation for solutions here. On top of that, a prenuptial agreement would be even better than what you're proposing. You just re-up it every 4 years. You can even put that in the prenup that you have to re-up the prenup every 4 years. You can even put it in there.
Or you
And
can
that's
not
cheap.
do it all together and just not live in a way that looks like marriage to the government.
As long as it's achievable for men who have wealth, sure. That's going to be like 2% of men.
Okay.
From the
okay, here we go. Somebody in the chat is being brave. Okay, interesting. Supreme Emperor Kiza with the 10-pound super chat. He says, guys, I have a solution to marriage. Default custody rights to fathers, with mothers paying child support and lifetime alimony, along with abortion equals capital punishment. Any objections? Now that's just a dream scenario. That's never gonna happen. But of course, I'll say in my dream world, of course, I could, like, if I lived in a state that was like that, shoot, I wouldn't mind.
The entrepreneurs in cars side, guys. Supreme Emperor Kiza says, guys, I have a solution to marriage. Default custody rights to fathers, with mothers paying child support and lifetime alimony, along with abortion equals capital punishment. Any objections?
Yeah, that's irrational ultimately, at least prescriptively.
Bring it on.
Tighten Up said,
So of course he says it's irrational, and he doesn't. But at least you need to acknowledge you would like that situation. But it just shows you the conservatives, they're not really pro patriarchy. They're still doing the bidding of their masters.
20. Rich, perhaps we should change the cruelty of government towards men instead of changing the framework of marriage.
I mean, men have always been disposable throughout history, so I don't think you're going to see much change in a strong enough direction that it'll be a significant improvement that would encourage more men to get married. So let's just put it that way.
The problem with the disposability argument is that, yes, it is true, but that kind of misses the forest through the trees. Yes, men have been disposable throughout history, but they've also always made the rules for women who were more disposable from the patriarchal standpoint, meaning they were always a lesser status than men who were disposable, which is why
Not
almost
anymore. Now
all
they're
societies
superior.
were patriarchal.
Yeah, I agree with you, but now they're superior to men.
I think that they're not. I think that they always have to appeal to the patriarchy in order to get in order to dismantle the patriarchy. I don't think there's a way around that.
Okay, that's enough for today. Let me see. Let me see any other super chats that he talks about. Sarah Stock nuked this whole the Ortho Catholic marriage. So this is a pro Rich. He said also Rachel needs to apologize to Pearl. Pearl clocked Sarah in August while Rachel was simping for Sarah. This is true. This is all true. This is all true. So shout out to that guy with the super chat. He says Sarah Stock nuked this whole be ortho or Catholic in marriage argument. He says also Rachel needs to apologize to Pearl. Pearl clocked Sarah in August while Rachel was simping for Sarah. Wasn't just Rachel simping for Sarah. Basically, that whole sect was simping for Sarah Stock, but only few real ones. They understood what Sarah Stock was. Which most of these conservatives in this space are. They just, all of this is for play. What they do. It's just for play.
Banging her, by the way, decided that he was going to make the movement pivot towards Christianity, which that's very similar to what Nala Ray did. That's one. These people weren't exactly entrenched in their value structures for decades or even attempting it for
Sarah Stock was 21 years old, bro.
Longer than a year or
Or any of that bullshit.
side, and Pearl's also gotten it right when Pearl's gotten it wrong. I'm going to point that out. And then the second thing is that there was no pre-information where anybody knew exactly what was going on. You have to deal with information as it comes out. But how an individualized case of a skank doing skank shit is going to fucking do anything compared to the statistics which are available to us that we
There's got to be a
blah 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 blah.
line in the sand where it's like,
They-
no, we can't. We're not going
Yeah,
to do you.
I'll
Sorry.
give you the answer to this. They aren't. Heresy churches, which run massive baptismal services, traditionalism, there's all sorts of things about traditionalism discussed,
that.
talked about, and
Oh, Doug MPA even sent a super chat. So shout out to Doug MPA, man. Hold on. So Doug MPA sent a super chat to that particular debate. So he technically is a person that he can comment on this because he likes Andrew Wilson. Last I checked, but I know AJ definitely likes Andrew Wilson. I could be wrong about this, but shout out to Doug MPA here. Do I have the sound effect? The round of applause sound effect for Doug MPA. Here we go. Okay, let me read Doug MPA's super chat that he sent to the debate, because I'm pretty sure he's going to be impartial when it comes to this and not be an Andrew Wilson fan bot. But let me read I Love Bread too. He says, so petty. Dishes he takes on 2 other men's children and he considers having his dishes done. That's yeah, Andrew Wilson. Like I said, we're not allowed to take personal shots at Andrew Wilson, but you know, let him think he's winning. Oh man. Oh man. He's like, well, my dishes get done. Well, sir, my dishes get done too. It's just called doing the dishes. It's not that hard. Yeah, I want to bring in a woman into my place just for dishes. No, you not. That's because my dishes get done, so it's a W for me. Good Lord. I Love Bread too says, yeah, Rachel missed the mark so bad. I never took her seriously before, and indeed, not surprising, she simps for Sarah. Yeah, she's just, I can't even take anything Rachel Wilson says seriously. Let's read Doug MPA's super chat for Andrew Wilson in the debate here. He says, I wish Andrew had a better argument for marriage than just marry these 304s because God got you, bro. Also, Andrew is advocating a prenup, worldly protections for a Christian marriage. Great discussion. Shout out to Doug MPA. This is why I love these guys. This is why I love AJ, Doug MPA. They know there's no debate for this. There's no, come on, guys. We got to keep it real. As much love they got for Andrew Wilson, but like I said, with Doug and AJ, they like both of these guys, so they're actually the perfect moderators for this type of discussion. So they're even there's just no argument for this. But anyways, I would have thought this slam, dunk, case and shut argument, but these new conservatives that have come in and infiltrated the space with their preach with their delusions of grandeur, bruh, you know what I mean? But let me see him read that super chat. I want to see the reaction.
just aren't condemning because they are.
So I'm pretty
That's all
sure Andrew probably knows of Doug MPA or AJ.
Over on the entrepreneurs and cars side,
more overt statement of it. That's all.
Okay, that's
Doug says, I wish Andrew had a better argument for marriage than just marry these 304s because God got you, bro. Also, Andrew is advocating for a prenup, worldly protections for a Christian marriage. Great discussion.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm super confused. Did anybody ever advocate that you marry a 304? Who did that?
Bruh, Andrews, don't be retarded. Like now, you see, this is the nonsense. Don't be disrespectful. You know exactly what Doug is talking about when he's saying marrying these 304. Now he's arguing semantics. 304s? Who was talking about 304s? That's what I use for my garden. He's talking about in general. Don't do that, Andrew. You see, this is the stuff that can get you smacked when you start being facetious like this. Come on, Andrew. You know exactly what Doug is talking about. Don't disrespect Doug like that. Come on, man.
I didn't.
Was it that guy? That guy? This guy? Who the fuck did? I don't understand. How do you listen to an entire debate and you're so fucking stupid that you then ask a question about a statement not a single fucking person made, discussed, talked about, and already agreed?
So this is how he talks about to the people that actually support him, calling them stupid, and so you gonna disrespect Doug like this? All right, Andrew. All right. Like I said, this is why my gloves has always been off for Andrew Wilson, but now I'm never retrieving them. You saying all this about Doug? All right. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Because Doug he's looking at it objectively. He's not. So now he's gonna call Doug stupid. Okay, all right. Andrew's just being facetious here. He's just being come on. Now he's being disrespectful. This is your king. This is what people will be lifting up in the air. All right. Like I said, that's why I never fuck with Andrew Wilson. You know what I mean? He wants to. Okay, all right. It's all good. But shout out to Doug MPA. Doug MPA has always been a friend of this channel. Always been always been respectful to me. Always been respectful to the people that have had opposing opinions on this panel. Always been respectful. Always. So now he's okay. All right. Yeah, shout out to Doug MPA. Doug, for the people that don't, Doug MPA is he has his own channel. He's also the brother of he's AJ's brother. Doug MPA has his own channel. He makes great content. Very fair. Doesn't really be bashing anybody like that. He just keeps it a buck, right? So go follow Doug MPA. But yeah, you see, that's why my gloves has always been off with Andrew Wilson. This is how he talks to people that disagrees with him. He starts being disrespectful and being an asshole. But it's all good. It's whatever. Pyro says Doug definitely lost so much respect for Andrew. Like I said, there's people that have had arguments from my standpoint. People that you see in this chat, but you don't see me calling them stupid and shit and being disrespectful. But this is what Andrew does. Because Loki, he just got called out. He wasn't even because the problem is when we talk about 304s, we're talking about your wife. That's really what Andrew Wilson's very insecure about. Because anytime we mention, I don't know how he gets triggered at the word 304, like he's a feminist. But we know why he's triggered, because he knows we're low key talking about his wife. Now, when I'm on AJ's channel or Doug MPA's channel, I can't even bring up his wife, because they won't let me, because they don't want me to bring it there. But since we are right here, I'm gonna bring. I remember Dick Greg was talking. Well, somebody was like, "Why are you bringing my mom into this?" What do you mean? I brought her into this. So, Andrew, I'm bringing your wife into this. The reason why you got triggered by the word 304 and didn't look at the rest of his super chat is because your wife is a 304, and this is just the big elephant in the room that most people are just afraid to admit. They can't bring it up. It's just this whole yellow tape that your wife, pussy belongs to the game, and you married somebody whose orifices belongs to the streets, and because of this, you're very insecure about this, and you notice. That's why you stay on that shit talking about, my wife only got 3 bodies. Bullshit. We know that's bullshit. Stop. Your wife belongs to the game, and you should not be able to hold debates hostage because your wife belongs to the streets. I'm sorry. I'm getting tired of this shit. Oh, no personal shots. No, then somebody says something you don't agree with, and somebody that actually respects and defends you. All right. See, these people's kings. All right. Hoe ass nigga. But shout out to Doug MP. I'm very sorry you had to see a hoe ass nigga say that about you. Don't be discouraged about that bullshit. Andrew Wilson's a hoe ass nigga. We already know this. We already what those bitches say, clock it. I already clocked that. But anyways, I love Brett who says not explicitly, just so he could hide behind plausible deniability like what he did here, but it's baked in his arguments. Yeah, that's that dude lives in plausible deniability. But anyways, it is what it is. Cope approach. I know Stefan's sitting there dying where he's at because he saw me going a little bit of a rant. But like, I'm getting tired of this shit where basically we can't, if we bring up his wife, oh, we're taking a personal shot. But if somebody disagree with him, now he's calling people stupid and they don't know what they're talking about. Bro, he wasn't talking about your wife. He was just talking about the general public. Most of these broads is hoes. It's almost like I say 304. Dude, I talk about hoes with the normies, and they know what I'm talking about. Hoes. They're everywhere. He says 304. You get triggered because really you think he's talking about his wife, which your wife is a hoe. But he was just talking about hoes in general. But he got triggered. Now, okay. You see? I keep telling you about these people. But anyways, I'm going to rewind it. I'm going to rewind it again.
Andrew had a better argument for marriage than just marry these 304s because God got you, bro. Also, Andrew is advocating for a prenup, worldly protections for a Christian marriage. Great discussion.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm super confused. Did anybody ever advocate that you marry a 304? Who did that?
I didn't.
Was it that guy? That guy? This guy? Who the fuck did? I don't understand. How do you listen to an entire debate and you're so fucking stupid that you then ask a question about a statement not a single fucking person made, discussed, talked about, and already agreed was not a good? Like how? How do you even manage that? What's the IQ level of
when I read these comments saying that I'm telling people not to have kids?
What is the IQ level of humanity where this is what they come up with? Wish I got a better argument out of Andrew than the argument he didn't make.
All right, Andrew, also this one's for you. Do you think that boarding and
He wasn't talking about your wife, bro. He was talking about hoes in general. Okay, so we have another one person coming in. Somebody's pro-rich. He says, baddest MF alive with a $9.99 super chat. He says, does Andrew think born-again virgins are actually virgins? Does he agree with church men being pressured into not leaving their unfaithful wives? Feminism in churches, men are only ones doing abstinence. That's literally what's happening in churches right now. Literally what's happening.
virgins are really virgins? Do you agree with church men being pressured into not leaving their unfaithful wives? Feminism in churches, men only ones doing abstinence.
First of all, that's fucking bullshit. You're not going to see significant church pressure saying, oh, your wife was unfaithful, then fuck, you are obligated to stay. Not at all. In fact, you're going to find the same type of counseling that you would find in marriage from the secularists, except there's actually some kind of teeth
No, Andrew Wilson is lying here. Come on, man.
there, which reaffirms it due to belief. Inside of secular marriages, if you go in for marriage counseling, you're trying to work through issues of unfaithfulness. They're going to give you all sorts of advice too. My suggestion, though, is that if your wife is fucking unfaithful, you fucking leave that bitch. That's one. And two, I'll give you the other one. No, born again virgins is made up fucking bullshit.
I have a question for you. Why is religion always the final form for whores?
You mean? Well, here's the thing.
These are facts, bro.
Why are the churches saying no?
Yeah, in many ways, it kind of should be the final form. You're not supposed to be grifting with it. It's supposed to be like this. It's supposed to be, you come in, you're like, man, I'm a fucking sinner, and I fucked everything up, and I screwed it all up, and I just can't believe I did. And then you have humility, right? You stop the action. Never in history, when women came in for the mercy of the church from prostitution, things like this, they were called to a life of repentance, not called to a life of touring, speakership, and money. That's a new phenomenon, and it's purely built on social media.
But it's very common in the like. Question for you: when God chose the mother of his son, who did he choose?
Mary,
the Virgin Mary.
Yeah.
But the churches routinely forgive these whores. So again, why is this accepted in the church?
Why would hang on?
Always the final form for whores?
Because first of all, from the worldview of the non-religious, there isn't even
and it's not that I'm non-religious, by the way.
Yeah, but I'm going to explain. From the worldview of the non-religious, you can't even critique whores. Like, what would you critique them for? Oh, they're out there prostituting
Meaning your wife. But anyways,
themselves and making money. Like, what's the criticism? It's all morally relative at that point. So who cares? From the position of the church, who believes that almost everything can be forgiven through humility and through the bastion of the church, having women come in to stop activities which are horrific, that's a good thing. It never was supposed to be that somehow they then had a traveling fucking clown show where they went on the road and started explaining to people scripture and this. That was never a thing. That never happened until modernity and social media. That's a brand new phenomenon.
Well, it's up to the churches to shut that shit down then if it's not acceptable. Is that acceptable? Or?
I can't do anything about heresychurch.com, dude. But the classic church is.
Hey, what's your solution for that, Andrew? What's your solution for those 304s becoming final form religious religious women?
Fucking hate it. They won't even, if you go through a catechism, which she never did, most of these women never do, they just go to heresychurch.com, get baptized. The traditional churches, which have a catechesis program before you're accepted in, they don't allow any of that shit. None of it. They'll excommunicate your fucking ass for doing shit like that.
We did have one more
even me.
There's very few churches that do that. I'm talking about very few. Like I actually know, like in the ones that actually do, those are not American churches. They're usually like it's like an African church or a Hispanic church. The only thing with the Hispanic churches, like they'll kick out the broad for being a thought, but then they'll find out the person that knocked up the broad was like a cousin or the pastor himself. But that's another story. That happens in black churches too, though. I'm not even gonna hold you. But like the people that actually where you can be exiled for being a 304, they're not even American-based churches.
Like here, I'll give you an example. Even me, let's say that I came out tomorrow and I was like, here's an orthodox like guide for marriage and what.
Okay, enough for this. Let me just look at the next super chats from in that show.
Orthodox should be doing in marriage and what
who repented in for her life.
He said Andrew is considerably too generous to Catholics that aren't opposing. Wow, it looks like there's like a whole wave of super chats that are basically pro-rich. I haven't even been keeping count like that. So that's like it was about 3 or 4 that were. It's about 3 that was like pro Wilson, and 2 of them were women, his wife and another broad, and then like 2 other dudes, and then like the last 3 have been pro rich.
Time and Nicodemus,
St. Mary, St. Mary. The story very quickly to speak.
It says from the crucible, this guy's position is enabling the woman and man to have other partners living. So this, so Nicodemus is from the crucible. Good Lord.
What you're saying, St. Mary was a prostitute for many, many, many years. When she went over to repentance, she shut herself away from everybody and literally focused on repentance for the rest of her life, kept herself secluded.
bodies by the age of 20.
To less than 5% have under 5 bodies past the age of 23. Damn. Actually, it's actually lower than that. I'll say the percentage is lower than that. So this guy said less than 5% of women have under. I'm assuming he's saying women, but less than 5% have under 5 bodies past the age of 23. That's common knowledge, but it's not even like just 5. It's way more than 5. If you're talking about a 23-year-old girl, especially if she went to college, 5, those are rookie numbers. That's nothing. 5 bodies is nothing.
3, it's gross. That is pretty gross. And reverse massage says, who's more likely to keep your progeny from you, a wife or your side sniz? Progeny's outcomes above your own degen selfish interest.
A wife or your side sniz. Progeny's outcomes above your own degen selfish interest. So that's anti-rich, I guess.
More likely to keep your progeny from you, a wife or side chick.
You're asking me?
I think it's for you, yeah.
I think you could do it. Again, I think you can love a woman, not live with her, and have children if you really want to do that.
Yep. Well, that pretty much summarizes it.
But I'm not really for the whole, co-parenting, unless if you're gonna commit yourself to gaining full custody, like Tommy Sotomayor said, gain full custody, or just wash your hands. That's kind of my vantage. That's my point of view, right there.
Fellas, we're gonna have all of your links below there.
And daily on Rumble. You can all comfortable, but
pleasure. Andrew, you can stick around if you want for a little bit. Rich, really appreciate you coming.
We can basically do that whenever we choose to, but I would prefer that we not have to do it. But the clips are going to be on an official clips channel. So here's what it is. Clips for a long time. And so it was either this or we just shut them down. You know what I mean? And I would fuck off. Like, you never authorized clips channels to begin with. You just started.
Okay, Andrew Wilson Clips channel. Let me see something on there real quick. Let me see something. Andrew Wilson Clips. I gotta see this. Andrew Wilson's Clips channel. So this is the official one that he said this is the official one. Okay, a lot of whatever podcast material, another material with the trad thought. I'm wondering. No CGA clips. Interesting. No CGA clips. That's really, like I said, that's the real reason why he didn't He didn't like to see. He was mad at CGA because he couldn't get no clips off of that nigga. So he just resorted to he's being mean. He's being so mean. He couldn't make no clips. So let's look at this. Yeah, he couldn't make no clips. No clips off this channel. But anyways, that's really the real reason why. And then if you go on the Crucible, because I used to be like, why are people saying all these weird shit, this weird shit in the comments? Okay. Looking at the Crucible as we speak. Okay, 1 month ago. Let me see, because I remember it happened in November. 2 months ago, 3 months ago. Damn, this dude made no CGA clips. This nigga lost. Let me see. Okay. Oh, all right. Here we go. I was about to say, I'm like, you made no clips? So these are the only 2 clips he can make. We'll have to definitely go over these though. Again, one day. Oh man. Let me make sure. Then I gotta. Oh yeah. Let me also make sure, because what Anton Daniels is doing. He said I never saw the CGA debate. I did. I did a review of it. I don't know if you actually want to watch that review, but just go on the It should still be because the full debate is not. He made sure he didn't put the full. He made sure he didn't put the full debate on any of his channels. If he put it behind a Patreon or a paywall, that's how you know you lost. But CGA has the full debate on his channel, on one of his channels. Let me see if I can look it up for you. You go on Coach Greg Adams. It should be on. Oh no, not this. Here we go. It should be, because it was a live. Yeah, it was a live. I'll say this: CGA was smart to simulcast the live stream on his channel, because they try to hide that the full debate. I'm talking about for a month, like for a minute. They didn't even want to mention it. So if you go on Coach Greg Adams' channel, this because he has like 2 or 3 channels. If you go on this channel right here, the debate is right here. In this. He says that CGA is afraid to let me speak. But like I said, a lot of these people, the fan bases in general, when it comes to fan bases and all these things, is people are never really looking for the truth. Even like I had to school a CGA fan the other day. I was like, bro, like, because CGA had said he thought that he basically went full Tommy Sotomayor, where he was saying that Corey Holcomb was stealing from him. I'm like, look, there's YouTubers that be stealing from CGA. I don't even doubt that. I credit even my channel. I don't think my channel would have the same punch if it wasn't for me watching CGA. But I'm like, Corey Holcomb didn't steal a joke from you. And the joke that he mentioned was something like Corey had told this joke like decades ago. You know what I mean? He said that for a minute, but the problem is when you go full Tommy Sotomayor, you always think people are stealing from you, but really the people that have been stolen from the most is Patrice, Corey Holcomb, Zoe Williams. And Zoe Williams, technically, he credits another author for a lot of his relationship advice. But a lot of these people, specifically with Zoe Williams. This used to be a lot of these people, these so-called manosphere channels or black conservative channels. These same people used to be all up in Zoe Williams chat. 10,000 subscribers and all. still was all up in his chat. You know, so Kevin Samuels, I used to see all these people in these people's chats, man. And if there's one person that was stealing from a lot of people, it was Kevin Samuels. No disrespect. Kevin Samuels took from a lot of people. And then Myron Gaines, I gave him a pass for a while, but it's gone too far. Meaning I gave Myron a pass because he was good at regurgitating information that he saw, but at the same time, your whole content can't just be you copying. Even, you know, the whole, you know, women deserve less. That's a meme. The book that he made, Women Deserve Less, was Why Women Deserve Less. That's a meme that he stole from the internet, and then he made it a book, right? So it is what it is. I think that's it for today. I was supposed to drop a video, but I fucked up. I fucked up with my editing, and I was like, oh crap, never mind. So tomorrow, tomorrow I gotta make up for that. I definitely gotta make up for that. Adama said a black guy stealing, say it ain't so. I'll say this: niggas be stealing. Even when you think about the culture of hip hop, you know, with the sampling, you know what I remember the Star Report was talking about this. I was like, you know, Loki, he has a point. Oh man. But it's always like I said, it's always on a micro level. Always on a micro. A lot of it's a lot of micro level stuff, but you know, it is. Damn. I went way over time. He says, I love the long streams as I'm working late tonight. Oh man, appreciate that. This was not supposed to be that long. I thought my dad actually gave me like advice about like my streams, where he was like, why don't you like do it where you only do the streams for like 30 minutes, right? And just kind of do it. Basically, he said basically do it like Aaron Clary does it, right? Because Aaron Clary, he'll do segments. The videos are his live stream, so he'll live stream the segments. He'll do the segments live, right? And just do it like that. So I was like, maybe I could do that. And then 5 hours later, every time I try to do it in a certain time, but the problem is I had too much free time today. So the problem, when I have too much free time, at times I might, and then I'm like, okay, let me try something, and then it ends up going too long, you know. Shout out to Pyro. He's trolling, by the way. But yeah, shout out to Pyro with the $2 super chat earlier on. Yeah, I'm always gonna make sure to review the super chats that I had, so I don't miss because I remember last time I missed the super chat. But yeah, man, thank you guys, man. I know it's been a long stream, but I'll say this: the gloves are completely off when it comes to Andrew Wilson. I will not tolerate no Doug MPA disrespect. Absolutely not. This is wild. Just because he had a difference. Dude, remember, Doug MPA has been on this panel plenty of times with different types of people and with completely different types of views, and he's always held his composure. He's always stuck and still stuck to his guns without being disrespectful. Very few people can do that, you know. So like I said, shout out to Doug, shout out to AJ. By the way, Supreme Coon Killer, that's one of the more notorious trolls in the black YouTube sphere. I don't even know how he found my channel that day. And shout out to AJ for being able to keep his composure, because I was like, yo, the fuck is this whole ass nigga doing on my channel? Right? But man, shout out to those brothers. Shout out to AJ. Shout out to Doug MPA. The gloves are off when it comes to Andrew Wilson. Your ways, I'm gonna be on your ass now. Definitely. It's definitely gloves off. It's definitely gloves off from here on out. Shout out to you guys. I don't know. Do I have any new sound bites? I don't have any sound bites. But man, shout out. Oh, Adama for the $5 super chat. Shout out. Let me. I was about to. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
I forgot to give a little for the live for the stream. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man. Any twos, views, 5 views, everything. I appreciate all the super chats, man. It's a I always say it's literally like what Corey Holcomb says. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate that always, man. Whatever you guys give, I always appreciate. I don't know if I have I definitely do. I need to have another soundbite for the super chats. I do. I'll take some time to start getting more sound bites for that, a little bit more. But oh yeah, and I'll say this. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I said, I don't want to egg people on to, oh, I don't like this streamer, so I don't want you watching this guy. But Brandon Jamal, the guy that's making the single mom stuff, whatever, this guy is suspect. He's suspect. I'm seeing just too much stuff. I'm seeing too much stuff with this guy. I can't I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I used to have massive critique for Undead Chronic on how he used to do things when I first watched him. A lot of critique. Now I find myself, I understand why he runs his program the way he does, because now I'm really looking at certain people with a certain eye, and I have to distance myself. If I just see certain red flags, I gotta be like, nope, can't do that. You're a charlatan, right? Because I never want to come across as a hater, but we got to take the stand. And luckily enough, I think I took the right stand with Andrew Wilson, and I'm willing to stand on that. And a lot of other people more to come. But man, shout out to you guys, man. Thank you. Take care, please, guys. Yeah, shout out. I'm sorry, I've been here too long. Oh man, let me finish it off with just Geno Jennings. Shout out to you guys, man. Take care.
You know how the false prophet said, have you ever been swallowed? Hallelujah.